Chapter 5:17. After Feng Shu's dagger was broken, he took the broken part of the dagger directly to the armory. He found a soldier who forged weapons and had them repair his dagger. These soldiers were all blacksmiths. They came to the military camp to do nothing but forge. At this time, they were repairing the soldiers' broken armor and weapons. They were a bit busy. Although Feng Shu was the prince consort's man, repairing armor and weapons was an urgent order from King Yi. Finally, a soldier finished repairing the armor in his hand. Feng Shu hurriedly handed his dagger to him. The soldier took it and looked, saying, "The blade is broken." Feng Shu asked, "It can't be repaired?" The soldier said truthfully, "It's very difficult. Usually, we repair the blade with a curved edge or a gap. Deputy General, your dagger is broken like this. It's very difficult to reconnect it. There will also be marks." The main reason was that their forging skills were not good enough. It was said that in the country of Liang, they could make broken blades flawlessly reconnect. Then, is there no other way? Feng Shu asked. "Melt it down and redo it." The soldier said. "Redo it? Is it still the dagger that Darren gave me?" Feng Shu felt stifled, but there was no other way. In order to pry open a small broken box, he actually broke the dagger that Darren gave him. Thinking about it made him angry. In the end, Feng Shu didn't choose to melt the blade. He took the broken dagger and walked back. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Unknowingly, he arrived at the place where Gu Jiao was imprisoned. That was the yard where the residence's miscellaneous items were stored. As the medical officer said, no one came here. However, there was a large group of soldiers training 50 steps away from the main entrance of the yard. Strictly speaking, the defense of the yard was very tight. Feng Shu was angry and couldn't help but want to vent his anger on that soldier from the Zhao kingdom. He arrived in front of Gu Jiao's room and found that the soldier guarding the door was gone. He frowned. He remembered that the door was open when he left, and now it was closed. His face darkened at the sight of so many strange things. He pushed the door open and entered the room without hesitation. He glanced inside warily. He saw the medical officer standing in front of the bed and bending over to bandage the wound on the soldier's wrist. The medical officer heard the movement behind him and also felt the cold wind from outside the door. He turned back and said to Feng Shu, "Deputy General Feng, please close the door. The patient is already frozen. He can't be exposed to the wind anymore. He won't get better. Can he really recover?" Although Feng Shu asked the medical officer to keep the boy alive, he didn't care. After all, he had been in the frontier fortress all year round and had seen too many people with frostbite. Being frozen to this extent, the boy wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. The medical officer cleared his throat and unhappily said, "Are you questioning my medical skills?" Feng Shu was speechless for a moment. Although he was indeed questioning her, it would be embarrassing to say it out loud. He coughed lightly, looked at the youth's wrist, and said, "Why did you untie him?" The medical officer said seriously, "He is injured. Didn't you ask me to keep him alive? Without the rope, how can I bandage his wound? If I don't bandage his wound, what will happen if he gets infected? He is so frozen that he only has one last breath left. He is lucky that he didn't die. If I delay any longer, even if the gods come, they won't be able to save him." Since the medical officer said that the boy only had one last breath left, Feng Shu didn't care about the matter of his hands being tied up. "How long will it take for him to wake up?" Feng Shu asked. "That's hard to say." The medical officer said and looked at the door, "If you let him continue to be exposed to the wind, he probably won't wake up for 10 days to half a month." Feng Shu quickly went into the room and closed the door. Then he felt that something was wrong with him. Why did he come in? He didn't want to look at this boy. Where are the people outside? Feng Shui asked. The medical officer pretended to turn around. While bandaging Gu Jiao's non-existent wound, his eyes drifted. How would I know? I've been treating him inside. This boy, where did he go? Feng Shui impatiently walked out of the room. Door. The medical officer's voice came from inside the room. Feng Shui frowned and closed the door behind him. After making sure that Feng Shui was far away, the medical officer's legs gave way and he sat on the edge of the bed. He raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead, panting heavily. You scared me to death, scared me to death. Luckily, I didn't let the cat out of the bag. You don't know Prince Yi's methods. If he finds out that I helped you, halfway through his sentence, the doctor felt that something was amiss. He took a closer look and saw that Gu Jiao had already fallen asleep in such a short period of time. Medical officer. The medical officer waved his hand in front of Gu Jiao's eyes. Hey, girl. Girl. Little boy. Gu Jiao didn't respond. Good. I will expose you now. The medical officer turned to leave, but just as he reached the door, a small ghostly voice came from behind him, bury the body. The medical officer staggered and fell forward. His forehead hit the door, and a big bruise immediately appeared on his forehead. He didn't dare to turn around and only turned his head slightly. Remember to bring 2 steamed buns when you come back. I am hungry. Gu Jiao said lightly with her eyes closed. I am Prince Yi's man. You will make me look unjust. The medical officer said sternly. Gu Jiao turned over and faced the inside of the bed. I will let you touch the medicine box. Medical officer, deal. Gu Jiao slept from noon to night. The acute pulmonary edema caused by frostbite had slightly improved, but it would take a long time for her to fully recover. She had to stay on the mountain for a few days. Moreover, Gu Jiao paused and took 2 chloramphenicol tablets from the medicine box. Then she poured herself a glass of water. Halfway through, the medical officer came over. Seeing that she was awake and drinking water at the table, the medical officer couldn't help but look her up and down. To be honest, her face was still a little pale. It was obvious that she had been freezing, but she was much better than when she was sent here in the morning. At least she wasn't as pale as a corpse. Here, the steamed buns you asked for. The medical officer put the food box on the table and took out a bowl of steamed buns and a bowl of red date ginger soup. It is to ward off the cold. Drink it. If it was really a boy, a bowl of ginger soup would be enough. Considering that she was a girl, the medical officer cut a few pieces of red dates and added a spoonful of brown sugar. And this. The medical officer took a small basket from behind him. Is this yours? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. I couldn't find the things inside. I only found this basket. The medical officer said regretfully. Gu Jiao took the small basket. This was the basket that Gu Shaoshun made for her. It was very durable and had accompanied her from the capital to here. It had never broken. Gu Jiao put down the small basket and ate the steamed buns with the ginger soup. After drinking the warm ginger soup, Gu Jiao sweated all over and felt much better. After she finished eating, she took out 2 pills from the small medicine box and handed them to him. Eat it. What is this? The medical officer looked at the pills in his hand strangely and asked. Medicine. Gu Jiao said. Why do I need to take medicine? The medical officer asked. Gu Jiao said indifferently, just eat it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The medical officer refused in his heart. He didn't know what kind of medicine it was. What if it was poison? He looked at the medicine in his hand and then at the small medicine box on the table. Can I touch it more after eating it? Gu Jiao, no. Medical officer, for the next 2 days, Gu Jiao quietly stayed in the small room to recuperate. That soldier was nowhere to be found. Deputy General Feng couldn't find him, so he sent a new person over. It wasn't a small matter for a soldier to go missing in the military camp. However, something even bigger had happened in the military camp in the past few days, so they had no time to look for a missing soldier. King Yi fell ill. On the second night after staying in the stronghold, King Yi suddenly had a cold and high fever. During the Battle of Lingguan City, King Yi had been shot and injured. The medical officers initially thought that his wound had become infected, leading to this series of events. However, when the medical officers checked King Yi's wound, they found that it had healed well and there were no signs of swelling or infection. The medical officers then guessed that King Yi had caught a cold, so they brewed a soup for him to treat the cold. Unexpectedly, after drinking the soup, not only did King Yi not show any signs of improvement, he even coughed up bloody sputum on the morning of the third day. The medical officials examined Prince Yi once again. This time, they finally sensed that something was amiss. Generally speaking, coughing up bloody sputum like this was due to lung disease. However, there were many types of lung disease. There were lung diseases caused by colds, and also, lung diseases caused by plagues. No, it can't be plagues, right? Could it be tuberculosis? A young medical officer asked in fear. Tuberculosis was also a type of lung disease. It was highly contagious in the early stages, but as long as the right medicine was taken, most of the time it would become chronic. To put it bluntly, it would not cause immediate death. Plagues were more contagious than tuberculosis. The fatality rate was higher, and the death rate was also faster. If they had to choose between the two, they would of course rather that King Yi had tuberculosis. But King Yi's symptoms don't seem to be tuberculosis, an older medical officer said. This sentence made all the medical officers fall into silence. On the other side, in the Silver Fox Man's study, Feng Shi was reporting King Yi's condition to him. The doctor said that King Yi has been infected with lung disease, but they don't dare to say what kind of lung disease it is for the time being, Feng Shi said truthfully. Lung disease, it can't be. The Silver Fox Man shook his head. No, it can't be. Uncle has never been in contact with patients with plagues. Cough, cough. As he spoke, he suddenly started coughing violently. Sir. Are you all right? Feng Shi took a step forward and poured a cup of hot tea for the Silver Fox Man. He handed it to the Silver Fox Man with both hands. The Silver Fox Man took the hot tea and took a few sips. Not only did it not stop, but it also became more violent. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. He put the teacup on the table and frowned. Pour some cold tea. Yes. Feng Shi poured a cup of cold tea for him. The Silver Fox Man took a sip and seemed to have stopped coughing. But after a while, he started coughing violently again. Sir. Feng Shi looked at him worriedly. The Silver Fox Man waved his hand and said indifferently, It's nothing. It's just a cold. The Silver Fox Man was a peerless expert. A small illness like a cold was not a problem for him. He rarely took it to heart. I'll be fine after a few days. Send someone to keep a close eye on my uncle. Don't let anything happen to him. King Yi was the most legitimate member of the royal family of the previous dynasty. He was the last direct descendant of the world patriarch. Nothing could happen to him. Feng Shi said earnestly, Sir, you have to take care of yourself too. If something really happens to King Yi, you'll be the only descendant of the royal family. It's not like I don't have a son. Halfway through his sentence, the Silver Fox Man paused. I know. You may leave. After Feng Shui left, the Silver Fox Man sat alone in the study room for a long time. He only left the study room when it was late at night and it was time for him to rest. He came to the door of a room. The maid who was guarding outside the door bowed to him. Prince Consort. Has the princess gone to bed? The Silver Fox Man asked. Yes, she has, the maid replied. The Silver Fox Man was about to enter the room, but he could not help but cough. He turned around and covered his mouth with his fist. Cough, cough. Prince Consort, are you feeling unwell? The maid asked. The Silver Fox Man put down his fist and said indifferently, I'm fine. Forget it. The princess has gone to bed. I won't disturb her. The next morning, King Yi was finally diagnosed with an epidemic disease by the medical officers. When the Silver Fox Man heard the news, he was looking at the military deployment map of the stronghold in the study room. He put down the map in his hand and looked at Feng Shui with a frown. What did you say? What happened to my uncle? His Highness King Yi. His Highness King Yi has contracted an epidemic disease. Impossible. That's what the medical officers said. The medical officers even asked me to ask you, sir, if there's a need to isolate His Highness King Yi. But uncle. The Silver Fox Man stood up agitatedly. Immediately, he felt an itch in his throat. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed violently. After coughing, he removed the handkerchief and saw blood on it. Sir! Feng Shui saw it too. His expression changed abruptly. He strode towards the Silver Fox Man. Don't come over. The Silver Fox Man raised his hand to block him. His eyes flickered and his expression was complicated. Go out first. No one is allowed to enter this study room. Feng Shui said, but, the Silver Fox Man said, get out. Feng Shui clenched his fist. Yes. Feng Shui gritted his teeth and walked out of the study room. However, the moment he walked out, he suddenly bent over and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Oh. Chapter 5:18. The man with the silver fox decided to suppress the news that King Yi was infected with the plague. After all, they had just suffered a defeat and their morale was already low. If news of King Yi's illness were to spread now, the morale of the soldiers would be shaken. Worse still, the situation would become even more difficult to control. The man with the silver fox called the medical officers who were treating King Yi to a small wooden house nearby. He sat behind a screen, at least 10 steps away from the medical officers. The medical officers thought that he was worried that they had just come into contact with King Yi and was afraid that he would be infected. Behind the screen, the man with the silver fox sat on a cushioned chair and asked in a normal tone, "How is my uncle's condition? I want to hear it from you personally. Is my uncle really infected with the plague and can he be cured?" The medical officers looked at each other, not knowing how to answer the man with the silver fox. The first 2 questions were not difficult to answer, but the last one was the hardest. In the end, the most experienced medical officer Qin boldly answered, "Sir, after our careful diagnosis, His Highness King Yi is indeed infected with the plague. As for whether he can be cured, we dare not jump to conclusions." The man with the silver fox's expression became very ugly. "All of you have come into contact with my uncle?" The man with the silver fox asked in a low voice. The medical officers' expressions all became complicated. They did not know that King Yi was infected with the plague at first, so they did not take enough precautions and directly took King Yi's pulse. Now, they were afraid that, yes. It was still Medical Officer Qin who answered the man with the silver fox. The man with the silver fox's expression became even darker. He clenched his fists subtly and asked, "Have all the medical officers treated my uncle?" If so, there would be no medical officers in the military camp who would not be quarantined. This would be very disadvantageous to their current situation. What if someone who was not infected with the plague was infected? Who should they go to for treatment? Dr. Chen said, "A doctor was taken away by Deputy General Feng. He said that it was your order to treat a hostage. He has been taking care of the hostage for the past 2 days and did not go to His Highness Prince Yi." The man with the silver fox recalled that there was indeed such a thing. When he thought of the soldier from the Zhao country, his expression became unpredictable. The plague was not a cold that could be contracted by being exposed to the cold wind. It needed to be contagious. The man with the silver fox was very sure that he and Prince Yi had never come into contact with those plague patients. The only suspicious person they had come into contact with in the past 2 days was the young man from Zhao country. Could it be him? The man with the silver fox furrowed his brows and muttered. The man with the silver fox thought of the group of plague patients who had escaped, as well as the men of sacrifice and their pursuers who never returned. If that young man was the one who let them go, then everything could be explained. He had killed the group of death warriors and pursuers, and he had also been infected with the plague. Then, he had picked him up from the gravely ill. Thinking of this, the silver fox man clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. No, he still didn't believe it. He wanted to see it for himself. The man with the silver fox was so agitated that he started coughing uncontrollably. The medical officers' expressions changed and they said in unison, "Sir." The man with the silver fox man covered his mouth with his handkerchief and pretended that he did not see the bloodstains on the handkerchief. He said calmly, "I'm fine. I just caught a cold. Do you understand?" Everyone exchanged fearful glances and lowered their heads in resignation. They answered in unison, "Yes, we understand." The man with the silver fox wiped the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "I don't care what method you use. You must cure the plague. Otherwise, you and your families will die." The medical officers shuddered in unison. Gu Jiao was sure that she was infected after she heard that Prince Yi was diagnosed with the plague. Is the news reliable? Gu Jiao sat at the head of the bed and asked the medical officer who was looking at her small medicine box with greedy eyes, "Is the news reliable?" She already knew that his surname was Tong. He was from Yi City and practiced medicine for a living. Because there was a war, he was forced to join the army by the remnants of the previous dynasty. Of course it's reliable. When I went back to get the medicine, I saw that they all covered their faces. After asking, I knew that Prince Yi was infected with the plague. Tell me, how did Prince Yi get the plague? Dr. Tong couldn't understand. Gu Jiao understood. If Prince Yi was infected with the plague, then it could only be because of her. She was not sure whether she was infected by Squire Zhao's blood. But just in case, she still wore a mask under her helmet. When she woke up in this room, the mask on her face was long gone. It was obvious who had taken it off. Dr. Tong told her that she came back in the carriage of Prince Yi and the prince consort. Then it was very likely that they were infected in the carriage. Gu Jiao had never thought of using the plague as a means to attack the enemy. Therefore, even when she went to kill Sirius, she was well prepared. But she couldn't stop someone from being greedy and wanting to take advantage of her. Dr. Tong was puzzled. He never thought of Gu Jiao. After all, Gu Jiao had been here for 3 days. She didn't look like she was infected with the plague. Her coughing blood was more likely caused by frostbite. And she was getting better quickly every day. If it was the plague, it would only get worse, not better. Moreover, he had been treating her for the past few days. He wasn't infected. You should take your medicine. Gu Jiao said. Dr. Tong was happiest when he took his medicine every day. Because Gu Jiao allowed him to personally open the small medicine box and take out the small pills. That feeling was simply too good. Dr. Tong washed his hands and opened the small medicine box very sincerely. He didn't recognize any of the medicine inside, but he didn't know what it was. He knew which medicine he should take. He recognized the box. He skillfully pressed out 2 pills and swallowed them with warm water. Both pulmonary edema caused by frostbite and this plague would cause pink bubbles to appear. Because of this, Gu Jiao had never been sure that she was infected. Dr. Tong also thought that it was a lung disease caused by frostbite. Gu Jiao also showed symptoms of high fever, but it quickly subsided under the effects of the medicine. Dr. Tong, on the other hand, didn't show any symptoms. She wasn't sure if the chloramphenicol had a preventive effect, or if Dr. Tong was an asymptomatic infected person. An asymptomatic infected person of the plague wasn't infectious. In other words, if Dr. Tong was the latter, then he was the safest person in the entire stronghold. He could come into contact with anyone. He didn't have to worry about being infected or infecting others. Dr. Tong didn't know anything about himself. He finished his medicine and had to put the medicine box back. He smacked his lips reluctantly, closed the small medicine box, and began to look forward to the next time he took his medicine. Once the plague flared up, without proper treatment, the body would collapse rapidly. In the afternoon, King Yi was still able to talk, but at night, his fever was so high that his consciousness was blurry. The man with the silver fox originally planned to go to Gu Jiao's room to investigate, but he was called away by King Yi's subordinates halfway. King Yi was in a daze from the fever. He called the man with the silver fox's name, so everyone had to call him over. Sheng-er. Sheng-er. King Yi called out to him in a daze. The man with the silver fox covered his face with a mask. He came to the bed and held King Yi's hand. Uncle, I'm here. Sheng-er. King Yi held the man's hand tightly. Sheng-er, I'm so scared. The man with the silver fox looked at King Yi, who was tortured by the disease, and his heart was filled with grief. Uncle, don't be scared. I'll definitely cure you, King Yi said in a daze. It's him. Sheng-er, it's him. King Yi was cruel and heartless. The method of punishing Gu Changqing and the Gu family army was suggested by one of his subordinates, but he treated his nephew well. Even though such a big thing had happened, he didn't want to blame his nephew for not listening to him. King Yi said in a trembling voice, "Kill him." Sheng-er, kill him. A huge wave of regret and pain emerged in the man with the silver fox's heart. All right. Uncle, wait for me. I'll go and kill him now. On the other side, Gu Jiao asked Physician Tong to find out who in the stockade had symptoms similar to the plague. Physician Tong said, King Yi has been diagnosed. The prince consort. I heard that he also coughed a few times. There's also Feng Shi. Who's Feng Shi? Gu Jiao asked. Physician Tong said, Deputy General Feng, someone saw the person who dug you out from under Tian Lang's corpse coughing up blood. A few of his brothers are also said to be in a bad condition. Physician Tong's words were more reserved and serious, but Gu Jiao was almost certain that the prince consort and Feng Shi were also infected. The method they used to deal with the Gu family army was ultimately used on them. The tragedy that should have happened to the Gu family army was now the tragedy of the Qian dynasty's army. Chapter 519. Gu Jiao didn't have so much medicine to save an entire village. If she did, she wouldn't have chosen to stop the plague at its source. Moreover, they were all trusted aides hand-picked by Prince Yi and the prince consort. They wouldn't surrender even if she saved them. Gu Jiao finished her 4 drip. She pulled out the needle and packed up the medical supplies. Dr. Tong said, "It's time for dinner. I'll go to the kitchen to see if dinner is ready." He walked out as he spoke. However, he soon turned around and rushed into the room with a frightened expression. He slammed the door shut and pressed his back against it. "Oh no! The prince consort is here. He's here to kill you." "Kill me?" Gu Jiao asked. Dr. Tong said anxiously, "I saw a sword in his hand. If he's not here to kill you, is he here to cut down trees? Was Princey dying and finally decided to kill her to vent his anger?" Gu Jiao stared coldly and said to Dr. Tong, "Move aside." Dr. Tong said, Of course I have to move aside. I won't block the sword for you," but his legs were so weak that he couldn't move. Gu Jiao stood up and walked towards Dr. Tong. She reached out and pulled Dr. Tong back. At the same time, the man with the silver fox also reached out and pushed the door open. Just as the two were about to clash, a soldier suddenly reported anxiously from outside the room, "Sir." "Oh no! The princess is injured." Gu Jiao heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Dr. Tong stuttered and asked, "WWW, have they left?" Gu Jiao nodded and put down the hand that was about to pull him away. "They're gone." Dr. Tong's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. "Someone's here," Gu Jiao suddenly said. Dr. Tong scrambled to her feet and hid behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao vigilantly looked at the tightly shut door and secretly tightened her grip on the silver needle at her fingertips. Dong dong dong. The person outside the room gently knocked on the door. Following which, a low female voice slowly rang out, "I am the princess's maid, Lian Er. The princess asked me to come here." Gu Jiao looked at Dr. Tong. Dr. Tong nodded silently. There was indeed a maid by Princess Ning An's side called Lian Er, and the voice was indeed the same. Gu Jiao walked back to the table, took out a mask from the small medicine box, and put it on. She also put on the helmet, put down the iron mask, and opened the door for Lian Er. "Don't come in," Gu Jiao said. Lian Er's foot stopped halfway. She didn't know if it was because of this sentence or because of the voice that said it. Lian Er looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief. The young man looked at Dr. Tong behind him. "Go outside and keep watch. Call us if anyone comes." Dr. Tong left. Lian Er looked at the handsome young man in armor in front of her and opened her mouth. "You are..." The prince consort was lured away by the princess. Gu Jiao asked straightforwardly. Now Lian Er was sure that this young man was actually a girl. Lian Er was so shocked that she almost couldn't speak. Wasn't he a soldier of the Zhao kingdom? How did he become a girl? It was the princess who lured him away. Lian Er recovered after a while and replied to Gu Jiao. The princess heard that they caught a soldier of the Zhao kingdom, but the prince consort's people kept a close eye on him, so the princess didn't have a chance to see you. Tonight, the princess saw the prince consort go out with a sword and guessed that he might have come to kill you. She didn't care much and told me to quickly come and take you out. Right, are you from the Gu army? Or, are you a border guard? Neither. Gu Jiao said. I'm from the capital. Gu Jiao took out the token under her armor. Do you recognize it? Gu Jiao asked. Lian Er reached out to take it. Gu Jiao said, don't come close. Oh. Lian Er retreated and looked at it carefully for a while. Her eyes lit up. It's the token of Rinshou Palace. The princess also has one in her hands. Were you sent by the Empress Dowager to save the princess? The Empress Dowager, is she finally willing to forgive the princess? Gu Jiao didn't directly answer her question. Instead, she asked, did the prince consort come into contact with the princess after coming up the mountain? Lian thought for a while and said, the prince consort came to visit the princess once, but the princess said that she was sick in bed and didn't see the prince consort. The prince consort stayed outside for a while and then left. Gu Jiao nodded thoughtfully and said, then, has the princess felt any discomfort recently? For example, high fever, chills, coughing. Lian shook her head. No, the princess is pretending to be sick, but she isn't really sick. If it wasn't contagious, then it was in the incubation period. Gu Jiao felt that it was very likely that it wasn't contagious. After all, she didn't pay attention to the prince consort and the prince consort didn't force himself to get close to her. The possibility of contagious breathing and droplets was almost zero. By the way, what's your name? Lian asked. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said. Lian asked, then should I call you Miss Gu or Little Brother Gu? It's up to you. It was just a name, so Gu Jiao didn't care. Lian scratched her head and said, when we're fighting outside, I'll call you Little Brother Gu. Little Brother Gu, hurry up and leave with me. The princess can't delay for long. The prince consort will come to kill you later. The prince consort wanted to kill her, so Gu Jiao naturally had to leave. However, she couldn't leave by herself. She had to take Princess Ning away. Gu Jiao turned and entered the house. Take Dr. Tong with you now. Don't let the prince consort see you. Then, pack up the princess things as soon as possible and prepare to go down the mountain. Lian subconsciously followed her in. As soon as one foot touched the ground, she remembered Gu Jiao's faintness. She coughed lightly and moved her foot back. No, I can't disobey the princess's orders. The princess wants me to leave. If I don't take you with me, she'll be angry. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out a few masks. Being angry is better than dying here. Besides, if I don't want to leave, you can't take me with you. Lian whispered, are you very good at fighting? If I forcefully take you with me, will you knock me out? Gu Jiao, Lian cleared her throat and said seriously, I know. I can't beat you. I'll report to the princess now. Gu Jiao gave the masks to Dr. Tong and asked her to put them on the princess and the people around her. What about you? Dr. Tong asked. I'm going to get something, Gu Jiao said. Gu Jiao had more or less figured out the layout of this place from Dr. Tong's descriptions. 200 steps east was King Yi's residence. 30 steps north of King Yi's residence was Princess Ning and the prince consort's residence. Gu Jiao avoided the patrolling guards and snuck into King Yi's courtyard. Probably because they didn't want too many soldiers to be infected by King Yi, some of the heavy guards had been removed. This made things easier for Gu Jiao. Dr. Tong had never been to King Yi's residence, so she couldn't give Gu Jiao a detailed description of the layout. Gu Jiao accidentally stumbled into King Yi's bedroom. King Yi was asleep, and there were only 2 doctors kneeling outside the screen to boil medicine for him. Gu Jiao tiptoed to King Yi's bedside. Gu Jiao pulled out her dagger, but put it away after taking his pulse. The illness was beyond cure, and there was no cure. She didn't want to waste her energy. Gu Jiao searched the room for a while. About 15 minutes later, she came out of King Yi's residence. At this time, the prince consort also happened to come out of his own courtyard. He carried his sword and walked towards the small room where Gu Jiao was imprisoned. Gu Jiao had to take Princess Ning away before he realized that she had escaped and returned. There wasn't much time left for her. She also had to find her red-tasseled spear. Gu Jiao snuck into the prince consort and Princess Ning's courtyard. Little Brother Gu. Little Brother Gu. Dr. Tong tried her best to keep her voice low. Gu Jiao turned her head and walked towards Dr. Tong, who was at the corner. Dr. Tong didn't care about the boundaries between men and women. Besides, he was much older than Gu Jiao. He pulled Gu Jiao behind a large tree and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Have you thought it through? Are you really going to take the princess down the mountain? If you take the princess away, the prince consort won't let you off. He'll catch up very soon. The princess won't be able to leave. Why don't you leave by yourself?" Although the prince consort and the princess were at odds, it was because the prince consort betrayed the princess and the imperial court. The princess didn't betray the prince consort, so the prince consort couldn't let go of her. He wouldn't allow anyone to take her away. Gu Jiao looked at him calmly and asked, "Do you have anything to pack?" "Ah." Dr. Tong was startled. Weren't they talking about the princess? Why did they talk about him? Gu Jiao said, "If you don't, then go to the princess's place and wait for me." "You." Dr. Tong seemed to have realized something. His breathing stopped as he stared at Gu Jiao in a daze. Gu Jiao ignored him and went to find her red-tasseled spear. Her luck wasn't bad. The second room she entered was the prince consort's study. Her red-tasseled spear was hanging on the weapon rack. However, the small braid at the tip of the red-tasseled spear had been untied and the large red flower on the spear was gone. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and her gaze slowly turned cold. Chapter 520. All the novels that cannot be found on the internet will be available here. On the other side, the man with a silver fox walked towards Gu Jiao with a murderous look. The patrolling soldiers were frightened by his imposing manner and did not even dare to salute him. It was no wonder that the man with a silver fox was so angry. He was smart all his life, but he was stupid at this moment. He had made such a big mistake in the hands of a brat. He was unwilling to admit his stupidity and did not want to regret. If he had not been obstinate and self-opinionated and listened to his uncle, what would have happened? But there were no ifs in this world, only consequences and results. He could not deceive himself. He regretted that he did not meet that soldier from the Zhao kingdom. If he was given another chance, he would definitely kill him without hesitation. It was too late to kill him now. But he had nowhere to vent his anger. He had to do something. But the man with a silver fox did not expect that when he kicked open Gu Jiao's door, what awaited him was an empty room. "Where is she?" "Doctor." There was no doctor. "Sir." The soldiers who were patrolling nearby walked towards the source of the sound and cupped their fists at the man with the silver fox. The man with the silver fox pointed at the room and said coldly, "Where is the person inside?" The soldier said with a strange look, "Sir, are you asking about Dr. Tong? Didn't you ask Dr. Tong to treat the princess?" "When did I?" The man with a silver fox wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at the empty room and thought of something. His expression changed. He pushed the soldier away and walked towards his own courtyard in big strides. When he was near his courtyard, he heard a commotion. Then, he saw thick smoke and fire not far away. "Quick, quick, quick! Water!" A corporal ordered the soldiers to fetch water. The scene was in a mess. The man with a silver fox grabbed a soldier who was fetching water and said sternly, "What happened?" The soldier said in shock, "Sir, your courtyard is on fire." His courtyard. The silver fox man's expression changed again. He abandoned the soldiers and rushed over. The fire started from the inside of his study. At first, the soldiers didn't notice it, but by the time it reached the outside, the fire was already quite big. Almost all the documents and important objects in the study were burned to ashes. Jade disc. The imperial jade plate of the Great Li dynasty. That was the genealogy of the Huangfu clan. Every heir of the imperial family was recorded on the jade disc. It was the only thing that could trace their identities. Without the jade disc, who knew what kind of descendants the Huangfu family had left? Who knew what kind of relationship Huangfu Zheng had with the previous dynasty? If the imperial jade seal was lost, it could be found. If it was broken, it could be repaired. However, if the genealogy of the royal family was lost, it would be irretrievable. This fire didn't burn the jade disc of the Great Li dynasty, but the fate of the Huangfu clan. The Huangfu clan was done for. Huangfu Zheng stared in disbelief at the fire that seemed to be burning the Huangfu family's fortune. His heart was boiling with anger. His body was on the verge of collapsing. He refused to accept the thought that flashed through his mind. His hand that was holding the sword began to tremble slightly. "Is the princess all right?" He suppressed his anger and asked the soldier beside him. The soldier said, "The princess went out." Huangfu Zheng frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The soldier replied, "The princess said that she went out for a walk." Huangfu Zheng had never restricted Princess Ning An's freedom to leave the courtyard. As long as she was on the mountain, she could go anywhere she wanted. However, she didn't leave the courtyard a few days ago. Why did she go out today? Only then did Huangfu Zheng remember that Princess Ning An had summoned Dr. Tong to treat her illness. He had hurried over because he felt that something was wrong. However, when he saw the fire, he forgot about the important matter. No, the fire burning the jade disc was the most important thing. However, it was already burning. Could he still grab the ashes of the jade disc and put it together? Huangfu Zheng went to Ning An's room. Nothing seemed to have changed. However, when he looked carefully, he found that Princess Ning An's token was missing. The snacks and dry food on the table were also gone. Huangfu Zheng narrowed his eyes coldly. "Ning An, you'd better not betray me." In the forest behind the mountain, Princess Ning An, who was wearing a sable cloak, slipped and fell heavily. "Princess." Lian hurriedly supported her. Princess Ning An shook her head. "I'm fine." There were 4 of them, Princess Ning An, Lian, Dr. Tong, and Gu Jiao. The 4 of them put on masks and braved the biting cold wind as they shuttled through the forest behind the mountain. Princess Ning An was actually not as delicate as the rumors said in the capital. At least, she wasn't now. She had lived in the bitter cold of the frontier fortress for so many years, often mingling with the herdsmen. She had herded the sheep, farmed the fields, and done the dirty and tiring work. Her hands were no longer the slender jade-like hands that had lived a pampered life. Her face had also lost its fair and translucent skin due to weathering and exposure to the sun. However, she still had the noble aura of a royal family. Ah! Princess Ning An fell again. Soon, Dr. Tong also fell down. There was no other way. The snow was too deep. "Princess. Let me carry you," Lian said. Princess Ning An waved her hand. "You can't carry me. I'm too heavy." As she spoke, she turned back to look at the path they had come from. Even though it was night, the moonlight reflected off the snow made the entire back mountain appear very bright. Their mottled footprints could be seen all over the ground. "Let's go quickly. They'll catch up soon," Princess Ning An said, panting. Gu Jiao focused and asked Princess Ning An, "Where's the secret passage?" Princess Ning An raised her sore hand and pointed to the back of the forest. "Through this forest, there is an old well. Underneath the well is the secret passage, if I remember correctly." The last sentence made Dr. Tong's eyelids twitch. "Princess, what do you mean by, if you remember correctly? Do you know the secret passage or not?" Princess Ning An said awkwardly, "I only saw the blueprint of the secret passage in the study. I roughly remember." Oh. Dr. Tong was mute. If she remembered incorrectly and they were cornered, wouldn't they die even more miserably? Let's go, Gu Jiao said. Dr. Tong gritted her teeth and followed. They had already escaped. There was no way they could go back. Lien He and Dr. Tong supported Princess Ning'an, while Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and tried to keep a safe distance from them. They passed through the forest and arrived near the ancient well. The ancient well was covered by a thick layer of snow. It took them a long time to find the cover. It's locked, Dr. Tong said in despair. Gu Jiao reached out with her red-tasseled spear and easily broke the lock. Dr. Tong was dumbstruck. Gu Jiao lit a match and threw it into the ancient well. She used the light to see the walls and bottom of the well. There was a rope ladder hanging from the wall of the well. The bottom of the well was empty. There was no danger at the moment. I'll go down first, Gu Jiao said. Be careful, Princess Ning'an said. Gu Jiao turned back and nodded slightly. She jumped into the well with her red-tasseled spear. Seeing that she didn't use the rope ladder and directly jumped down, they couldn't help but be surprised. Gu Jiao picked up the match and looked around. She looked up and said, "There's a passage below. There's no danger at the moment. Come down." "Princess, you go down first," Lien said. Princess Ning'an nodded and slowly went down the rope ladder. Lien was next. She was carrying a bundle and almost got stuck at the mouth of the well. "Throw the bundle down," Gu Jiao said to her. "Okay. Little brother Gu, you catch it." Lien threw the bundle to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao caught it. Lien carefully climbed down. After she steadied herself, she looked up at the mouth of the well. "Dr. Tong, you should come down too." Dr. Tong had one foot on the mouth of the well, but the other foot didn't move. I'm afraid of heights, it's not high. There's a ladder," Lien said. Dr. Tong trembled and was about to cry. "No, I really can't do it." At this moment, a soldier yelled, "Sir, I'm here. They're over there." In the next second, Dr. Tong put her leg in and went down the ladder with a whoosh. "Everyone," Gu Jiao handed the fire torch to Dr. Tong. She quickly climbed up the well and covered the manhole cover. The manhole cover was originally a mechanism. Gu Jiao turned the iron rod under the manhole cover and locked the manhole cover from the inside. She jumped down and said to them, "Let's go." They entered the secret passage. The secret passage was pitch black. At first, Gu Jiao could still use a fire starter, but after walking for a while, the fire starter couldn't be lit anymore. "Lien take out the night luminescent pearl," Princess Ning'an said to Lien "Okay." Lien took out a night luminescent pearl that was bigger than a fist from the bundle. Gu Jiao had never seen such a big night luminescent pearl before. It was quite strange. Princess Ning'an looked down and smiled bitterly. "Mother gave it to me on my birthday." Gu Jiao didn't know how Princess Ning'an felt when she mentioned her grandaunt. Her grandaunt had tried to stop this marriage, but Princess Ning'an had been blinded by love and wholeheartedly wanted to marry the prince consort. What she got in return was a scheme and a betrayal. "I don't know if mother still wants to see me." "She does," Gu Jiao said. Her grandaunt had never forgotten Princess Ning'an. Tears flashed in Princess Ning'an's eyes, but she didn't cry. She held it in. The sound in the secret passage was very loud. Gu Jiao could hear them prying open the cover of the well and chasing after them like a flood. Other than Gu Jiao, the other three couldn't walk fast. In the end, they were caught in a large cave. One end of the cave was connected to the secret passage they came from. The other end was a rope bridge hanging over the cliff. The moonlight and the snow on the cliff slowly shone into the cave. The cave was lit up. Gu Jiao threw the small basket to Dr. Tong and stood in front of the three. She looked coldly at the pursuers entering the cave. You go first. No one is allowed to leave today. Huangfu Zhang's voice came from behind the army. The soldiers in the cave immediately parted to make a path. Huangfu Zhang walked over with a cold expression. His eyes fell on Gu Jiao. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I underestimated you. You have an epidemic disease and frostbite, but you still have the strength to struggle. Epidemic disease. Lian looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Dr. Tong also looked over in shock. Huangfu Zhang took in their expressions and shifted his gaze to the expressionless Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an didn't look at him. She didn't even want to look at him. Huangfu Zhang clenched his fists. It seems that you don't know that she has an epidemic disease. She brought the disease here. She is dying. If you follow her out, you will be infected by her sooner or later and die of the disease. Lian was so scared that she moved closer to Princess Ning, and Dr. Tong looked at Gu Jiao in a daze. The medicine you gave me, is it to cure the disease? Huangfu Zhang frowned. He looked at Gu Jiao, who could move freely, and then at Dr. Tong, who didn't look sick at all. In a trance, he realized something. He said excitedly, You have medicine to cure the disease. Even if I do, I won't give it to you, Gu Jiao said in a low voice. She deliberately lowered her voice, and with a layer of iron mask, at first glance, it sounded like the voice of an androgynous teenager. Huangfu Zhang laughed. God doesn't want me to die. No one knew how excited Huangfu Zhang was at this moment. He thought that he was going to die, but this guy had medicine. It was a medicine that could really cure the disease. He and his uncle could be saved. Gu Jiao didn't bring anything with her. Instead, Dr. Tong carried her own medicine box and Gu Jiao's small basket. Huangfu Zhang smirked coldly. Leave this brat to me. You guys go and stop them. Yes. He looked at Princess Ning'an. Don't hurt the princess. Yes. The soldiers swarmed forward. Gu Jiao raised her red spear. Huangfu Zhang jumped up and fought with her. Huangfu Zhang snorted. Boy, I saved you. If it weren't for me, you would have frozen to death in the snow. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you repay my kindness with ingratitude. You hurt me and my uncle, and you even tried to kidnap the princess. Not kidnap, rescue. Gu Jiao swung her spear. Huangfu Zhang raised his sword to block. The two sides fought fiercely in the cave. Huangfu Zhang sneered. Boy, you are no match for me. Gu Jiao was still sick, so her strength was reduced. However, Huangfu Zhang was infected with the disease. He was not much stronger than Gu Jiao. When Gu Jiao stabbed at Huangfu Zhang again, Huangfu Zhang couldn't block it. His long sword was broken. Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear pierced through his shoulder. Then Gu Jiao kicked him to the ground. Huangfu Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect this boy to be so good at fighting. No wonder he could kill Sky Wolf. Gu Jiao's kung fu was not as good as Huangfu Zhang's. However, if Gu Jiao wanted to die, would Huangfu Zhang dare to? Gu Jiao's eyes were like a ferocious wolf. She took a few steps forward and attacked Huangfu Zhang fiercely. She was running out of energy. She had to solve this problem before that happened. Chapter 521. However, just as Gu Jiao was about to cut off Huangfu Zhang's neck, a soldier on the other side grabbed Dr. Tong and held a knife to her neck. Stop. Or I'll kill him. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him coldly. The soldier trembled under her murderous gaze. Before the soldier could threaten her, Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear flew out and pierced the soldier's head. Dr. Tong felt a hot wave of heat shoot towards his face. He closed his eyes and froze. He didn't dare to think if it was blood or brain matter. Huang Fuzheng was shocked by the scene in front of him. He knew that the person who could kill Sirius wasn't an ordinary person, but he didn't expect her to be so decisive and ruthless. When he was threatened, he didn't hesitate at all. At that moment, Huang Fuzheng's blood was boiling. He was excited, fearful, and looked up to an expert. Huang Fuzheng looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao stepped on his chest. His ribs broke instantly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He trembled in pain. Gu Jiao looked down at him from above, her emotionless eyes filled with coldness. Killing someone wasn't scary. What was scary was how calm she was when she did it. Huang Fuzheng felt his soul tremble. Gu Jiao only needed a little more force to step on his ribs and into his lungs. At this critical moment, Huang Fuzheng still didn't give up and looked at Princess Ning En. Princess Ning En turned her face away. Ning En, he said, enduring the pain. Princess Ning En's throat moved. He didn't know if she heard him or not, but she didn't turn to look at him. Huang Fuzheng suddenly smiled. My uncle has no son. He once said that if he became the emperor, he would make me the crown prince. At that time, I thought that if I became the crown prince, you would be my empress. Ningen, what's wrong with being the empress? Why don't you want it? They killed your mother. They are your enemies. You would rather return to their side than be my empress. Ningen, are you done? Gu Jiao asked calmly. Huang Fuzheng coughed out a mouthful of blood. He withdrew his gaze from Princess Ningen and looked at Gu Jiao mockingly. Do you really think you can leave after killing me? Do you know how much effort I put into building this secret passage? If I don't want you to leave, none of you can leave. Including the princess? Gu Jiao asked. Huang Fuzheng recognized that she was a girl. Unfortunately, his attention was not on Gu Jiao's voice. He said, yes, including her. Gu Jiao said again, you are dying, but you don't let her leave. Is this how you treat her? Huang Fuzheng gritted his teeth. Oh. As long as you are willing to give me the medicine, I won't die, and Ningen won't lose her husband. Oh, you mean, it's my fault. Gu Jiao tilted her head coldly and looked at him. You are the one who caused the epidemic. Huang Fuzheng's confidence was completely crushed by her words. In the end, it was all about harming oneself. Huang Fuzheng was seriously injured. He was so angry that his intestines turned green with regret. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. Let him die on his own. Princess Ning En suddenly turned around, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Anyway, he has the epidemic. He can't live. Huang Fuzheng's eyes lit up when he heard Princess Ning En pleading for him. However, the next second, he heard Princess Ning En say, when we cross the bridge, cut it off. This was the only secret passage. If the bridge was broken, they would never be able to get out. Huang Fuzheng's expression froze. Ningen, why are you forcing me? Miss Gu, let's go. Princess Ning En walked out of the cave without looking back. Gu Jiao walked over and pulled out her red tasseled spear. Huang Fuzheng looked at Princess Ning En's back and said, I told you, you can't get away. Only I can get out of this secret passage. If you don't believe me, you can try. Princess Ning En had one foot on the cable bridge. She paused for a moment but did not pay attention to it. She walked forward. Something incredible happened. The moment the cable bridge swayed, the cliff on the other side suddenly shook. It was as if something was splitting open, and then a stone door was revealed. With a loud bang, the stone door opened, and a death warrior full of murderous aura walked out from inside. The man was as tall and strong as Sky Wolf, and his aura was almost the same as Sky Wolf's. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. This was, Huang Fujing sneered. Yes, it's Sky Wolf, the second Sky Wolf. Do you think I only have one Sky Wolf? Although he is not as powerful as Sky Wolf, he is not much weaker. He is more than enough to deal with you. Gu Jiao was so exhausted that it was difficult for her to breathe. She could barely kill Huang Fuzheng. If Sky Wolf came, she would have no chance of winning. Huang Fuzheng said arrogantly, "Give me the medicine, and I'll leave your body intact. Don't hurt her." Princess Ning and walked quickly to Gu Jiao. "Do it," Huang Fuzheng said to the man of sacrifice. The man of sacrifice was incredibly fast. He crossed the cable bridge in an instant, passed Princess Ning and came to Gu Jiao's back. He grabbed Gu Jiao's neck, intending to lift Gu Jiao up high. But before he could exert his strength, another strong figure came from the cable bridge. A sharp sword chi cut the man of sacrifice's back. The man of sacrifice did not have time to dodge. He was hit, and the armor on his body cracked. Almost at the same time, Gu Jiao blocked his shoulder with the red-tasseled spear. She lifted her foot and kicked him in the chest, using the force to break free from his hands. The man of sacrifice was not injured by this kick, but after being hit twice, he was really angry. He raised his hand to grab Gu Jiao, but Gu Chongqing quickly flashed to Gu Jiao and stabbed the man of sacrifice's wrist. The man of sacrifice's wrist armor cracked. Gu Chongqing held Gu Jiao's waist. He stepped back a dozen steps and gently put his sister down at the entrance of the cave. His hand holding the sword was full of murderous intent. He looked at Gu Jiao with gentle and loving eyes. "Can you still walk? Cross the bridge first and wait for me there." Gu Jiao nodded. The soldiers in the cave were not a threat. They had been scared silly by Gu Jiao's headshot. Almost no one dared to stop her. Gu Jiao, Princess Ning and the others got on the cable bridge. "Stop them!" Huang Fuzheng shouted. Gu Chongqing blocked the entrance of the cave with his long sword. He looked coldly at the man of sacrifice charging at him. He said to Gu Jiao, "Get on the bridge and don't look back." "Okay." She did not look back. Gu Jiao led the way onto the bridge. Princess Ning and Lian Er followed closely behind. Dr. Tong brought up the rear. But he really was afraid of heights. This time, it was not an ancient well under his feet, but a bottomless abyss. And the cable bridge would shake. Sob, sob, sob. It was too difficult for him. "They're coming," Gu Jiao said. "Ah, ah, ah." Dr. Tong waved her arms and leaped over with a whoosh. He was the first to reach the cliff on the other side. The sounds of fighting came from behind them. Cold wind blew from the cave towards the cable bridge. Gu Jiao smelled the thick scent of blood. She didn't know if it was the man of sacrifices or Gu Chongqing's. She was obedient. She did not look back. The group crossed the bridge and entered the cave on the other side of the cliff. Snow fell from the sky again. They could not see what was happening on the other side of the bridge even if they wanted to. They could only hear the sound of bones breaking and blades breaking. Then, they heard footsteps on the cable bridge. The footsteps approached quickly, bringing with them a thick scent of blood and killing intent. Then, a loud bang was heard. Shockingly, the cable bridge behind them had been cut apart. Gu Jiao quickly turned around. The figure with the scent of blood and killing intent came over and gently pulled her into his embrace, but he did not let his blood-stained arm touch her. "Didn't I tell you not to look back? You're not obedient at all." His murderous aura dissipated in an instant. Gu Jiao's little head was against his chest. She pointed behind her. "That's behind me, I didn't look back." Gu Chongqing couldn't help smiling. His lips curled, twisting words. Gu Jiao sniffed. "You're injured." Gu Chongqing said, "No, it's his blood." "Is he dead?" Gu Jiao asked. He would not let off a single person that bullied his little sister. The snow that filled the sky poured into the cave. The death warrior was stabbed in the chest by a huge broken ice pillar. Beside him, the prince consort was stabbed in the heart by a sharp sword. He turned his head and looked at the cave on the other side of the rope bridge. Not only did Gu Jiao not look back, Ning'an didn't look back either. Princess Ning'an only saw half of the map. They had to figure out the rest of the way by themselves. They passed through countless caves in the mountain range. Even they weren't sure where they were at the end. Gu Chongqing carried Gu Jiao on his back and her red tasseled spear hung in front of him. "I'm sick," Gu Jiao said. "It's an epidemic. So you have to put me down," Gu Jiao said in a doctor's tone. It was very serious. However, to Gu Chongqing, it sounded like his sister was seriously ill and his sister felt wronged. "It's my fault." Gu Chongqing apologized sincerely. "I didn't take good care of you." "Gu Jiao, what was going on?" Gu Jiao said, "I don't want you to carry me." Gu Chongqing said, "Then I'll carry you." Gu Jiao said, "I don't want you to carry me either." Gu Chongqing thought about it seriously. "Then, should I let you ride on my neck?" Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao put on a mask and Gu Chongqing also put one on. In addition, Gu Chongqing also took the medicine to prevent the epidemic. Of course, Princess Ning'an and Lian also took it. The brother and sister duo walked at the front. The other three already knew that Gu Chongqing was the young master of the Gu army and that Gu Jiao was his sister. Along the way, Gu Chongqing would give anything good to his sister first. If he had to carry anything, he would only carry his sister. In his eyes, he was his sister's brother first and then Princess Ning'an's minister. "How did you find this place?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing said casually, "I asked an aide of the previous dynasty about the map of the stronghold and the secret passage." He didn't want her to know how he had asked her. He already knew why Gu Jiao went to kill Sirius. He didn't find Gu Jiao in the forest that day, so he returned to the governor's residence to see if he could find any clues. In the end, he really did learn a thing or two from an aide of the emperor's son-in-law who had been imprisoned. It turned out that the emperor's son-in-law had bought a group of powerful men of sacrifice from the Yen kingdom. The leader was called Sirius, and the second most likely was the one he had just killed. The emperor's son-in-law and Prince Yi found the plague victims to infect the Gu army, and the emperor's son-in-law bought Sirius from the Yen kingdom to deal with Gu Chongqing. They wanted Gu Chongqing's legs and made Gu Chongqing lose everything, so that he would live the rest of his life like a ghost. Gu Jiao must have accidentally learned of the emperor's son-in-law's plan. She did it for him. When he thought of this, Gu Chongqing's heart ached. He had the best younger sister in the world, so he also wanted to be her best older brother. "You're disobedient," Dr. Gu sternly said before falling asleep on Gu Chongqing's shoulder. When Gu Chongqing heard the even breathing on his back, his eyes flashed with tenderness. He raised the cloak in his hand and gently covered her petite body. No matter how much she suffered, he would return the pain bit by bit. The biting cold wind and snow flew over, cutting his face like knives, but none of it blew on Gu Jiao's body. She fell into a deep sleep on his warm and broad back. The power of the previous dynasty had completely collapsed. The Qin Kingdom's army in Beiyang City and Yi City only had 80,000 soldiers left. On the 27th day of the 11th month, Gu Chongqing led the 60,000 Gu army to attack Beiyang City. In one night, they killed 20,000 of the enemy. Prince Bo was no match for them, so he led the remaining 20,000 Qin Kingdom soldiers to abandon the city and regroup with the 40,000 Rong army in Yi City. 3 days later, Gu Chongqing led the 90,000 Gu army and arrived at the city gates. At this time, the 80,000 Qin Kingdom reinforcements arrived. Prince Bo was overjoyed. He planned to split up with the 80,000 reinforcements and attack the Gu army from the front and back, but he didn't expect the leader of the 80,000 reinforcements to be Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang rode on a tall horse and looked at Prince Bo and Rong Yao on the city gate tower. He showed the yellow imperial edict in his hand and said concisely, "I'm here on my father's orders to clean up the rebels. Those who surrender will be forgiven, and those who rebel will be killed." There were nearly 100,000 Gu army soldiers and 80,000 Qin Kingdom soldiers. Prince Bo and Rong Yao's 60,000 men were surrounded by enemies. There was no way they could win. Not to mention that Yuan Tang had the imperial edict, so he had a good reason to attack. The morale of the 60,000 Qin Kingdom soldiers plummeted. Yuan Tang looked at Rong Yao and smiled obediently. "Uncle, my father wants to capture Prince Bo. If you kill him, you can redeem yourself." As he spoke, he seemed to be afraid that Rong Yao wouldn't believe him. He handed the imperial edict to a soldier and had the soldier bring it into the city. The imperial edict did say that the traitor Prince Bo was to be killed. Rong Yao held the imperial edict and his eyes flashed. Prince Bo trembled. "Rong Yao, don't be fooled by this father and son. You've already rebelled. If you kill me, my brother won't let you go." Rong Yao said coldly, "The king won't let me go after I return to the capital. But if I don't kill you, Yuan Tang won't let me go now. So, I'm sorry. Prince Bo." Gu Chongqing wasn't interested in fighting in the Qin Kingdom, but if he could subdue the enemy without fighting, it would be a good idea. Prince Bo and Rong Yao began to fight on the city gate tower. Yuan Tang rode his horse calmly towards Gu Chongqing. The Gu army wanted to stop him, but Gu Chongqing raised his hand to stop them. The fact that Yuan Tang had come alone was enough to show his sincerity. Yuan Tang stopped in front of Gu Chongqing's horse, raised his eyebrows and introduced himself. "Dr. Gu's friend, Yuan Tang." Gu Chongqing looked at him deeply, straightened his back, and said with a rare boastful tone, "Jiao Jiao's older brother, Gu Chongqing." The Gu army was speechless. Isn't this introduction a bit wrong? Shouldn't it be the 6th prince of the Qin Kingdom and the young master of the Gu army? In your eyes, these two identities can't compare to Dr. Gu's friend and Jiao Jiao's older brother. Chapter 522. Prince Bo is a member of the royal family. Although he can be considered a martial artist, he can't be compared to Rong Yao, who is a famous general on the battlefield. In the end, Prince Bo was seriously injured by Rong Yao and died. "I was reckless. I wanted to capture him alive, but this person was too difficult to deal with. I accidentally killed him. Please punish me, Your Highness." This is what Rong Yao said when he walked down the tower and came to Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang was still by Gu Chongqing's side, riding a tall horse. He looked down at his own uncle, Rong Yao. He laughed coldly in his heart. Even his uncle wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense. Well, if he didn't kill Prince Bo, what would happen if Prince Bo returned to the palace and said something unfavorable to Rong Yao? This uncle of his is really farsighted and ruthless. But does he really think that without Prince Bo, nothing will go wrong? Yuan Tang looked at Rong Yao with a faint smile and said, "Uncle, you have worked hard. You have contributed greatly by killing the rebels. When we return to the capital, Father will definitely reward you accordingly. Rong Yao kneels down on one knee and says with a face full of fear and trepidation, I don't dare to reward you. I only want to make up for my mistakes. I was also bewitched by Prince Bo. I really thought that everything was the Emperor's will. Who would have thought that this person made up the imperial edict and caused us to follow him on an expedition? Your Highness, please investigate this matter. Gu Changqing's thin lips move, ha. Rong Yao's face becomes very ugly. Rong Yao's youngest son, Rong Fu, died at the hands of Gu Changqing. Rong Yao has a lot of resentment towards Gu Changqing, but people under the eaves have to bow down. Yuan Tang looks at Gu Changqing and then at Rong Yao and says, Uncle, you are too serious. When we return to the capital, Father will investigate the truth. As long as you have a clear conscience, I believe that one day the truth will be revealed. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Rong Yao's forehead. He didn't dare to raise his head to look into Yuan Tang's eyes. He could already feel the threat from Yuan Tang. Your Highness, may I have a word with you? Rong Yao said to Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang rode his horse back to the camp of the Qin State's army. General Zhang looked at their backs and said to Gu Changqing, General, I'm afraid that the one surnamed Rong wants to fight. The 80,000 reinforcements from the state of Qin and the 60,000 soldiers from Yi City greatly outnumbered the Gu army. If they really fought, it would definitely be a bloody battle. There was no trace of anxiety on Gu Changqing's face. He said calmly, Yuan Tang won't agree. If Yuan Tang really wanted to start a war, they wouldn't have come alone, and they wouldn't have introduced themselves as Gu Jiao's friends. It wasn't clear what Yuan Tang said to Rong Yao, but Rong Yao was on the verge of exploding. Yuan Tang ignored him and ordered the 60,000 soldiers of the state of Qin to leave Yi City. Of course, this wasn't over. The state of Qin was the one who violated the peace treaty and started the war. All the losses would be borne by the state of Qin. For the state of Qin, which had already suffered losses, this was like adding fuel to the fire. But this time, Yuan Tang truly saw the cruelty of war and the terrible price it brought. If Yuan Tang was still thinking about starting a war with the state of Zhao when he was a hostage, then he no longer had such thoughts. War was a struggle for power between those in power, but the ones who paid with their lives were the innocent soldiers and civilians. Yuan Tang rode his horse to the camp of the Gu army again. He said to Gu Changqing seriously, If you trust me, I want to escort Rong Yao back to the capital of the state of Qin. Later, I will personally go to the capital of the state of Zhao to ask for forgiveness and negotiate with the emperor. Yuan Tang was still a hostage of the state of Qin. Logically speaking, he was going to return to the capital with Gu Changqing. Letting him go was like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Without waiting for Gu Changqing to answer, Yuan Tang said again, but before that, I hope to go to Yuegu City with you and pay a visit to the Grand Marshal and the old Marquis. Okay, Gu Changqing said. Yuan Tang had followed Gu Changqing to ancient Moon City alone. This magnanimity and courage made people look at him in a new light. But when they actually arrived at Yuegu City, Gu Changqing realized that he had been tricked. This kid didn't come to visit Tang Wuxian and his grandfather. He was clearly here to see his sister. As soon as Yuan Tang entered the city, he went to the wounded barracks. Dr. Gu, I'm here. Looking at Yuan Tang, who didn't treat him as an outsider at all, Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes dangerously. Gu Jiao's disease had long been cured and he had passed the quarantine period. At this time, he was guiding a few soldiers in rehabilitation in the wounded barracks. He was wearing the armor of a general of the state of Qin. When he suddenly barged in, the soldiers in the wounded barracks were so shocked that they immediately pulled out the swords beside the bed. Yuan Tang clicked his tongue, took off the sword at his waist, and threw it to the nearest wounded soldier. Take it. The wounded soldier was speechless. Gu Jiao's expression was very calm. He only glanced at Yuan Tang, then said to the recovering soldier beside him, "You continue." The recovering soldier continued to walk forward with the help of his crutches. Yuan Tang stood beside Gu Jiao uninvited and said exaggeratedly, "You're not excited to see me at all. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come to see you." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Yuan Tang opened his mouth, but it seemed that there was nothing. He clicked his tongue and said, "Aren't you going to ask me what I'm doing at the frontier fortress?" Gu Jiao said, "Oh, to kill Prince Bo or to kill Rong Yao?" Yuan Tang was speechless. "Here, for you." Yuan Tang handed a small bag that he always carried with him to her. "What is it?" Gu Jiao asked. Yuan Tang stuffed the bag into her arms and said, "The begonia flower box is for you. The bamboo box is for my cousin. I have to go back to the capital to deal with my uncle. I might not be able to go to Zhaodu for a while. Bring it to my cousin for me." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't think too much about it. I'm only giving you this gift to thank you for helping my cousin. Moreover, it was thanks to your husband that I was able to escape from Zhaodu." Originally, Yuan Tang thought that he had hidden it well and did not let Xiao Lulang know. But after thinking about it carefully, Xiao Lulang was supposed to be on duty at the Yamen, but he suddenly changed his route and went out of the capital's north gate. He even stopped at the relay station for a while. Perhaps Xiao Lulang had already discovered him and deliberately sent him away. Gu Jiao did not know that there was such a thing. It was really fortunate that Xiao Heng let Yuan Tang go. Otherwise, this battle would not have ended so quickly. Moreover, both sides would have suffered a lot of casualties. Yuan Tang said, "Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. I should go now. Remember to tell my cousin to miss me." Hearing this, Gu Chongqing finally sheathed his sword. Yuan Tang spurred his horse and left Yuegu City. Looking at his receding figure, General Zhang asked, "General, are we really letting him go just like that? The state of Chen has 140,000 soldiers. If he starts a war with us now..." "He won't," Gu Chongqing said. Jiao Jiao believed in him, so he believed in him. Gu Jiao came out of the wounded barracks and saw Gu Chongqing waiting at the door. "Are you here to change your bandages?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing said seriously. "Yes." Gu Jiao took him to the tent next door and cut the gauze on his hands with scissors. This was not the injury he got when he held the red tasseled spear to protect Gu Jiao when she lost control when he first came to Yuegu City. It was the injury he got when he went to the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty to find Gu Jiao. Gu Chongqing skimmed over the incident that day, but the process was far more difficult and complicated than he imagined. He learned from his advisor that the map of the previous dynasty's army's nest and the secret passage was not fake. Unfortunately, the map was incomplete, and the wooden bridge leading to the nest was destroyed by Huang Fuzheng. Gu Chongqing stood on the cliff for a long time. He was sure that unless he grew wings, it was impossible for him to fly over with his qinggong. He planned to go down the mountain first, go around the foot of the mountain, and then climb to the top of the opposite mountain. The hardships were self-evident. Fortunately, although the map was incomplete, the general direction was correct. He climbed the cliff with great difficulty and almost fell into the bottomless abyss several times. At that time, he only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to live and find his sister alive. The injury on his hands was from climbing the cliff, and it had not healed yet. He also led troops to fight, and it was torn repeatedly. In Gu Chongqing's eyes, this injury was nothing. If Gu Jiao was not here, he would not have bothered to change his dressing. "You can't get injured again, or your hands will be crippled," Gu Jiao said seriously as she changed his dressing. Gu Chongqing smiled gently. Yes, I won't. The war is over. The thread here can be removed, Gu Jiao said as she looked at the wound on the back of his left hand. Gu Chongqing obediently stretched out his hand. Gu Jiao took out a sterilized pair of scissors. It will hurt a little. Gu Chongqing said, it won't hurt. It won't hurt even if you get stitches. There was no anesthetic, so it would be strange if it didn't hurt. At the mention of this, Gu Jiao's hand paused. After escaping from the mountains, she had stitched up Gu Chongqing's wounds. At that time, there happened to be a wounded soldier who also needed stitches. However, there was only one anesthetic in the small medicine box. Gu Chongqing gave the anesthetic to the wounded soldier because he did not need it. He was a martial artist, so it was inevitable for him to get injured. Occasionally, when his injuries were serious, he would need to drink a little anesthetic soup. However, no matter what kind of anesthetic soup it was ineffective on him. Gu Jiao could not help but remember when she first came to the capital. When she stitched up Gu Chongqing's wounds for the first time, there was no anesthetic in the small medicine box. At that time, she did not think too much about it. Now that she thought about it, perhaps the small medicine box had already determined that the patient could not tolerate anesthesia. So, all the big and small wounds on his body were stitched up without anesthesia at all. Gu Chongqing stared at Gu Jiao and smiled gently. It doesn't hurt, really. Gu Jiao answered seriously, but her movements were much lighter. The war was over, and the plague patient had recovered. Now, it was time for Gu Jiao's group to return to the capital. Tang Yueshan left behind a portion of the garrison. Gu Chongqing also left behind 20,000 Gu clan soldiers to assist in the reconstruction of the three cities after the disaster. After the governors of Beiyang City and Yi City were killed, the imperial court issued edicts overnight to appoint 2 new governors. When the new governors arrived at their respective residences, the Gu clan army and the imperial court's garrison were ready to go. Princess Ning was going to return to the capital with them. It was the old Marquis's task to bring Princess Ning back to the capital. Currently, the old Marquis was still recovering in bed, so Gu Chongqing came forward to ask Princess Ning for instructions. In the governor's residence, Gu Chongqing met with Princess Ning in the study. Ever since Princess Ning came down from the mountain, she had been staying in her room. She did not go out or speak to anyone. Gu Chongqing understood that the matter of the remnants of the previous dynasty had a great impact on her, so he never mentioned the war or the prince consort in front of her. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands in greeting and said seriously, "We'll be returning to the capital tomorrow morning. Does the princess have any other orders?" Princess Ning stared blankly at the snowy scenery outside the window. After a while, she muttered, "On the way back to the capital, can we go to Ji City, to pick up someone?" As she spoke, she seemed to be afraid of troubling Gu Chongqing, so she added, "There's no need for too many people. A few people will be enough. It won't be hard for him to pick up." Gu Chongqing roughly understood who they were going to pick up. He said, "I will go personally." "I want to go too." In another room in the governor's residence, Gu Qingfeng, who had already taken off the splint on his arm and was back to full health, exploded. He had finally recovered from his injuries and planned to go to the battlefield to fight to his heart's content, but in the end, he was told that the Qin kingdom had surrendered. He had just become a part of the Gu clan's army and had assumed the title for nothing. The main reason was that he wanted his eldest brother to witness his strength. "Okay." Gu Chongqing agreed. Gu Qingfeng was excited the entire night. Finally, he could go on a mission with his eldest brother. Unexpectedly, when he walked out of the military camp fully armed, he saw Gu Jiao by his eldest brother's side. Gu Qingfeng's face instantly darkened. "She's going too." wasn't it just him? Why did a servant girl have the honor of fighting side by side with his eldest brother? Get on the horse. Gu Changqing patted his horse and said. Humph, that's more like it. Gu Qingfeng curled his lips and walked towards his eldest brother's horse. He had been eyeing his eldest brother's horse for a long time. In their family, other than his grandfather's horse, his eldest brother's horse was the best. It was even better than the horse he had stolen from the prince consort. Not you. Gu Changqing blocked him mercilessly. He carried Gu Jiao by the waist and gently placed her on the horse's back. He said gently, sit tight. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Changqing flipped over and sat on Gu Jiao's horse. Then, the two of them left like a cloud of dust. Gu Qingfeng was left behind with a dumbfounded expression. Hey! Have you all forgotten something? Chapter 523. The person Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao were going to pick up was the son of Princess Ning and Huang Fuzheng. He was 13 years old this year. When Princess Ning mentioned him, she didn't say much. She only said, he's not in good health. But when the three of them arrived at the address Princess Ning provided, they realized that they had underestimated the meaning of not in good health. It was a young man sitting in a wheelchair. His cheeks were thin and his skin was pale. He was wrapped in a thick cloak, and the fox fur on his collar fluttered in the cold wind. He had a pair of long and narrow eyes, very much like his father's. And his nose and mouth were very much like his mother's. He sat in the yard full of green bamboo, with only 4 guards around him. When he saw the 3 brothers and sisters in armor, his expression didn't change at all. He just held the wheels of the wheelchair with both hands and said lightly, "You're here to pick me up." Yes. Gu Qingfeng said blankly. "Let's go." He pushed the wheelchair. Gu Changqing stared at him and didn't say anything. He walked forward and went behind him to push the wheelchair. "I'll do it." He let go of the wheelchair. "Well, aren't you going to ask who we are?" Gu Qingfeng asked him doubtfully. He said, "If you're not my father's men, then you're my mother's men. My father's army was defeated, so I guessed that you were sent by my mother." "Quite smart," Gu Qingfeng muttered. Sigh, to be honest, Gu Qingfeng was a little disappointed. He thought that they were here to save someone, but who would have thought that they were really here to pick him up? He wanted to fight and show his brother his kung fu, but it was a waste. Gu Changqing pushed the young man out the door. Gu Jiao stood at the door, leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed. When Gu Changqing pushed the wheelchair over, Gu Jiao glanced at his leg. It was not out of any offense or curiosity. It was purely a doctor's diagnosis of a patient. Unfortunately, his legs were covered with a thick blanket, so Gu Jiao couldn't see anything. In the house, there was a special carriage for the young man. The door at the back could be opened, and when it was lowered, it would be a landslide. Gu Changqing pushed the wheelchair up and Gu Qingfeng helped to close the door. "Are they leaving together?" Gu Changqing looked at the 4 guards in the house. The young man said indifferently, "Does the capital lack people to serve me?" There was nothing wrong with his words, but it made people feel that he was not easy to get close to. However, Gu Changqing originally had no intention of getting close to him. On the way back to the capital, they were lord and minister. Perhaps after returning to the capital, they would become strangers who would never see each other again. There was something on the floor of the carriage to secure the wheelchair, but Gu Changqing was not familiar with it, so the young man did not remind him. When the coachman was about to start the carriage, Gu Jiao said, "Wait." The coachman stopped. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and got into the carriage. She pulled out a few wooden buckles hidden in the floor and stuck them on the wheels of the wheelchair. During the entire process, she did not deliberately touch the young man's legs. After doing this, she glanced at the young man, then turned and got out of the carriage. They had set off first, and the army was still behind them. Gu Changqing found a relay station that they had to pass through on the way back to the capital. He asked for 2 rooms, one for Gu Jiao and one for the young man. The army would arrive at night, so Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng slept in a tent. After the young man entered the relay station, he fell asleep and did not come out to eat dinner. The 3 siblings made a bonfire in the courtyard and roasted some sweet potatoes and bacon. Gu Changqing brought some food to the stable to feed the horses. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao sat next to the fire. Gu Qingfeng moved closer to Gu Jiao and whispered, "Hey, don't you think that kid is strange?" "How is he strange?" Gu Jiao flipped over the bacon on the fire. Gu Qingfeng swallowed and used a stick to stick a roasted sweet potato. He lowered his voice and said, "His father died, but he doesn't seem to be sad. And his personality, it always gives me a gloomy feeling. And his legs, what do you think is wrong with his legs? Is he injured or crippled?" As Gu Qingfeng spoke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw that the young man had come out of the room at some point. He was sitting in a wheelchair with the cold wind blowing in. He was as gloomy as a ghost from the underworld. Gu Qingfeng had always been bold, but this time, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. The sweet potato in his hand dropped. Gu Jiao looked at him calmly, then looked away and continued to roast the meat. "What are you roasting?" the young man asked. "Bacon," Gu Jiao said. "I want to eat too," the young man said. Gu Jiao flipped the meat. "I'll send it in when it's done." The young man refused. "No, I want to eat here." There were steps from the house to here. He could not go down by himself. Gu Qingfeng composed himself and walked over. He carried him down the steps with his wheelchair and pushed him to the fire. "It's windy here. You can go in after a while," Gu Qingfeng kindly reminded him. The young man did not respond. Instead, he looked at Gu Jiao, who was seriously roasting meat. "Why are you wearing a mask? Are you ugly? Can't you see people?" Gu Qingfeng straightened his back. "Hey! How can you say that? Who's ugly?" The young man mocked, "If you're not ugly, why are you covering your face?" Gu Qingfeng wanted to beat him up. Gu Qingfeng's face turned cold and he snorted. "We like to. If covering your face means you don't have the face to see people, then are you sitting in a wheelchair without legs?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng felt the young man's expression stiffen. Gu Qingfeng suddenly realized that he might have said something wrong. He opened his mouth to say something, but it was too late. The young man slowly pulled up the corners of his lips and smiled mockingly. Then, under Gu Qingfeng's somewhat guilty and shocked gaze, he raised his pale hand and pulled away the blanket covering his legs. A gust of cold wind blew past, blowing up his empty trousers. The military report of the victory at the frontier fortress arrived at the palace as early as the beginning of December. The emperor and the civil and military officials all breathed a sigh of relief. The remnants of the previous dynasty colluded with the pirates and the Qin army, causing the 2 borders of the Zhao kingdom to be at war at the same time. The Zhao kingdom was attacked from both sides. They also heard that the old Marquis and Princess Ning and had been captured. Originally, no one had much confidence in this battle. But they did not expect the Gu army to win so quickly. The emperor began to look forward to the return of Princess Ning and Gu Changqing, Teng Yueshan, the old marquis, and the soldiers. Of course, there was also the little godly doctor. He was the one who gave the imperial edict to let the little godly doctor out of the capital. At that time, he really did not expect the little godly doctor to go to the frontier fortress. If it were not for the news from Yuegu City that there were 2 officials sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang with the token of Rinshou Palace, he would still be in the dark. If he had known that she was going to such a dangerous place, he would not have given her the imperial edict to leave the city. Only the heavens knew that his imperial mother hated him to death. He had not seen her for 3 days. Not here yet. Not here yet. The emperor sat restlessly in the imperial study. Soon, soon. They said that they will arrive in a few days. Eunuch Wei said with a smile. The emperor looked at him with hidden bitterness. You said that last time. Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. Isn't it because the mountain was blocked by heavy snow and they suddenly could not leave? The weather was colder than when they left, and the mountain was blocked by heavy snow more often. Originally, according to the speed of the army's rapid march, they should have arrived in the capital on the 20th. But day after day, even after the new year, there was still no sign of the army. The emperor slumped back in his chair. If the little godly doctor does not return, I fear that Imperial Mother will ignore us for the rest of her life. The emperor was wrong. Jiao Jiao did not return. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not want to pay attention to this foolish son of hers. He actually took her Jiao Jiao to the frontier fortress. How did she not suffocate him with a blanket? In Bai Shui Alley, the family was also waiting for Gu Jiao to return. Each day felt like a year. The night that Gu Jiao left, they all went to sleep. It was only the next day that Xiao Heng told them that Gu Jiao had gone to the frontier fortress. Yao Shi almost fainted on the spot. The frontier fortress was at war. How could her daughter go to that kind of place? Gu Yan was used to Gu Jiao's existence. When she suddenly left, Gu Yan felt as if he had been cut in half and taken away. Gu Xiaoshan was also very worried and sad. He grew up with Gu Jiao. He spent the most time with Gu Jiao and the shortest time apart. Therefore, he was the one who was not used to it. Little Jing Kong woke up and found that Gu Jiao was not there. He almost cried. Then he saw the letter that Gu Jiao left for him. Then he held back his tears. Jiao Jiao was not in the capital. It was useless for him to cry. He wanted to keep his tears and cry for Jiao Jiao when he came back. Xiao Heng was now working in both the Imperial Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice was more informed than the Imperial Hanlin Academy. The Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War were the first to know if there was any movement on the front line. Whether it was for official business or for personal reasons, Xiao Heng spent more time in the Ministry of Justice than in the Imperial Hanlin Academy. He opened countless letters. Is the mountain blocked by the heavy snow again? Minister Xing asked Xiao Heng, who was sorting out the letters, as he wrote the memorials. Xiao Heng put away the letters and said in his usual tone, yes. They were delayed in Cangzhou. Minister Xing frowned and said, Cangzhou is at least 7 or 8 days away from here. I'm afraid the army won't be able to come back before the new year. The day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Even if the army didn't stop, they wouldn't be able to come back to the capital. Xiao Heng looked at the flying snow outside the window and showed a thoughtful expression. The border was bitterly cold and smoky, but the capital was not affected by the war. The streets and alleys were full of peddlers and soldiers, shops and crowds. It was as prosperous as a brocade. Every house in Puaishui Alley hung red lanterns and pasted window flowers and couplets. Their house also pasted them. This year, Lin Qingye and Feng Lin both went back to Yuzhou to celebrate the new year. There were many people in the house, but it still felt cold and cheerless. They didn't know if it was because the two of them were missing, or because Gu Jiao was missing. The little loudspeaker didn't blabber anymore. His great-aunt also didn't play mahjong with the neighbors. Madame Yao's youngest son was 3 months old, but he was very obedient. He didn't cry or make a fuss. It was as if there was no baby at home. Little Jing Kong stood at the doorstep. His small arms were stretched out behind his back. His small body fluttered and his small head looked at the alleys on both sides. Jiao jiao. He wanted to jiao jiao. The sound of a carriage came from the door. Little Jing Kong excitedly ran out with his short legs. After running for a while, he realized that it was his bad brother-in-law who came back. Little Jing Kong's small face darkened. He said disappointedly, "Why is it you?" Xiaoheng got out of the carriage and tapped his forehead. "Why isn't it me?" "Humph," Little Jing Kong turned his face away. "Let's go," Xiaoheng said to him. Little Jing Kong slowly followed behind him. He looked back 3 times with every step. Xiaoheng walked in front. He didn't need to look back to know what he was doing. Stop looking. "Jiao Jiao won't come back today." Little Jing Kong asked, "Why?" Xiaoheng said, "The heavy snow has sealed the mountain. The army can't leave." Little Jing Kong asked, "Can Jiao Jiao come back tomorrow?" Xiaoheng said, "I don't know." Little Jing Kong asked, "What about the day after tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. It's my birthday. Can Jiao Jiao come back in time to celebrate with me?" Xiaoheng said, "You weren't born on New Year's Eve." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. "The abbot said that my birthday is on New Year's Eve. That's New Year's Eve. Jiao Jiao also celebrated my birthday on New Year's Eve." Xiaoheng smiled. He didn't argue with him. Instead, he stopped and rubbed his little head that had grown some hair. "Let's go in." Early the next morning, Little Jing Kong sat on the threshold. He waited from dawn to dusk. He waited until he became a light shui, but Jiao Jiao still didn't come back. Gu Yan walked over and let the little guy in. After midnight, it would be New Year's Eve. The army was still trapped in the snowy mountains of Cangzhou. It was destined that they wouldn't come back this year. At night, the family sat by the fire in the central room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door in the front yard. They were all startled. "Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong was the first to rush out. However, it wasn't Gu Jiao Jiao who came. It was Granny Zhou. She came to deliver dumplings. "Thank you, Granny Zhou." Little Jing Kong politely took the basket and thanked her. He carried the basket back to the central room. As soon as he sat down, there was another knock on the door. This time, it was Gu Shaoshun who rushed out. Gu Yan also wanted to rush out, but he was a little sickly boy. He couldn't outrun the two of them. Unfortunately, it wasn't Gu Jiao Jiao this time. It was Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu came to deliver spring rolls. When the door was knocked on for the 3rd time, Secret Guard rushed out. He received a murderous look from his young master. Either he opened the door or he died. So cruel. "Master Zhao, thank you." Secret Guard carried the basket of duck eggs back to the central room. Everyone sighed in unison. The door of the courtyard was ajar. Gu Jiao Jiao didn't need to knock on the door to return to her own home. Therefore, everyone knew clearly that it wasn't Gu Jiao who came. However, they still couldn't help but look forward to it. "Go to sleep," Xiaoheng said to everyone. Everyone returned to their own rooms with heavy hearts. It seemed that this New Year's Eve, Jiao Jiao really couldn't come back. Xiao Lulang tidied up the central room. He wasn't sleepy for the time being, so he went to the study to read for a while. It was still the letter of credence from the Yen Kingdom. He was almost halfway through it. However, he couldn't continue reading tonight. New Year's Eve used to be the most important day in his life. It was the day he came to this world, and it was also the day he died in that fire. Coincidentally, it was also midnight. Xiao Lulang looked at the hourglass on the wall. It was midnight again. He closed the book in his hand and went to the quiet courtyard. He looked at the swing that Gu Jiao personally made and was a little lost in thought. Dong! Something hit the door of the courtyard. Xiao Lulang came back to his senses. He frowned and walked towards the door. Senior servant Fang bolted the door before going to bed. Xiao Lulang paused for a moment and then took down the bolt. He opened the vermilion door, and a biting cold wind and snow poured in. After the wind and snow filled the sky, a small figure dressed in green sat against the wall on the threshold. One of her slender legs was bent, and the hand holding the horsewhip was on her knee. Her black hair was messed up by the wind and snow, and her lips were dry and cracked. She was covered in wind and rain and looked a little embarrassed. She leaned against the corner of the wall and gasped for breath. She raised her head and looked deeply at him with her eyes that were still clear despite being covered in wind and sand. The corners of her lips curved and she said, "Happy birthday, Lord Xiao." Chapter 524. When she said this, her chest rose and fell slightly. Although she tried her best to calm her breathing, she was still out of breath. It could be seen how hard she had been running all the way here. She didn't even have the strength to stand up, which was why she bumped into the door with a loud thud. She didn't want Xiaoheng to see her in such a sorry state, so she sat on the hard threshold with a calm look. She leaned against the cold corner of the wall, but she didn't know that her tiredness was written all over her face. Even so, when she looked at him, her eyes were still shining. The wind and snow were raging between heaven and earth, and the cold wind was whistling. Xiaoheng's heart seemed to be filled with a boiling heat wave. His blood was rushing rapidly, but he held his breath. He looked at her in disbelief, and his deep eyes clearly reflected her sorry figure. The snow in Ji City sealed the mountains, and the 100,000 soldiers were unable to advance. However, she crossed the mountains alone, braved the strong wind and cold snow, and appeared in front of him on his birthday. Xiaoheng was well-read and had a belly full of classics, but at this moment, he couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings. He suddenly felt a little upset and even a little painful. He didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes said it all. It was just a birthday that he didn't care about. Why did she rush back? Why didn't she wait for the wind and snow to pass? Why didn't she go with the imperial court's army? Why, what else could it be? It was just something that he didn't care about, but someone cared about it for him. Xiaoheng's heart was moved, but there was no change in his expression. He quickly took off his outer robe, squatted down, and wrapped the outer robe with his body temperature around Gu Jiao's body. Gu Jiao's body was enveloped by a huge wave of warmth, followed by his unique manly aura and delicate fragrance. She sniffed and said with a little nasal voice that was frozen, "You smell so good." Xiaoheng looked at the tip of her nose, which was red from the cold. "You're so cold. Can you still smell my fragrance?" "Yes, it smells good," Gu Jiao said with certainty. Xiaoheng was originally looking at her disheveled appearance and thinking about the risks and hardships she had faced along the way. His mood was a little complicated and heavy, but after her interruption, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoheng brought in the red tasseled spear that she had placed beside her leg. He also untied her small basket. With one hand around her back and the other around her knees, he gently lifted her up. "I can go," Gu Jiao said. She didn't forget that he was still lame. When they were at home, she didn't even let him carry her in little Jingkong. "I can leave too," Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him. Xiao Heng stood up with her in his arms. She could feel the strength in his arms. Compared to when she left the capital, he was stronger and had the strength of a grown man. Gu Jiao looked at his legs again and was surprised to find that he could walk very well. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. Your legs aren't lame anymore. No. A certain person turned back into a little lame in a second. In reality, he had recovered a long time ago. After resolving the misunderstanding with Princess Axayan Yang, he was able to walk freely the next day. He had originally planned on giving her a pleasant surprise on her birthday, but a certain girl had turned around and ran away. Very good. She had to pay the price. When Gu Jiao left the capital, it was autumn and she didn't wear much. Now that it was late winter, her cotton clothes didn't weigh much. Xiao Heng hugged her even tighter. The little guy at home was already 3 months old and didn't need to drink milk at night. The wet nurse didn't need to live here anymore. Yao Shi brought the little guy back to their original room and left the east room for Gu Jiao. Yuya came every day to clean it and change the bedding. Xiao Heng carried her into the room and placed her on a cushioned chair. Sit for a while. I'll go burn a charcoal brazier for you. After saying this, he turned around and went to the kitchen. He lit some straw and firewood in the hearth. After they were burning, he put in the silver charcoal. The silver charcoal had been sent from the palace. It was all high-quality smokeless charcoal. It was very easy to light and was very resistant to burning. While waiting for the silver charcoal to burn, he poured some water into the pot and cooked a bowl of noodles with vegetables and egg. He also cut a few pieces of sausage and bacon. When the silver charcoal was done, the noodles were also ready. He carried the noodles to the east room. Gu Jiao lay on the table drowsily. She wasn't just tired. She was completely exhausted. Xiao Heng gently touched her forehead. It wasn't hot. He was slightly relieved and said, "Eat something first before you sleep." Gu Jiao vaguely replied. She hadn't eaten anything for a day and night and was indeed hungry. She gave a small yawn and picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks to put into her mouth. Then, with a shudder, she woke up. After Xiao Heng brought the brazier in, he remembered that there was still a horse outside. He went to lead the horse in and tied it to the old chancellor's stable. His movements were very light and didn't wake anyone up. When he returned to the east room, he saw that Gu Jiao was no longer sleepy. There was nothing that could be done. Her husband's dark cuisine was too refreshing. The effect was comparable to essential balm. Gu Jiao looked at her husband's handsome face. Adhering to the principle of being a feast for the eyes, she finished a bowl of noodles that tasted indescribable. There wasn't even a drop of soup left. Xiao Heng poured her a cup of warm water to dispel the grease. Was the journey hard? It wasn't hard. I'm not going to war. I'm just going to be a doctor. As soon as she finished speaking, a dagger fell out of her sleeve with a clang. It was the dagger of the Qin Guorong family. It was one of the spoils of war in ancient Moon City. Gu Jiao blinked. If I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. She bent down to pick up the dagger without changing her expression. With another clang, a sleeve arrow fell out. It was the hidden weapon of the Tang family's archers. It was one of Tang Yueshan's personal treasures. Her face didn't turn red, and her heart didn't skip a beat. She calmly picked up the sleeve arrow. Just as she put the arrow and dagger on the table, she accidentally touched the small basket. The small basket fell on the table, and the things inside fell out. Darts, battle axes, meteor hammers, 9-section whips. Xiao Heng's eyes became very dangerous. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. Would you believe me if I said I picked them up? Xiao Heng, ha. I have something for you. Gu Jiao changed the topic in a second. She took out something tightly wrapped in cloth from the small basket and handed it to him. Open it and take a look. Xiaoheng still wanted to pursue the matter of her going to the battlefield. He originally thought that she went to the border to rescue the old duke who had fallen into the enemy's hands. However, it seemed that she had robbed the entire army of the Qin state. It was obvious that she had been on the battlefield a lot. Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to pursue the matter. She decisively opened the bundle and handed him a book that exuded a historical aura. Xiaoheng's eyes were immediately attracted. The book was written in the language of the previous dynasty. The language of the current dynasty evolved from the language of the previous dynasty. The font and interpretation were slightly different. Gu Jiao opened the book. Xiaoheng took a closer look. It was filled with the names of the Huangfu family. His eyes paused. A jade disc from the previous dynasty. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. She had burned down the prince consort's study. The prince consort thought that she had burned the jade disc as well, but she hadn't. She had stolen it. The Great Li dynasty had ruled for 300 years. After that, it had been secretly inherited for another 200 years. This Huangfu family genealogy recorded every member of the imperial family of the previous dynasty. It had great research and archaeological value. This kind of ancient book was as attractive to Hanlin officials as a divine weapon was to peerless experts. Xiaoheng's eyes moved slightly. How did you get it? Gu Qingfeng stole it. Gu Jiao immediately threw the blame to him. Gu Qingfeng, who was sleeping with his sword in the snow mountain, sneezed fiercely. Do you like it? Gu Jiao looked at him. Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, I like it. This book might have been exchanged with her life. How could he not like it? The book was very light, but it felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hands. Gu Jiao looked at him with a pair of clear and bright eyes. She looked somewhat obedient. If the soldiers of the Qin kingdom who had been killed by her were here, their jaws would drop. Was this still the cruel and cold-blooded god of death? This was a little white rabbit. And this? Gu Jiao took out a small metal box the size of a palm from her purse. I heard that the pine smoke ink of the Qin kingdom's imperial family is the best ink in the world. Try using it to draw. Green ink is not bad. Unfortunately, there are only 2 pieces. Prince Bo has a master who makes brushes. He made a new one for me. Gu Jiao continuously took out small gifts from the small basket on her back. He didn't know how many things she had in there. Xiaoheng stared at her deeply. Every time she took out a small gift, his eyes would deepen. After she took out a small gift for the umpteenth time, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He gently clasped one of her wrists and pulled her into his arms. Gu Jiao was caught off guard. Her small head bumped into his warm chest. His drumming heartbeat passed through the thick material of his clothes and into her ears. Her ears were burning from the sound of his thumping. The surroundings suddenly seemed to be quiet. Only each other's breathing and heartbeat could be heard. Are you hurt? He asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 525. If she wasn't injured, would he let me see the pentacle? Gu Jiao's eyes widened. She shook her head in his arms. No, no. Absolutely not. Being sick doesn't count as being injured. She didn't lose a single hair. Xiaoheng felt the furry little head in his arms turn around, tickling his heart. He took a deep breath and held Gu Jiao's little shoulder to help her sit up straight. Then he looked into her eyes without blinking. You really aren't injured. Gu Jiao met his gaze calmly. I'm really not injured. She would never admit that she had almost died several times. She had even been frozen into a small ice sculpture on the ice field and had fallen seriously ill. Didn't Xiao Heng know her well? Even if she poked a hole in the sky, she would never feel guilty. But she had changed the topic too quickly. It was impossible that nothing had happened on the frontier. Xiao Heng asked directly, "Where are you injured?" Xiao Heng asked directly. Gu Jiao wouldn't be tricked by him. "I'm not injured anywhere. If you have the ability, you can guess that I was almost frozen into a small ice sculpture. Or that I almost died from a small epidemic. How could you guess?" If she hadn't experienced it herself, Gu Jiao wouldn't have guessed it herself. Gu Jiao saw that he still didn't believe her. She simply spread her arms and leaned against the back of the chair. She used her trump card. "Why don't you check it?" Xiao Heng looked at her deeply. Suddenly, he stood up from his chair and leaned over her. He had one hand on the armrest of the chair, and his tall body pressed down on her. His other hand held onto her soft waist, and with a trace of a man's danger, he said, "Are you sure you want me to check, Jiao Jiao?" That sound of Jiao Jiao made Gu Jiao's ears go limp. She stared blankly at his handsome face that was inches away from hers, feeling his scorching breath. The warmth of his palms was transmitted to her waist through the fabric of her clothes, and her originally cold waist seemed to be on fire in an instant. He didn't have much strength, but it was this kind of domineering and restrained feeling that made it hard for people to resist. Gu Jiao blinked her eyes. She suddenly reached out her hand and hugged his waist that was filled with masculine strength. He took a deep breath. "Jiao Jia Jia Jiao Jiao," Gu Jiao whispered, "Jiao Jiao wants it." "What?" He Jiao Jiao's voice. Gu Jiao hugged his waist tightly and used the strength of her arm to gently lift her body. Their breaths were almost touching. Xiao Heng's large hand that was holding her slender waist suddenly tightened. He hugged her soft body. His arm supported her back and his palm held the back of her head, not letting her feel any force. "Jiao Jiao, what do you want? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you shy?" Xiao Heng didn't wait for Gu Jiao's reply. He gently raised his head and saw that Gu Jiao had fallen asleep leaning on his arm and palm. Xiao Heng, Gu Jiao was indeed exhausted. There was no need to mention how difficult it was to climb the snowy mountains. After leaving the mountains, she had to travel day and night without stopping. Every time she stopped at a relay station, she would change the strongest horse. However, the horse could be changed, but the rider could not be changed. She hadn't slept well for many days. Xiao Heng slowly carried her and carefully placed her on the bed. In fact, she was so exhausted that she wouldn't wake up no matter what. Xiao Heng's movements were still gentle. Xiao Heng took off her shoes and coat, took off her hair tie, and pulled the quilt over her. He tucked in every corner of the quilt and wrapped her small body tightly. Then, he looked at her emotionally, bent down, and gently kissed her forehead. At dawn, little Jing Kong woke up as usual. Bad brother-in-law wasn't around. This wasn't strange as his bad brother-in-law woke up earlier than him. Today was New Year's Eve. It was a pity that Jiao Jiao didn't come back. He was so listless that he didn't even bother to wear his new clothes. He slowly put on a set of old clothes and walked out with his head drooping. He habitually walked around Gu Jiao's room first before going to wash up. He was like a soulless puppet as he slowly walked into the room. He walked around the bed, turned around, and went out. He picked up a small toothbrush made of a ponytail in the backyard. As he brushed, his slow mind suddenly had an image. There was someone on the bed. Jiao Jiao. Yeah. Little Jing Kong didn't even want his small cup and toothbrush. He turned around and ran towards Gu Jiao's east room. At this time, Yao Shi, Gu Yan, and Gu Shaoshan also came over from the east room's door. It wasn't strange for Yao Shi and Gu Shaoshan to wake up early, but Gu Yan, who always liked to sleep in, also woke up. Probably because of the twins' reaction, Gu Yan actually woke up in the middle of the night. Then he went to Gu Zhao's side and lay down. Smelling his sister's scent and holding his sister's hand, he finally felt that the half of him that was cut off and taken away had returned to him. Zhao Dash, little Jing Kong had just opened his mouth when Gu Yan covered his mouth. Little Jing Kong anxiously looked at Zhao Zhao, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He grunted a few times and gave up struggling. Although he really wanted to Zhao Zhao, he couldn't make a fuss about Zhao Zhao. Let's go out first, Yao Shi whispered. Everyone nodded and reluctantly went to the central room to sit down. Nanny Fong excitedly walked in from the back door of the central room and asked in a low voice, I just heard the young master and Master Hua say that eldest miss is back. The old chancellor had been very worried about Gu Zhao, so after dawn, Xiaoheng first told Yao Shi the news of Gu Zhao's return, and then went to report to the old chancellor that she was safe. Yao Shi also couldn't hide the excitement in her heart. She nodded with a smile and said in a low voice, she's back. Nanny Fong put her hands together and said, Amitabha, thank the heavens. Before Gu Zhao left, she left a letter for the family. In the letter, she said that she was going to be a doctor. Except for Xiaoheng and Gu Yan, everyone else believed her. However, even if she was going to be a doctor, it was still very dangerous. In the land of war, even the old marquis was captured. Gu Zhao was only a girl, so protecting herself was the most worrying problem for everyone. Now that they saw that she was back safely, everyone's hanging hearts finally returned to their stomachs. Gu Zhao slept all the way until the afternoon. After running around for so long, she was in a trance when she opened her eyes. She almost thought that she had transmigrated again. Otherwise, how could she wake up in such a warm place? Then she saw 1, 2, 3, 4 little heads sticking in through the crack of the door. They were little Jing Kong, Gu Shaoshan, Gu Yan, and Gu Xiaobao, who just turned 3 months old. Gu Xiaobao was held in front of Gu Yan's chest with both hands. His pair of black grape-like eyes were rolling around, and he was sucking on his fingers. The whole room was filled with the sound of his fingers sucking. Gu Zhao sat up. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. He pushed open the door with a bang and was the first to rush to the bed. Zhao Zhao, you're awake. Gu Yan snorted and said, Heh, Zhao Zhao didn't wake up. She's sleeping. The stinky little monk ran so fast. Humph. Little Jing Kong ignored Brother Yan. Zhao Zhao was back, and he only talked to Zhao Zhao. Little Jing Kong came to the bedside and plunged into Gu Zhao's arms. He shook his little head cutely and said, Zhao Zhao, I missed you. I missed you so much. He just wanted to act cute, but as he did, he felt a lump in his throat. He felt wronged. He hadn't seen Zhao Zhao for so many days, and he felt that he had wasted his childhood. He wanted to start all over again in these 3 months. Your hair has grown long, Gu Zhao said. When he left, he still had a buzz cut. Now, he had a small mushroom hairstyle. After the new year, he should be able to get a small ponytail. Yes. Little Jing Kong replied pitifully. He didn't want to talk about his hair now. Zhao Zhao, remember to bring me along the next time you go out. I want to go with you. Gu Yan walked in with Gu Xiaobao. He glanced at the little guy and said, What do you think that is? Can a child go there? Little Jing Kong stood up from Gu Zhao's arms and looked at Gu Yan with his hands on his hips. I will grow up. Gu Yan loved to bicker with the little guy. You can't go there even if you grow up. It's a war zone, and it's very dangerous. A weak scholar like you can only stay in the capital. These words successfully silenced little Jing Kong. Gu Yan thought that she had finally won the argument with the little fellow. Who would have thought that after a long while, little Jinkong suddenly said in a hurt tone, "So, did Zhao Zhao go to a very dangerous place?" He was a child, and his family wanted to protect him. Naturally, they wouldn't tell him that Gu Jiao went to a war zone. They only said that it was a frontier fortress. Gu Jiao also said so in the letter. Little Jing Kong thought that it was a very, very far away visit. Gu Yan didn't expect that his bickering with the little fellow would make a slip of the tongue. He cleared his throat and said, okay, Zhao Zhao has returned safely. You don't have to worry anymore. He said it as if he wasn't worried. Zhao Zhao. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao solemnly. Yes. Gu Jiao was a little confused by this sudden reaction. She wondered if the little guy was frightened. War was a very scary thing for such a young child. She was about to touch his little head to comfort him and tell him that she was really fine. Just like Gu Yan said, he didn't have to worry about her. Little Jing Kong suddenly looked at her and said very seriously, Zhao Zhao, don't go to dangerous places in the future. If you must go, I'll go for you. If you must go to war, I'll fight for you. Chapter 526. The novel was updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that could not be found online. Today was little Jing Kong's 5th birthday, if he was indeed born on New Year's Eve. It was already very brave of a 5-year-old child to have such intentions. Fighting will hurt, Gu Jiao said. You'll bleed and get hurt. Little Jing Kong suddenly became nervous. Then, Zhao Zhao, are you hurt? Gu Jiao was speechless for a moment. I was just scaring you and asking you to beat the Tang clan. Why are you focusing on me? Gu Jiao felt warm in her heart. It was a feeling that she had never experienced in her previous life, but she felt a lot more after coming here. Gu Jiao touched his little head and shook her head with a smile in his helpless eyes. I'm not hurt. Phew, little Jing Kong heaved a long sigh of relief. After that, he patted his little chest and said like a little man, I'm not afraid of pain, injury, or bleeding. He was afraid that he would not Zhao Zhao. He lowered his head and twirled his little fingers. Little Jing Kong grew up in the temple. The abbot, his master, and his senior brothers were all very good to him, but some things could not be made up in the temple. The gaps in his life were filled by Gu Jiao bit by bit. Gu Jiao could never imagine how important she was to him. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up. Jing Kong is really brave. Little Jing Kong was flattered. He raised his little chin and said, of course, I'm the bravest little man in the family. Gu Yan snorted. Little brat. Little Jing Kong stayed with Gu Jiao for a while. His little heart was comforted and he happily went to the backyard to practice martial arts. Without the loudspeaker, the room was quiet. Gu Yan came to the bedside and sat down. There were only 3 of them left in the house. Little Jing Kong's combat power was equivalent to that of a regiment. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be as troublesome as him. For a moment, the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. Gu Jiao sat at the head of the bed and looked at the little munchkin in Gu Yan's hands. She made a sound of surprise and said, this is, little brother. You've grown so big. Gu Xiaobao, call her sister. Gu Yan lowered her head and said to Gu Xiaobao. Perhaps because he heard his name, Gu Xiaobao stopped sucking on his fingers. He lifted his head to look at Gu Yan, then at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was undoubtedly a stranger to Gu Xiaobao. However, Gu Xiaobao had a good temper. He usually didn't cry or make a fuss. When the neighbors came to hug or pinch him, he would give them face. Gu Yan placed Gu Xiaobao in Gu Jiao's arms. Indeed, he didn't cry. He just opened his big round eyes and drooled as he stared unblinkingly at Gu Jiao. Gu Xiaobao was chubby and the 2 lumps of meat on his face were heavy. He looked especially like a little Fua. Gu Jiao looked at his silly and adorable appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Gu Xiaobao was already 3 months old. He could actually recognize people. For example, he liked Yaoshi the most, followed by nannies. After all, they had milk to drink. When there was no milk to drink, Gu Xiaobao would eat his fingers. However, perhaps because he had never seen Gu Jiao before, Gu Xiaobao was a little confused. He was so confused that he forgot to eat his fingers. Then, in the next second, he stuffed his favorite little finger, which even Gu Yan couldn't bear to give to him, into Gu Jiao's mouth. The 3 little men didn't occupy Gu Jiao for too long. This was because when the little monk went to the rear courtyard to practice, he deliberately shouted, "Jiao Jiao, wake up." Thus, Yao Shi, Nanny Fong, Yu Ya, and the old chancellor all put down their work and came over. Gu Jiao dressed neatly, washed up, and went to the central room. Yao Shi and the old chancellor sat at the table and watched her. Nanny Fong and Yu Ya stood behind Yao Shi. Nanny Fong kept wiping her tears and cried even harder than Yao Shi. "Nanny, eldest miss is back." Yu Ya whispered. Nanny Fong choked with sobs and said, "I know, I'm just happy." After looking forward to it for so many days, he finally came back, didn't he? We can finally have a good new year. When Gu Jiao was lying inside, Nanny Fong wasn't so emotional. However, when she saw Yao Shi holding Gu Jiao's hand with red eyes, she immediately couldn't hold it in anymore. Yao Shi was still trying to hold it in. She held back her tears and touched her daughter's cheek, saying, "You've lost weight." Her face was also red from the cold. It wasn't as white and glossy as when she was in the capital. It could be seen that she had suffered a lot in the past 3 months. Yao Shi was very distressed. She asked Gu Jiao about what happened at the frontier fortress. Gu Jiao only said that everything was fine. The war was over, the city was taken back, the border of Zhao country was defended, and the old Marquis and Princess Ning were saved. How many soldiers died, how much they paid, how many people lost their homes, and how many times she narrowly escaped death. She didn't mention these. Yao Shi also knew that her daughter only reported the good news and not the bad, so she didn't force her. She smiled and wiped away her tears, saying, "It's the new year, let's not talk about this. It's good that you're back. Your grandfather and 2 older brothers are all right, right?" Everyone in the capital knew that Gu Chongqing had been ordered to go up north. Although Gu Qingfeng had slipped out, he had caused Marquis Gu to suffer a beating. When Marquis Gu looked back, he knew that this fellow had gone up north to find the old Marquis. Gu Jiao nodded, "They're all well." All 3 of them were injured, but they were recovering well. Gu Qingfeng was the most resistant to beatings and was the first to recover. Gu Chongqing's injury was also not a big problem. Now, only the old Marquis still needed to recuperate. After returning to the capital, he would do rehabilitation with Tang Yushan. Yao Shi looked at Gu Xiaobao, who was being shaken back and forth by Gu Yan. She gently said to Gu Jiao, "When your grandfather comes back, let's go to the residence to see him." He was a sworn brother, so he had to visit him. Yao Shi and her daughter had endless things to talk about. Until Gu Xiaobao was hungry, she then carried Gu Xiaobao to feed him. The old chancellor also asked about the situation at the frontier. He was not as easy to fool as those at home. He was once exiled to the frontier for 5 years because of Zhuang Jin's, so he knew how hard it was at the frontier. "Sigh, it's been hard on you." The old chancellor sighed, "You don't know how much Ahang misses you. He comes to the palace every 2 to 3 days. The officials think he can't wait to climb up the ranks. In fact, it's all to inquire about the news at the frontier." Xiaoheng just came out of the study and happened to hear the old chancellor's words. Gu Jiao also happened to look at him. He didn't know whether to advance or retreat. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm concerned about the military situation." Gu Jiao, oh. The old chancellor asked about the remnants of the previous dynasty. Prince Yi and the prince consort are really dead? Gu Jiao nodded. The prince consort was killed by Gu Chongqing. Prince Yi died of illness. The power of the previous dynasty should be completely disintegrated. The old chancellor asked, "What's going on in Qin country? How did Yuan Tang escape from the capital and surrendered to the Gu army? Their military strength is above the Gu army. There's no need for them to surrender without a fight, right? Could it be a conspiracy?" The old chancellor couldn't be blamed for being so cautious. Everything that happened in Qin country was too unbelievable. Besides, Xiaoheng didn't tell the old chancellor that he was the one who let Yuan Tang out of the capital. As for the friendship between Yuan Tang and Gu Jiao, the old chancellor didn't know anything about it. Surrender was what Zhao country called it. In fact, it was a truce between the two armies. Qin country had more military strength than the Gu army by 40,000, but the morale of Qin country was not as good as that of the Gu army. Moreover, Qin country had serious internal strife. The war caused the national treasury to be in deficit. They couldn't afford it. The old chancellor thought, "What's going on with the Rong family? Their sister is the imperial concubine, but they went to help Prince Bo." Gu Jiao said, "Because the monarch doesn't want to make imperial concubine Rong the empress." There was a letter in the brocade box that Yuan Tang gave to Gu Jiao. It explained the reason for the Rong family's betrayal. It turned out that the monarch of Qin country thought highly of the Rong family and loved imperial concubine Rong and her son. He secretly wrote an imperial edict to make imperial concubine Zhang the empress and make her son the crown prince. Noble consort Rong told the Rong family about this news. Noble consort Rong's original intention was that her father and brother could make a decision for her, whether by coercion or enticement, to make the king of Qin retract his decree and make her empress instead. Who would have thought that at this time, Prince Bo came to the door? He came to propose marriage for his only son, Rong Yao's daughter. As long as he became the king, Rong Yao's daughter would be the rightful crown princess. In addition, he also promised a lot of power and land to the Rong family. He was much more generous than the monarch of Qin country. However, the Rong family had enough of the days of being at the mercy of others. Instead of supporting others to be the emperor, they would rather be the emperor themselves. Imperial concubine Rong had a younger son who was less than 5 years old. It didn't matter if Yuan Tang died. They would support the 5-year-old 9th prince to ascend the throne. After that, they would let the 9th prince abdicate in the Rong family. That way, the Rong family would be able to rule the world. Prince Bo came to the Rong family to ask a tiger for its skin. In the end, he died under Rong Yao's sword. After this incident, the monarch aged 10 years overnight and never mentioned making imperial concubine Zhang the empress again. Yuan Tang also didn't force the monarch to make him the crown prince. Yuan Tang just told the monarch that he was determined to be the crown prince, whether the monarch gave it to him or he took it himself. The monarch was poisoned by Prince Bo and was almost dead. How could he fight against Yuan Tang, who was at the peak of his power? If nothing unexpected happened, the next time Yuan Tang went to Zhao country, he would be the crown prince of Qin country. After hearing Gu Jiao's explanation, old chancellor let out a long sigh. The royal family doesn't have any kinship, it's the same no matter which royal family it is. However, this Yuan Tang, really makes people have a whole new level of respect for him. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. Speaking of Yuan Tang, Gu Jiao remembered the thing Yuan Tang asked her to bring to Lu Yixing. "I'll go out later," Gu Jiao said. "Jiao Jiao, where are you going?" Little Jing Kong ran in sweating. Gu Jiao looked at him in a panic and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you practicing martial arts? Have you been eavesdropping on our conversation?" "I didn't eavesdrop. You were so loud." Little Jing Kong rubbed his small hands guiltily. Well, he did eavesdrop a little. But he didn't do it on purpose, and he didn't understand. He was just worried that Jiao Jiao would suddenly leave without saying goodbye. Since Gu Jiao had returned, she naturally had to enter the palace to report to her grandaunt that she was safe. She had thought about it. After reporting to her grandaunt, she would go to Lu Yixing's place to give Yuan Tang's gift to him. "Jiao Jiao, can I go with you?" Little Jing Kong asked cutely. "Okay." Gu Jiao rubbed his mushroom head. His hair was soft and comfortable to rub. Little Jing Kong stretched his small head. "Jiao Jiao, if you like, you can always rub it. It doesn't matter if you rub it until it's bald." Xiaoheng walked over with his cane and said calmly, "I happen to have a memorial from the Ministry of Rites to present to His Majesty. Let's go to the palace together." The old chancellor's mouth twitched. Presenting a memorial to His Majesty on New Year's Day. Could it be any more ridiculous? Unfortunately, only the old chancellor knew about the imperial court. The rest of the family didn't. "Bad brother-in-law, why do you have to go too?" Little Jing Kong suddenly felt a little resentful. When the three of them arrived at the carriage, they were surprised to find that there were already 3 people sitting inside: Gu Yan, Gu Shaoshun, and Gu Xiaobao, who was 3 months old. Gu Jiao, more strange tales, more, but in the end, Yao Shi stopped all the small tales. The reason was that the carriage wasn't big enough to fit so many people. But it was unfair to let any of the small tales come down, so she decided not to let any of them go. And Xiaoheng perfectly avoided the fate of being kept at home by Yao Shi because of the official excuse of the memorial. The 4 small faces expressionlessly watched the 2 of them get into the carriage. But what no one expected was that before Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng set off, Grandaunt's carriage arrived. Grandaunt hadn't received the news that Gu Jiao was back. She came to celebrate Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong's birthday. Without Gu Jiao, the 2 little brats must be very sad. So, she used illness as an excuse to cancel the palace banquet. "It's Grandaunt. Grandaunt is here." As soon as little Jing Kong's voice was heard, Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao got off the carriage. Eunuch Qin also got off the carriage. He lifted the curtain for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang bowed and walked out. Halfway, Eunuch Qin's hand shook and the curtain fell with a bang, slapping Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Qin. Slapping my face on New Year's Day. You and your group of little bastards don't want to live anymore." Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to see blood today. Miss Gu." Eunuch Qin was stunned. Empress Dowager Zhuang lifted the curtain with a whoosh. She was so angry that she wanted to sacrifice Eunuch Qin and his group of little bastards to the heavens. However, the moment she saw Gu Jiao, her anger was extinguished. "Qin Huai." Her gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face and she called Eunuch Qin's name. "Ah, Empress Dowager." Eunuch Qin came back to his senses. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave him a slap on the forehead. "Eunuch Qin. Does it hurt?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. I don't dare to hurt," Eunuch Qin said in fear and trepidation. Empress Dowager Zhuang dusted her sleeves and sighed, "Then it hurts." Very good, you're not dreaming. Eunuch Qin, Grandaunt. Gu Jiao walked over. Empress Dowager Zhuang always dressed up like an old lady when she came to buy Shui Ali. She didn't look extravagant at all. Even her carriage was no different from a commoner's carriage. But the stool was a little steep, so someone had to hold it. Eunuch Qin hurriedly stretched out his arm. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with disgust. Eunuch Qin's eyes flashed and he tactfully retreated to the side. Gu Jiao helped Empress Dowager Zhuang down. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't wait to enter the courtyard. She looked at Gu Jiao at the door. Gu Jiao's change was obvious. She wasn't a girl who was pampered in the boudoir. She suffered a lot in the wind and rain. Even so, when she came back from the frontier fortress, Empress Dowager Zhuang almost didn't dare to recognize her. Needless to say, she was thin and tanned. Her cheeks were red from the cold and her lips were a little chapped. She was in the best age of a young girl. In Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes, she was still beautiful and heroic. Moreover, she had a strength that was not inferior to the men of Zhao country. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought of countless words that she would say to Gu Jiao when she came back. But when she saw her, Empress Dowager Zhuang found that she couldn't say a single word. Thousands of emotions were stuck in her heart. She took a deep breath, held back the tears in her eyes, and patted Gu Jiao's hand. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Gu Jiao took her grandaunt's hand. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything. She just held Gu Jiao's hand tightly. Just as Empress Dowager Zhuang was immersed in the strong emotions of regaining Gu Jiao, another carriage suddenly came into the alley. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a figure with an impressive dragon aura bowed and walked out. He saw Empress Dowager Zhuang at the door and was startled. Mother! Mother, aren't you recuperating in Rinshou Palace? Why did you secretly come to buy Shui Ali? Empress Dowager Zhuang choked and squinted at him. Didn't you say that you were in seclusion to pray for the soldiers? Then why did you come to buy Shui Ali? I was. The emperor was just about to say that he secretly came out to get some fresh air when he saw the small figure hidden behind Empress Dowager Zhuang. He opened his eyes wide and walked over. Little magic doctor. You're back. Yes, I'm back. Are you okay? I'm fine. Gu Jiao said. The emperor looked at her and also felt that she was fine. She was full of vitality. He said happily, it's good that you're fine. You finally came back safely. Mother won't ignore me anymore. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched and her face darkened. She didn't realize that blaming you for taking Jiao Jiao to the frontier was just an excuse. I just simply didn't want to talk to you. The emperor didn't receive any disdain from his mother at all. He was very happy. First, his mother finally wanted to talk to him. Second, the little magic doctor came back safely. The little magic doctor also contributed to the victory of the frontier fortress. He wanted to reward her. Oh. Chapter 527. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. At the palace banquet on New Year's Eve, the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang left together, leaving only Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince to preside over the situation. They invited Princess Xinyang and other members of the royal family to celebrate the victory at the border and welcome the new year. This was really the first time since the beginning of the world. The emperor entered the courtyard without any psychological pressure. Wherever his mother was, he would be there. Eunuch Wei looked at his emperor with a complicated expression. Ever since His Majesty believed that he had taken the knockout drug, His Majesty had gone on the road of self-indulgence, never to return. Should he remind His Majesty that he had only taken a hair growth pill? Mother! I'm coming. The Emperor immediately became Empress Dowager Wang's little tail. Eunuch Wei covered his eyes. Damn it! I can't look anymore. Gu Jiao originally wanted to go to the palace to tell her grandaunt that she was safe. Since her grandaunt was here, she didn't have to go through so much trouble. Gu Jiao and her grandaunt entered the central room. She didn't observe carefully before. Now that she accompanied her grandaunt to walk around the house, she found that the house had changed a lot in the 3 months that she had been away. The vegetable garden in the front yard was expanded and planted with shallots and radishes. The small fish pond opposite the vegetable garden was filled and replaced with a big fish tank. This was proposed by little Jing Kong. He said that he had a younger brother in the house and that his younger brother should have a place to play. Even though his younger brother was still so young, he still contributed his small fish pond without hesitation. Also, the passage from the backyard to the next house was no longer a passage. The wall had been completely pushed down. Now the backyard of the 2 houses was connected and became a large courtyard. Granduncle bought that house. Seeing Gu Jiao look at the connected courtyard in astonishment, Xiao Heng whispered to her. It's not cheap. Gu Jiao murmured. Xiao Heng nodded. Yes, it cost 1,000 taels. It wasn't so expensive before. But since a new top scorer appeared, Pushui Alley gained the title of Top Scorer Alley. The land price and housing prices soared. This 1,000 taels was a friendly price. Gu Jiao asked curiously, Young master, where did you get so much money? If she remembered correctly, the salary of the Imperial College's chancellor wasn't that high. Xiao Heng pursed his lips. Just selling an official position. Gu Jiao, great uncle, is doing this kind of thing. The old chancellor's operation of selling his official position was like this. First, he would release the news that he wanted to buy a residence. Then, there would be people with bad intentions who would come to his door and bribe him with a huge sum of money. The old chancellor directly carried gold to the emperor's imperial study and told the emperor with righteous indignation, I, Hua Xian, have been honest all my life. I have pledged my loyalty to the emperor without any disloyalty. You actually want to bribe me? What wishful thinking! This humble subject swears that even if all the civil and military officials in the imperial court are bribed, this humble subject will not be bribed. The old chancellor's last words successfully made the emperor ponder deeply. The emperor had encountered a lot of things since he took over the government. Suddenly, he understood some of Empress Dowager Zhuang's decisions in the past. The emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang were completely different in the way of using people. The emperor couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. He needed to use people with integrity, such as the old duke and the old chancellor. Only Marquis Xianping was a bit dissolute, but he never violated the law and ethics. Empress Dowager Zhuang was more open-minded. She paid attention to using people's strengths and tolerating their shortcomings. The most typical example was Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan was a person who liked to achieve great things. His uncle and sister-in-law were not good. If it were the emperor, he would never put him in an important position. However, after the battle at the frontier fortress, the emperor suddenly felt that Tang Yueshan was more good than bad. The emperor began to think about Empress Dowager Zhuang's way of regent and found that there were many things that he could learn from her. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. For example, it was impossible to get rid of the system that had been passed down from their ancestors. It had shaken the interests of too many nobles and scholar officials. However, Empress Mother had used a 6-part assessment system to easily solve the problem. Although there would still be officials, it would reduce the mediocre qualifications of the officials and the length of time they would be in office. This was a perfect balance. The emperor felt that the matter of buying officials would exist no matter what. The old chancellor refused, but it was hard to guarantee that the other party wouldn't find another one. Instead of finding an unknown official, it was better to have the old chancellor agree. This way, at least he would know which officials were bought. Everything would be under his control. When the court was completely stable, he would catch this group of people in one fell swoop. Therefore, with the emperor's permission, the old chancellor openly accepted bribes and bought the big house next to the top scholar's house. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor sat down in the central room. Both of them had many things to say to Gu Jiao. The old chancellor quietly went to the kitchen to make brown sugar glutinous rice cake. Xiaoheng planned to help his teacher, but he was mercilessly rejected by the old chancellor. Did he not know how good his cooking skills were? Heng, come and help put up the couplets. Yao Shi said with a smile. Okay. Xiaoheng walked out, carrying a bucket of paste. He brought a few young men from the family to put up the couplets at the door. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not bring up the matter of the battlefield. Those matters could be brought up after the new year. She talked about the matters in the village. The eunuchs and guards she sent to Qingquan village saw Xuanningsiang. The matter of Zhou Heir Zhuang and Headley asking to marry Xuanningsiang at the same time caused a huge commotion in the surrounding villages. Xuanningsiang was a young widow. Many people in the countryside looked down on her, but there were some with bad intentions who wanted to taint her. Originally, when Gu Jiao's family and Mother Zhou were all present, those vile people could still restrain themselves. Later on, Gu Jiao's family left. Mother Zhou passed away. Gu Yan's 2 hidden guards also returned to the capital. Xuanningsiang's situation became difficult. There was once when she was sleeping in the middle of the night. A ruffian from the neighboring village actually climbed over the wall and entered her room. He pressed her down on the bed and bullied her. It was only when Gowa woke up and cried too loudly that the villagers came that the ruffian did not succeed. There was no way to hide news in the countryside. What happened in the night spread throughout the village the next day. That ruffian was called Li Dezhu. His wife went to Xuanningsiang's house the next day and had a big argument. She cursed Xuanningsiang as a fox spirit, a lowly hussy, a little whore. She stripped naked in the sorghum field and seduced her man. She even told her man to go find her in the middle of the night. Xuanningsiang went from being a victim to a fox spirit who seduced people. It was hard to explain. There were many similar incidents. Xuanningsiang never mentioned it in the letter. If Empress Dowager Zhuang's people didn't go to the countryside, they wouldn't know that Xuanningsiang had suffered so many grievances. Luo Li was protecting Xuanningsiang. But the more he protected her, the more gossip there was. In the end, he, as Li Zheng, became an outsider. After Dean Li learned of this matter, he wanted to bring Xuanningsiang to town. At this time, Zhou Erzwang came back. It was unknown how the matter became known to everyone. In short, the whole village knew that Xuanningsiang was fancied by their brother-in-law and the dean of Tianshang Academy. To be exact, they believed that Xuanningsiang had seduced them. Xuanningsiang was scolded miserably. Her maternal family, who was 100 li away, also received the news. They came to catch Xuanningsiang and scolded her. Sometimes, human nature was like this. After seeing Xuanningsiang struggle in the mire, they didn't want to see her climb out of it. In many people's eyes, a widow who cursed her husband to death should be spurned by others. What right did she have to live a life above others? Of course, there was a way to solve all of this. People dared to scold a stone that blocked the road, but almost no one scolded the mountains in front of and behind the village. Empress Dowager Zhuang directly turned Xuanningsiang into the tallest mountain in the village. My family's Empress Dowager wants to invite Lady Xue to the capital. As soon as the eunuch said this, the people in the surrounding villages directly knelt down. The highest official they knew was the county magistrate. What was the Empress Dowager? She was a bodhisattva, a Buddha, and the heavens. She was a powerful existence that could take the lives of their entire village with a single finger. No, she didn't even need to use a finger. Everyone's gaze towards Xuanxiang changed from jealousy to fear. They couldn't afford to be jealous. Of course, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't really want to force Xuanxiang to the capital. She just said that to support her. The people sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang told Xuanxiang that with the Empress Dowager's support, she didn't need to be afraid of anything. Even if she wanted to marry 8 to 10 husbands, no one would dare gossip about her. Xuanxiang was frightened by these rebellious words. What 8 to 10 husbands? She didn't have such thoughts. However, after such a conversation, Xuanxiang's courage grew by quite a bit. Zhou Erzwang and Headmaster Li were both very outstanding men. In another 10 or 20 years, perhaps Xuanxiang would choose the high-spirited young man, Zhou Erzwang. However, she was only 2 years older than Gu Jiao. At this age, she was carrying a bumpy experience, so she was more inclined towards Headmaster Li, who was like a father to her. He was mature and steady, he was considerate and meticulous, he treated people with tolerance, and he also had money. Moreover, Zhou Erzwang was Xuanxiang's younger brother-in-law. Xuanxiang couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart. Finally, and most importantly, she was a mother. Sometimes, it wasn't the man who restrained a woman, but the child. Guo liked Headmaster Li and confusedly recognized him as her father. What else could she do as her mother? Old Madame Li's love for Xuanxiang and Guo was a plus. To put it bluntly, Xuanxiang was tired and wanted to find a man she could rely on to live the rest of her life peacefully. Empress Dowager Zhuang understood Xuanxiang's choice. In this world, not everyone could be as strong as Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was unique. She never sought a sense of security from anyone. Her heart was strong enough and full of strength. Of course, this came with a price. She wasn't born strong, but there were too many things that she needed to carry with her young shoulders. Jiao, she carried all of them. Xuanxiang didn't need to become the second Jiao. She could live her life comfortably. In addition, Xuanxiang wrote a letter to Gu Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang always kept it in her purse when she played cards. She gave the letter to Gu Jiao. This time, Xuanxiang didn't report the good news or the bad news. After all, Empress Dowager Zhuang's people already knew everything. There was no point in hiding it. In the letter, she asked about the Empress Dowager's situation. Why did the Empress Dowager know her? Was it because Xiao Lulang, the new top scorer, was doing too well in the capital? Or was it because Gu Jiao and the Marquis's mansion that the Empress Dowager's people were alarmed? Xuanxiang thought that she didn't have that much face. Could it be that the old lady with leprosy is the Empress Dowager? I don't have that luck. Then, didn't I cook for the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager also helped me look after my baby. It can't be. My ancestral grave doesn't emit smoke. Gu Jiao thought for a while and replied, do you want to go back to your ancestral grave? Jiao. Little Jingkong ran over with a letter in his hand. He was originally pasting couplets. When he suddenly saw Gu Jiao reading the letter, he remembered that he also had a letter. Children were like this. Jiao, Brother Ming sent me the second letter. Do you want to show it to me? Gu Jiao asked. A letter was a very private thing. Gu Jiao wouldn't casually open little Jing Kong's letter just because he was a child. But if he wanted to share it with her, Gu Jiao would gladly accept. Yes. I want to show it to you, Jiao. Little Jing Kong nodded. Gu Jiao opened the letter. It was full of greetings between children. Little Jing Kong mentioned some interesting things about his family and the Imperial College in the last letter, which successfully aroused Ming-er's interest in learning. Ming-er told little Jing Kong that he also went to the Imperial College to study. However, he was going to the martial arts class. The Imperial College of the Liang Kingdom was slightly different from that of the Zhao Kingdom. It was divided into civil and martial arts classes. It was probably because the Liang Kingdom's imperial examination not only included civil but also military examinations. When little Jing Kong read the letter for the first time, he didn't feel much. Now that he read it again with Gu Jiao, he suddenly felt very envious of brother Ming-er. He also wanted to learn martial arts. He wanted to protect Jiao Jiao. Along with the second letter was the thank you gift about the music score of Reflection that Ming-er mentioned in the first letter. The letter was sent by Eagle, so it came quickly. The thank you gift was carried by horse carriages, so it took a long time. The thank you gift was prepared by Princess Yu and her husband. It was some specialties of the Liang Kingdom and more than a dozen children's toys. They were quite thoughtful. In addition, Princess Yu knew that little Jing Kong was talented and smart and was learning different languages. She specially selected 10 books that were only available in the Shangwan Kingdom, which were suitable for little Jing Kong's level. Xiao Heng made a plan for little Jing Kong. He read a little every day and improved a lot in the 3 Shangwan Kingdom subjects. In order to prove his improvement, little Jing Kong jumped off the chair and ran back to the room. He took his 3 Shangwan Kingdom poetry books and said, "Jiao Jiao, I'll recite them to you." He put his little hands behind his back and began to recite them while shaking his head. It was as if Gu Jiao could understand him. It was Gu Jiao's first time traveling. In the past, it was Xiao Heng who went out. Every time he came back, Xiao Heng could feel the changes at home. This time, it was Gu Jiao's turn to feel the changes. Gu Xiaobao had grown up, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan had grown taller, little Jing Kong had grown hair, and he could recite many Shangwan Kingdom poetry books. This feeling was quite novel. Dinner was not ready so quickly, but the hot water was ready first. Yao Shi asked the children to bathe. Quickly finish bathing and wash your clothes. There's no need to wash clothes on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Yao Shi said. I'll go bathe first. Little Jing Kong turned into an obedient baby who loved bathing. He had forgotten how much he hated bathing during the 3 months when Gu Jiao was not around. Jiao Jiao, go bathe too, Yao Shi said gently to Gu Jiao. Okay, Gu Jiao agreed. The hot water was only enough for 2 people to bathe. The rest of them had to wait for the next batch. Brother-in-law, thank you. Please help me bathe. Little Jing Kong came to the door and said politely to Xiao Heng, who was pasting the couplets. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. Ha, that's not what you said the last time. If I dare to catch you to bathe again, what are you going to do? Run away from home. Cough. Little Jing Kong cleared his throat, spread his hands, and said helplessly, who hasn't been young and frivolous? Xiao Heng brought little Jing Kong to the west room to bathe. The charcoal fire in the west room was burning brightly, so it was not cold. Gu Jiao also went to bathe. She realized that there was a new wooden bucket at home. It was big and deep. When she sat down, her whole body could be submerged in the water. Phew! It was too comfortable. Her little toes bounced under the water. After bouncing for a while, she suddenly thought of something. She came back unscathed. Shouldn't her husband fulfill his promise to her? When Xiao Heng came out of the west room, he saw that Gu Jiao had finished bathing and washing her hair. She was sitting warmly in the central room. Xiao Heng was slightly surprised. So fast. Little Jing Kong was still playing with water in the wooden bucket. The water was a little cold, so he went to the kitchen to get some hot water for little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao looked at him with her eyes wide open. Empress Dowager Zhuang went to the kitchen to eat brown sugar glutinous rice cake, and the emperor followed her. Only Gu Jiao was left in the central room. The sky was a little dark, but Gu Jiao's eyes were so bright that it was impossible to ignore them. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xiao Heng asked. "I'm not hurt," Gu Jiao said. "Yes, I know." Xiao Heng nodded. After saying that, he realized something. He was startled, his eyelashes trembled, and his cheeks began to heat up. Gu Jiao looked at him with her hands on her cheeks. It was an expectant look. Chapter 528. After taking a bath in Little Jing Kong, it was Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's turn. Gu Xiaobao also let Nanny Fang carry him to take a fragrant New Year's Eve bath. "Gu Jiao, she's not in a hurry." "Yes, she's not in a hurry. It's done." Madame Yao walked in from the back door of the central room with a smile. Gu Jiao stood up immediately. Xiao Heng, who was pasting couplets in the eastern room, choked. Madame Yao smiled and said, "The New Year's Eve dinner is ready. Let's eat first." Gu Jiao. "Oh." Xiao Heng let out a sigh. This kind of thing was embarrassing. He agreed so quickly because the atmosphere was so warm. He couldn't just refuse such a small request when she was about to go to war. It was quite embarrassing when he thought about it. Moreover, he didn't expect that someone would really take this kind of thing to heart. She couldn't forget it even after thinking about it for 3 months. This was too. Xiao Heng cleared his throat and glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. Gu Jiao had been looking at him the whole time. She was caught red-handed by him. However, Gu Jiao didn't look away guiltily. Instead, she smiled at him. Xiao Heng, it seemed that he really couldn't be a human tonight. Although he was the one being stared at, it wasn't that he didn't want to. Therefore, strictly speaking, he took advantage of her. Xiao Heng, Xiao Heng, you're only 19, but you want to be a beast. There were many people in the house, so they had to put together 2 tables to sit down. The New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous. There were cured meat and sausages from their own house, fried meatballs and eggplant from the neighbors, and a slaughtered chicken. It wasn't their own, but it was bought from the market. However, it still scared the chickens at home for a while. Other than that, the old chancellor also made braised small yellow croaker, mushroom duck soup, smoked bamboo shoot slices, of course, little Jing Kong's vegetarian dishes and steamed eggs with shrimp were also included. As New Year's Eve was also the birthday of Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong, the old chancellor had specially cooked 2 bowls of longevity noodles, one big and one small, for the 2 of them. Just a day ago, this family was still worried. Only after Gu Jiao returned did they finally have the feeling of a New Year's reunion. It was not the first time the emperor had eaten at Jadewater Lane, but it was the first time he had eaten New Year's Eve dinner. He looked at the dishes on the table that were not even worth mentioning compared to the palace banquet. He did not know if it was because the dishes were too shabby, but he actually felt a little sour in his nose after eating. He suddenly remembered the time when his mother was in the cold palace. It was also New Year's Eve when he and Ningen climbed over the wall to find his mother. At that time, he saw his mother sitting alone in the cold, dilapidated room. There wasn't even a decent pot of silver charcoal. He took out the pastries and chicken legs that he had stolen with great difficulty and handed them to his mother. Unexpectedly, the pastries were crushed, and the chicken legs fell to the ground. He did not cry when he climbed over the wall and fell, but when he was chased and beaten by the palace servants and realized that his mother might have to starve on New Year's Eve, he cried out loud. He had forgotten all these things after being bewitched by concubine Jing, but he remembered more and more recently. He felt more and more guilty towards his mother. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei, who was helping to carry the dishes, looked at the emperor with a panicked expression. The emperor's tears could not be stopped. He stubbornly choked and said, "I'm fine." "It's the effect of that white medicine acting up again, Eunuch Wei." Everyone, after eating the New Year's Eve dinner, the emperor remembered many things from his childhood. He deeply understood how much damage he had done to his mother during those years when he and his mother became enemies. He had even caused his mother to contract leprosy. What kind of crazy behavior was that? Fortunately, his mother met the little divine doctor. If it wasn't for the little divine doctor's miraculous hands and benevolence, he might have regretted it for the rest of his life. After the New Year's Eve dinner, he found Gu Jiao chopping firewood and boiling water in the kitchen. "I've thought about it. I want to thank you properly," the emperor said solemnly. Gu Jiao looked at the emperor strangely. The emperor said sincerely, "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reunite with my mother. Also, if it wasn't for you, the war at the border wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Why was he talking about the war? The emperor's thoughts wandered a little. From Gu Jiao's kindness to Empress Dowager Zhuang, he thought of Gu Jiao's various actions at the border. "I've heard about what happened at the border. In order to save your grandfather, you and Gu Qingfeng went deep into the remnants of the previous dynasty. In the end, you were chased by the previous dynasty's army and almost died to the emperor's son-in-law's arrow. After that, you unfortunately contracted the plague for the sake of the plague victims in Lingguan City. After that, you went to kill the emperor's son-in-law's men of sacrifice for your eldest brother, but you were frozen into an ice sculpture on the icy plains. You also contracted lung disease from the cold, coughed up blood, and fainted," the emperor said with heartache. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. A terrifying aura was coming from behind him. The emperor was the son of heaven. His aura was very strong and ordinary people couldn't compare to it. It could be seen how cold the other party's aura was to make him tremble. Gu Jiao also felt it. She turned her head and saw that Xiaoheng had come to the backyard at some point. He was staring at her with a burning gaze. He didn't say anything, but his eyes clearly said everything. She had been chased crazily and almost died to the emperor's son-in-law's arrow. She had contracted the plague and was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. She had also contracted lung disease, coughed up blood, and fainted. Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with two balls of anger, but the aura around him was extremely cold. Gu Jiao heard little Fuli's small voice saying goodbye in her ear. She decided to make a final struggle. "I didn't." The emperor didn't know that he had caused Gu Jiao to lose her horse. He patted Gu Jiao's small shoulder and said, all right, don't deny it. This one has already seen the military report from the border. This one knows that you don't have a flamboyant personality. Don't worry, this one won't tell anyone." Gu Jiao clenched her small fists. "You've already said it to the person you shouldn't say it to the most." Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes dangerously. Little liar." At this time, the emperor finally noticed Xiaoheng in the yard. Xiaoheng leaned on his cane and walked towards Gu Jiao with a cold expression. He was here to denounce Gu Jiao. The emperor's gaze fell on his small crippled leg and cane. He asked with a strange voice, "Didn't you say that your leg has already recovered? Why are you still using this?" Yuya, who was in the woodshed, covered her mouth. She didn't mean it. She said it for the Empress Dowager. His Majesty heard it himself. Don't blame her. The sudden revelation made Xiaoheng stop in his tracks. He staggered and almost fell. This time, it was Gu Jiao's turn to narrow her eyes and look up and down at Xiao Heng with a dangerous gaze. "Ha, you still called me a little liar. It turns out that we're the same." The emperor had exposed two identities at once, but he still didn't realize it. He was thinking about how to reward the little magic doctor while secretly returning to the palace with Empress Dowager Zhuang. He left the lost couple at the door of the kitchen and stared at each other. "Yuya, was called over. When did your leg recover?" Gu Jiao asked with a serious expression. Yuya's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at her husband guiltily, lowered her head, and said weakly, It was the second day after your mother came here for the first time." Gu Jiao had an impression. The first time Princess Xinyang had visited was not long after Prince Ning's accident. At that time, Xiaoheng had been harmed by Prince Ning and had injured his right hand. She had gone to Vermilion Bird Avenue and told Princess Xinyang that Xiaoheng had been living in the shadow of being abandoned by Princess Xinyang and his unbearable past and self-loathing. Princess Xinyang came to Xiaoheng. With the help of his great-aunt, Xiaoheng learned that Princess Xinyang had never abandoned him. The mother and son's worries were solved. So, after his heart disease was cured, his leg was no longer crippled? But when he went to Hanlin Academy for duty the next day, it was clearly not like that. "By the way, how's your hand? Does it still hurt? Can you write? It doesn't seem very good. I don't have much strength. Is my hand like my leg? Does it need?" At that time, he had sighed and wanted to say something but stopped himself. He really looked like a little cripple who could no longer walk. She comforted him and told him to strengthen his rehabilitation and massage more. He would definitely recover. Then, she massaged him the entire way. Gu Jiao now seriously suspected that not only had his leg healed, but his hand had also healed. He was faking it. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at Xiaoheng. Her small eyes were a bit fierce. Xiaoheng also did not expect that he would fall again and again. Not only was his act of faking a cripple exposed, even his act of faking a crippled hand was exposed. This was great. He did not even know who was blaming whom. "What is it?" Yao Shi saw that the three people's expressions were not quite right. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not speak. Yuya pointed at Gu Jiao and quietly said to Yao Shi, "Eldest young miss fell seriously ill at the border and almost froze to death. When she came back, she lied that nothing had happened to her." Yao Shi's expression changed. Yuya then pointed at Xiaoheng, "There's also son-in-law's leg. In truth, it was healed a long time ago, but he also lied that he was still crippled." Yao Shi. Yao Shi took a deep breath and tightened her grip on her handkerchief. "It's the new year. Don't get angry, don't get angry." She squeezed out a smile. "Today is Aheng and Jing Kong's birthday. Everyone is waiting for you in the main room." Following this, she looked at the young couple and put on a fake smile, saying, "After the new year, I will settle this debt with you." She turned around and helped Yuya into the main room. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow and glanced at a certain person. "Did you hear that? After the new year, I will settle this debt with you." Xiaoheng faintly smirked. "You speak as if I don't need to settle this debt with you. Gu Jiao, your situation is more serious than mine." Gu Jiao. What sort of new title was this? Xiaoheng had blurted out this title. After saying it, he felt that it was quite good. He suddenly curled his lips and called out, "Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and pondered for a few seconds. She then looked at him meaningfully. "Since we're even now, tonight you." Before she could finish speaking, his slender finger gently pressed against her soft lips. "No, you're not allowed to. You won't be allowed to see." Gu Jiao's small face darkened. Since the matter had been exposed, Xiaoheng might as well not hide it and openly entered the main room. It was just that everyone's attention was not on his legs for the time being. Glancing around, they faintly felt that something was off, but they could not figure it out for a while. Yao Shi had also learned bad things, so she did not remind them. She just waited for them to scare themselves. Brother-in-law, sit. Gu Xiaoshan had Xiaoheng sit. Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong were the birthday stars, and they sat next to each other on a bench. In fact, they did not have the habit of celebrating their birthday. It was little Jing Kong who celebrated his birthday every year. Thanks to him, everyone in the family had started celebrating their birthday. The only thing they missed was Gu Jiao and Gu Yan's birthday. Gu Jiao was on the way to the frontier fortress. She did not celebrate her birthday, and neither did Gu Yan. Gu Yan said that he would celebrate his birthday with Jiao Jiao next year. Little monk, here. Gu Yan gave the small clay sculpture he made to little Jing Kong. This year, the house was finally not empty. It was a small fish pond, and there were 2 ugly carrots in it. He did not give Xiaoheng fish soup, but a courtyard. It happened to be a small house with last year's gift. It was also ingenious. Gu Xiaoshan gave the 2 of them 2 pen holders, one big and one small. The workmanship was exquisite, and there were even poems engraved on them. Little Jing Kong liked it very much, and Xiaoheng was also very satisfied. Gu Xiaoshan had been studying carving for a long time. Not only did he improve his skills, but he also learned a lot. Now, he had more words than the scholars in the capital. As long as he was told that these words needed to be engraved, he could immediately memorize them. Normal people memorized words according to the strokes, but Gu Xiaoshan memorized words as a pattern. Although the method was different, it achieved the same effect. In comparison, Gu Yan's knowledge was really too terrible to look at. This did not mean that Gu Yan was stupid. On the contrary, he was the smartest person in the family besides Xiaoheng. Nothing could be hidden from him. For example, the chastity mark on Gu Jiao's face. Yao Shi did not tell him, and he did not eavesdrop that night, but he could guess it. Another example was Gu Jiao's small eyes that fell on Xiaoheng from time to time. Gu Yan could not guess what Gu Jiao was thinking. It could not be helped. The twins were so powerful. Empress Dowager Zhuang left gifts for the 2 of them before she left. She gave little Jing Kong a string of colored glass Buddha beads. This was the first batch of colored glass that Zhao successfully produced after the Liang state passed the colored glass technology to the Zhao state. The color and luster were very good. Of course, little Jing Kong liked it very much. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave Xiaoheng a colored glass inkstone. The old chancellor gave the 2 of them books, and Yao Shi made 2 sets of clothes by herself. Gu Jiao also prepared a gift. She gave little Jing Kong a rattle drum from the frontier fortress. After the victory, the 4-year-old child from Yuqing City gave the only rattle drum to her. You are right. The army did not leave. This is your reward. This was the most sincere intention that a child could have during the war. Little Jing Kong soon found a problem. Why didn't brother-in-law give me a gift? Your sister gave me a gift. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully. She was the best gift for his birthday. I want to see it. Little Jing Kong said. Since it was the little guy's birthday, Xiaoheng did not discourage him. He only picked a brush from the pile of gifts. Here. A brush. Little Jing Kong shook his little rattle drum. My gift is still the best. Jiao Jiao likes me the most. They went to the backyard to light firecrackers. Brother-in-law. Gu Yan suddenly came to Xiaoheng and said mysteriously, Come here. I have something good to show you. Xiaoheng followed Gu Yan to the central room. At this moment, everyone was watching little Jing Kong and Gu Shaoshan light firecrackers in the backyard. The central room was deserted except for Gu Yan and Xiaoheng. Gu Yan sneakily took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. It's freezing. It's freezing. What is this? Xiaoheng asked, puzzled. Wine. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows and said, it's not ordinary wine. It's a double brew, pear blossom brew and osmanthus brew. It took me a lot of effort to get it from my son-in-law. Why did you get it? Xiaoheng asked. Gu Yan said without changing his expression, I want to drink it. Brother-in-law, let's drink it together. Once you're drunk, Jiao Jiao will be able to do whatever she wants. Gu Yan was going all out for Jiao Jiao. You can't drink. Xiaoheng firmly objected. Gu Yan had a heart condition, and he was too young. He definitely couldn't drink alcohol. Gu Yan looked at him pleadingly, 1 cup is fine. Xiaoheng said, not even half a cup. Gu Yan pursed her lips, but I'm here to drink with you. I've never drunk wine in my life. I heard that this kind of wine doesn't make people drunk. Brother-in-law, let me have a taste of it. Xiaoheng, no. Gu Yan lowered his head, feeling wronged. To be honest, it was hard for people to resist him like this, but Xiaoheng was sober. He wouldn't condone Gu Yan drinking. As if he could see Xiaoheng's unwavering determination, Gu Yan took a step back, then, brother-in-law, why don't you try it for me and tell me what it tastes like? Okay. It was the new year, so Xiaoheng couldn't spoil the child's mood. When Gu Yan saw that he agreed, his eyes lit up again. He was as happy as a child. He personally took the wine glass and filled Xiaoheng's glass to the brim. He knew that his brother-in-law had a good tolerance for alcohol, but this kind of wine wasn't an ordinary double brew. He stole it from his son-in-law. 1 cup was enough to make him drunk. Get drunk. Brother-in-law. Xiaoheng took the glass. Just as he was about to drink, little Jing Kong and Gu Shaoshan unexpectedly rushed in. Little Jing Kong bumped into Xiaoheng on the spot. Xiaoheng's hand trembled and spilled the entire glass of wine. Gu Yan clenched his little fists. Xiao. He. Shang. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Little Jing Kong apologized, made a face at Gu Shaoshan, ha ha ha. Come and catch me. After he said that, he ran out. Gu Shaoshan chased after him. Gu Yan suppressed his anger and poured a second glass for his brother-in-law. He said with a smile, it's okay, there's more. Xiaoheng took the second glass. In the end, the 2 troublemakers ran back. This time, it was Gu Shaoshan. He directly knocked over Xiaoheng's glass. The glass fell to the ground with a bang. Gu Shaoshan. Ha! Broken and safe. Gu Yan was furious. Broken your head. The wine was almost gone. Gu Yan was about to die from anger because of these 2 guys. They were really bad at everything, but they were number 1 at causing trouble. I'm fine. Xiaoheng said, let me do it. You guys go out first. Don't prick your feet. As he spoke, he took a broom and came over to clean up the mess on the floor. It was also at this moment that Gu Shaoshan noticed that Xiaoheng's walking was different from usual. He didn't limp. Brother-in-law. Gu Shaoshan looked at Xiaoheng's right foot. Brother-in-law, what brother-in-law? Hurry up and light the firecrackers. Gu Yan pushed Gu Shaoshan out of the living room. Gu Shaoshan, I just saw. Okay, you saw it. I know. Don't delay my business. Jing Kong. Shaoshan is here. Gu Yan decisively waved at little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong grabbed a firecracker and pounced on Gu Shaoshan. The two childish guys played together again. Gu Yan returned to the living room. Wasn't it just brother-in-law's foot? It was healed long ago. Idiot, you only noticed it now. Brother-in-law, let me help you. Gu Yan eagerly snatched the broom from him and cleaned up the mess on the floor. Then, he shoveled it out with the bucket. When he returned to the living room excitedly, he didn't see his brother-in-law. Instead, his sister was sitting at the table with a flushed face. He walked over in a daze and asked Gu Jiao, "Sister, where is brother-in-law?" Gu Jiao looked at him with her misty eyes and pointed at the study room. Gu Yan saw that Gu Jiao's reaction was not right. He looked at Gu Jiao and then at the porcelain bottle on the table. His heart skipped a beat. He picked up the porcelain bottle and shook it. It was empty. He lifted the porcelain bottle and poured the wine out. There was not a drop of wine left. No, it can't be, Gu Yan, it's not you who drank it. Say it's not you. Bang! Gu Jiao's little head hit the table. Gu Yan, he wanted his brother-in-law to get drunk and send him to his sister's room. However, his brother-in-law didn't get drunk, but his sister passed out first. It's over, it's all over. Gu Yan sat down on the chair dejectedly. He let out a long sigh and also hit his head on the table. When Xiaoheng came out, he saw the two little heads on the table. Senior servant Fang was changing the bedding in the east room, so Xiaoheng had to send Gu Jiao back to the west room first. He would move her over later. Gu Yan said sullenly, "I'll ask Beansprout to make some hangover soup." The hangover soup was quickly sent over, but before he could feed her, Gu Jiao knocked it over and spilled it all over Xiaoheng. Looking at his sister's drunken appearance, Gu Yan knew that there was no way to save the situation. He shook his head helplessly and went to the backyard to light the firecrackers. Xiaoheng's body was covered in hangover soup. His clothes were thick enough so they weren't hot, but they were wet and uncomfortable. Moreover, when the cold wind blew, he would feel cold. He could only change his clothes first. He looked at Gu Jiao and said with amusement, "You're so drunk." Gu Jiao was indeed drunk. She didn't know that the little benefit she had been longing for was right in front of her. Xiaoheng stretched out his slender hand and gently untied his belt, then took off his winter coat and inner clothes. His plain white inner clothes were also wet and stuck to his firm muscles. He slowly took them off, revealing his fair skin, exquisite collarbones, broad shoulders, tight chest, and smooth waist and abdomen, which were full of masculine strength. Gu Jiao suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes in a daze. Looking at a certain someone's firm muscles and attractive body, she couldn't help but whistle in her heart. Wow! Chapter 529. Xiaoheng's shirt and pants were wet from the hangover soup, so he had no choice but to change out of them. When he finished changing and turned around, he subconsciously glanced at Gu Jiao, who was a drunken mess on the bed. Gu Jiao's sleeping posture was a bit, well, it was hard to explain. Her face was flushed, the quilt was kicked, and the pillow was crooked. She spread out her arms and legs and lay on the mattress with her head tilted to the side. "Young master, I've cleaned up." Outside the door, senior servant Fang said. "Okay, I know." Xiaoheng agreed. Xiaoheng came to the bedside and looked at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping in such a strange posture for the first time. He inexplicably felt strange in his heart. Then he looked at Gu Jiao's lips. Wait a minute. Is this girl drunk? Or is she dreaming? Why does it feel like she's drooling? Xiaoheng took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her clean. Why does it feel like this girl is smiling even in her dreams? Gu Jiao was drunk and couldn't stay up late, but the rest of the people played until midnight. Then, little Jing Kong and Gu Shaoshun lit firecrackers. Not only their house, but the entire hutong was lit. Even so, Gu Jiao didn't wake up from her beautiful dream. Her husband is so beautiful and has such a good figure. It's the best I've ever seen in my 2 lifetimes. So good looking, so good looking. In her dreams, Gu Jiao hugged the small quilt and rolled around on the bed. The next day, Gu Xiaobao woke up the earliest. He was hungry and wanted to drink milk. Madame Yao fed him milk, so he didn't want to sleep anymore. A 3-month-old baby couldn't sit or crawl, so he could only accept his fate and lie down. His clothes were especially thick. However, Gu Xiaobao was used to it. He did not cry and just licked his fingers, letting Yao Shi sleep a little longer. Last night, when the firecrackers were burning and crackling, he had been obedient. Later, when he fell asleep and was woken up by the firecrackers, he did not make a fuss. He ate his fingers and coaxed himself to sleep. When Yao Shi woke up, Gu Xiaobao was still licking his fingers. Such an obedient child really melted Yao Shi's heart. Madame Yao dressed herself neatly and went to the central room. Yuya, and senior servant Fong also got up. Soon, little Jing Kong and Gu Shaoshun also got up. The 2 of them sat in the central room in a daze. They did not know what Gu Shaoshun and little Jing Kong were talking about. Both of them looked at the door of the west room. After a while, Xiaoheng came out of the west room. The 2 of them stared at his right foot. Gu Shaoshun used his elbow to nudge little Jing Kong's arm and said in a low voice, "I didn't lie to you, right? Look, it's healed." He had discovered it yesterday, but he forgot about it because of Gu Yan's interruption. This morning, he pulled little Jing Kong along to verify it. Little Jing Kong stared at his bad brother-in-law's right foot and carefully observed it for a while. He nodded and confirmed seriously, "Yes, it's really healed. See, brother-in-law is healed." As soon as Jiao Jiao came back, Gu Shaoshun and Gu Jiao would call each other elder sister when they were together, but with little Jing Kong, they would call each other Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong's address was never affected by Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun. It could be said that he was strong alone. "Brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong called out to Xiaoheng. He walked over and raised his hand to touch Xiaoheng's body. When he realized that he could not reach it, he moved a chair and climbed up. He stood on the chair, but he still could not reach it. You come down a little," he said. "What?" Xiaoheng asked. "Come down a little, I have something to tell you," little Jing Kong said. Xiaoheng decided to give the little monk some face. He bent down slightly and looked at the little monk at the same level. "What's wrong?" Little Jing Kong reached out his small hand and patted his shoulder solemnly. "Brother-in-law, you finally overcome the obstacle and become a normal person. I'm really happy for you." One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Xiaoheng squinted at the little guy and asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said honestly, "I want to increase the rent." Xiaoheng was speechless. When Gu Jiao woke up, the whole family knew that Xiaoheng's legs had returned to normal. They all thought that Xiaoheng only recovered this morning. Madame Yao and Yuya did not say anything. After all, it was a happy occasion. Madame Yao also calmed down after thinking for a whole night. When she first learned that her daughter had married a crippled scholar from the countryside, her heart was filled with pain. Her daughter was the daughter of the Marquis. If she had raised her daughter since she was a child, she would not have married a crippled and poor boy. She had once had such thoughts as well. The reason why she accepted it was because she had never raised her daughter, so she had no right to criticize her daughter's choice. Secondly, she liked Xiaoheng's character. She comforted herself that her daughter might not have a better life after marrying a better man. As long as her daughter was happy, she had no regrets. However, this son-in-law of hers gave her a big surprise. Not only did he become the top scorer in Yuzhou and enter the Imperial College, but he also came out on top in the Imperial examinations and became the youngest top scorer in Zhao country. His only regret was his legs, but now, even this regret had disappeared. How could Madame Yao be ruthless enough to find Xiaoheng to settle accounts? As for her daughter hiding the fact that she had escaped death several times at the frontier fortress, she was more distressed than harshly scolding her. The young couple did not know that their crisis had quietly passed. Gu Jiao came out of the east room and found little Jing Kong sitting alone on the threshold of the front yard. He was small and his mushroom hair was neat and tidy. At first glance, he looked like a lonely mushroom growing in the snow. Gu Jiao walked over and bent down to look at him. Jing Kong, what are you doing here? Little Jing Kong turned around and looked at Gu Jiao. I'm waiting for Shifu. When he said this, Gu Jiao remembered that little Jing Kong's Shifu would celebrate his birthday with him every year. He also came last year, but he did not meet with the others. He left little Jing Kong's birthday gift, a deed to a house in Liang country, and then left. Gu Jiao sat down next to little Jing Kong and asked, Your Shifu didn't come last night? Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded, but he was a little depressed. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head and said, It snowed heavily in Zhao country this year. Your Shifu is old, so it might not be convenient for him to go out, or he might have been delayed on the road. Because little Jing Kong always called his Shifu, Gu Jiao's impression of him was that he was a little old man with a white beard and a hunchback. In this kind of weather, even a strong man would have a hard time traveling, let alone an old man. Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously and felt that it was not impossible. Compared to him, his Shifu was indeed quite old. So his Shifu might really have been delayed by the heavy snow. Do you miss your Shifu a lot? Gu Jiao asked. Yes, a little. Little Jing Kong was an honest child. Gu Jiao paused and asked, Why don't you write another letter to your Shifu? Little Jing Kong curled his lips in disdain. No, he didn't reply to the letter I wrote to him last time. The more he talked, the more it showed that he cared about his Shifu. He was a very affectionate child. His Shifu picked him up and raised him until he was 3 years old. In his heart, his Shifu was like a father, right? Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong, How about this, when I reply to Ningxiang's letter, I'll ask her to go to the temple and ask if your Shifu is well and if he went out. Okay. Little Jing Kong did not refuse. Gu Jiao curved her lips. What's your Shifu's name? Little Jing Kong said, Liaochen. Gu Jiao nodded thoughtfully. Judging from his Dharma name, he must be an enlightened monk. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and spread his hands. I don't know if he's enlightened or not, but my Shifu is indeed very tall. Gu Jiao adjusted his image in her mind, from a little old man with a white beard to a big old man with a white beard. Gu Jiao finished writing the letter in the afternoon. The courier station in Zhao country was open all year round, but the letter was sent slowly during the Lunar New Year. Gu Jiao could send it to the courier station every few days. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the long-awaited news of the Gu army's return to the capital finally came. The weather was beautiful. It snowed heavily for 3 days, but it cleared up on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. The golden light shone on the earth, and the imperial city was an auspicious sign. When the people heard about the return of the army, they waited on the streets and at the city gate. For a moment, the crowd was surging and the crowd was boiling. The imperial guards had to use their bodies to block the excited people. The people could not rush out, so they could only stretch their necks. The uniform sound of horse hooves and armor came from afar. Under the bright sky, it was deafening, as if they could see the golden spears and armored horses on the battlefield. It's the Gu army. The Gu army is back. A tall and strong man shouted loudly. The crowd became restless. The people who were not satisfied with being stopped by the roadside pushed each other forward. The Imperial Guards used a lot of strength and gritted their teeth to prevent the people from rushing out. Although the war did not spread to the capital, the people still got a lot of news from the frontier fortress through the official reports of the Imperial Court. When they heard that the old Duke and the Princess of the Imperial Court had fallen into the hands of the enemy, they almost thought that the tragedy of Zhao country losing to Qin country 10 years ago and then sending Commandery Prince in as a hostage would happen again. But the Gu army won. Not only did they win against the remnants of the previous dynasty and the army of Qin country, but they also protected the princess of Zhao country. They took back the lost cities as quickly as possible and annihilated the invading enemy forces at the smallest cost. They were the soldiers of Zhao country, the heroes of Zhao country. Tang Yueshan's leg injury had basically recovered. He took the lead and walked in the front. Before leaving the capital, he still had some fat on his belly, but after the war, it was gone. He lost a lot of weight, but he was very energetic. He wore dark armor. He had a strong back and a bare waist. He had a powerful aura. Behind him was Gu Chongqing, who was also riding a horse. Gu Chongqing wore a silver armor that flashed with cold light. The white cloak behind the silver armor fluttered in the wind. He wore a helmet and the iron visor of the helmet was lowered. The commoners could only see his eyes that were as cold as knives and his valiant figure. Who in the capital didn't know that the Ding and Marquis Shitzi was handsome and elegant? But when he was a military officer in the army, he was too unreasonable. So he gained the reputation of being a cold-faced Yama. But it was this cold-faced Yama that protected their Zhao country's mountains and rivers. The crowd burst into fierce cheers. I heard that Gu Shitzi is not married yet. What, you want to marry your daughter over? It's not impossible. Your daughter is only 3 years old. Who is that person? A young man pointed at the young man wearing silver armor behind Gu Chongqing. When did the Gu family army have such a young general? To be able to walk behind Gu Chongqing, it was reasonable to say that his position in the Gu family army was not low. But when the Gu family army left the city, they also came to see. The two commanders on the left and right as well as the generals were much older than Gu Chongqing. This young man was clearly younger than Gu Chongqing. Between his eyebrows was a bit immature. The people guessed for a while but couldn't guess who he was. In the end, an imperial guard in front of the people couldn't help but say, "It's Ding and Marquis Fu's second young master." Ding and Marquis Fu's second young master? Everyone was shocked. Didn't Ding and Marquis Fu only have one son who knew martial arts? The other young masters were all said to have never practiced martial arts. Even the youngest fourth young master was a sickly invalid. That person looks like Gu Qingfeng. At this time, a student from Qinghe Academy recognized his classmate. Coincidentally, Gu Qinglin was standing right next to him. Knowing that grandfather and brothers were returning, he couldn't wait at home and came to the city gates to greet them. He knew that second brother had also gone to the frontier, but he didn't think that second brother would go to war. He thought that second brother was worried about grandfather and ran over. He wouldn't be able to help at all. Heavens! Qinglin, that person, it can't really be your second brother, right? That student from Qinghe Academy pulled on Gu Qinglin's sleeve. He didn't dare believe his eyes. The other person's killing intent and heroic spirit was too shocking. It was completely different from his impression of Gu Qingfeng. No, it can't be Gu Qingfeng. It must be his eyes that were playing tricks on him. Gu Qingfeng wasn't that powerful. His classmate couldn't recognize him, but Gu Qinglin wouldn't make a mistake. That young soldier who had the qualifications to walk with his eldest brother and receive the praises of the people was clearly his second brother. Gu Qinglin's heart received 10,000 blows. So his eldest brother and second brother were this powerful. Only he was a good-for-nothing. Chapter 530. The old duke's carriage and Princess Ning An's carriage returned with the three armies. The old duke's limbs were broken. Even if Gu Jiao reconnected them, he wouldn't recover so quickly. He went straight to the duke's mansion after entering the capital. Gu Chongqing and Tang Wishan escorted Princess Ning An's carriage into the palace. The emperor was very excited. Not only was he excited that the three armies had returned, but he was also excited that Princess Ning An, who had been separated from him for so many years, had finally returned to his side. The emperor first went to the imperial study to meet Tang Wishan, Gu Chongqing, and the other generals. He generously praised their performance in this battle. When the court is held, I will reward all of you handsomely. Awarding meritorious officials was a big deal. It was related to the people's hearts and the prestige of the royal family and the Zhao kingdom. The imperial edict had to be announced in front of all the civil and military officials in the throne room. I dare not claim credit for myself. Tang Yueshan cupped his hands and said solemnly, I defeated Yi City and caused the imperial army to lose nearly 10,000 soldiers. I am guilty. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Then he lifted the hem of his robe and knelt down. The emperor walked around the desk and helped him up. General, you don't have to do this. Victory and defeat are common in war. Besides, it was an ambush set by the remnants of the previous dynasty. When we left the capital, no one expected the Qin kingdom's army to invade the northern border of the Zhao kingdom. If Marquis Xianping were here, this might have been over. But Marquis Xianping was thick-skinned and shameless. Tang Yueshan couldn't get over it. He couldn't accept his own defeat. He felt ashamed. The emperor had a headache. How could he punish him? Tang Yueshan did lose in Yi City, but it was 10,000 soldiers against 80,000 soldiers of the Qin kingdom. Who could win? The emperor wanted to scold Tang Yueshan. You are too conceited. Why do you think you can win against 80,000 soldiers? Do you think you are the Yan kingdom's war god, Xianyuanli? Even Marquis Xianping didn't dare to boast like that. However, the emperor could only think about these things in his heart. It was not appropriate for him to say it out loud. For the past few days, he had been pondering his mother's way of using people. He had figured out a lot of things. For example, Tang Yueshan's conceit seemed to him that he was not without merit. Tang Yueshan's conceit came with his actions, not his words. He would work hard for it, and he would be stricter with himself. Tang Yueshan was the reason why the archers of the Tang family were so famous in the Six Kingdoms, even on par with the archers of the Yan kingdom. Cough, there's no need to punish me. You've just made a great contribution. If I punish you now, wouldn't it chill the hearts of the soldiers and the people of the world? Tang Yueshan said bitterly, I'm ashamed to accept it. Please punish him, Your Majesty. Grand Marshal Tang, please don't make things difficult for His Majesty, said Gu Chongqing indifferently. You're a meritorious minister, so His Majesty punishing you is not a wise ruler. If you really blame yourself, why don't you go and receive your punishment yourself? I think Jiao Jiao's acupuncture punishment is pretty good. Tang Yueshan immediately shut his mouth. After leaving the palace, the two of them mounted their own horses. Gu Chongqing was about to leave when Tang Yueshan stopped him. You'd better clean up your mother's mess. Gu Chongqing frowned and looked at him. Tang Yueshan said, Your mother is a member of the Ling family. If she's a spy, haven't you considered the possibility that the Lings are spies as well? Gu Chongqing was silent for a moment and said, "My grandfather has suspected this possibility, but he's been investigating the Lings all these years and hasn't found anything. All he knows is that my mother went missing when she was very young and was found a year later." Tang Yueshan asked suspiciously, "You mean the Ling family's daughter had been replaced by someone else at that time? Someone with a similar appearance, your mother?" Gu Chongqing nodded. "Based on the evidence my grandfather has, this is the most reasonable possibility." Tang Yueshan pulled the reins. "I advise you to keep a close eye on the Lings. It's better to be safe than sorry. Now that I know your secret, I'm half your accomplice. Don't drag me down with you." Gu Chongqing said calmly, "If that day comes, just pretend you don't know." Tang Yueshan laughed. "Who can guarantee that you won't expose me?" Gu Chongqing did not bother with him anymore and left on his horse. Tang Yueshan shook his head. "Young man, you have a bad temper." At this moment, a few palace servants were carrying shopping bags back to the palace and accidentally bumped into Tang Yueshan's horse. The horse neighed in fright. Tang Yueshan flew into a rage. "Are you blind? Do you have a death wish?" The palace servants were speechless. On the way back, Gu Chongqing was seriously considering the situation Tang Yueshan mentioned. He ignored Tang Yueshan because he and Gu Qingfeng would never expose Tang Yueshan unless Tang Yueshan betrayed them first. During this period of time at the frontier fortress, his grandfather had told him a lot about his mother. His grandfather had been worried that there might be other spies in the Ling clan, so he had been investigating the Ling clan in secret. However, he hadn't found anything. There were a few servants and maids in the residence who had been found out by his grandfather after old concubine Jing's affair was exposed, and they were dealt with one by one. In his opinion, the possibility of the Ling clan being suspicious was slim. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Tang Yueshan was right. It was never a bad thing to be cautious. After returning home, Gu Chongqing ordered a few secret guards to keep an eye on the Ling clan. Then, he went to pay his respects to old Madame Gu and Marquis Gu. On the other hand, the emperor went to Rinshou Palace immediately after meeting Tang Yueshan and Gu Chongqing. He saw Princess Ning, whom he hadn't seen for many years, in the warm room of Rinshou Palace. Princess Ning was still wearing the clothes of the frontier fortress. She had just met Empress Dowager Zhuang, and her eyes were red with tears. It had been 20 years. She was no longer that charming girl. She was now a married woman. Time and the sandstorms of the frontier fortress had left traces on her face. Her face was haggard and her figure was thin. The emperor almost didn't dare to recognize her. Where was Ning, who was as beautiful as a peach? Where was his innocent and carefree sister? Where was the little girl who held his arm and always complained that he didn't have time to accompany her? She was gone. Gone. The hardships she had suffered in the frontier fortress were all written on her face. Not to mention that she was a princess of the royal family, people would think that she was a woman of the common people. The emperor's heart ached as if it was pricked by a needle. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was always calm, couldn't help but tear up. "Your Majesty." Princess Ning sobbed and knelt down to salute the emperor. The emperor held her and didn't let her kneel. "Get up." Princess Ning shook her head with tears in her eyes and insisted on kneeling down. "I should kneel. Ning is guilty. Ning was blind. I married the wrong person. I led the wolf into the house. I brought war and disaster to the people of the Zhao kingdom and the frontier fortress. It's all Ning's fault. Ning deserves to die." Big drops of tears fell from her eyes, splashing on her wrinkled dress, and splashing on the polished floor. The emperor held her shoulders tightly, his throat swollen and painful. "Don't say it. Don't say it," Princess Ning and couldn't hide her self-blame. Ning and has to say it. Mother and your majesty tried to stop Ning and again and again. Ning and was stubborn. Ning and didn't listen to mother and your majesty. Ning and deserved death. The emperor looked at Ning and's tears and felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. You are my sister. I won't allow you to say such things. What happened back then is already in the past. You were also used by others. It wasn't your fault. You mustn't blame yourself. Imperial Mother and I have never vented our anger on you. Don't belittle yourself. Quickly get up. The emperor pulled Princess Ning and up by force. Princess Ning and was sobbing. The emperor looked at the 12 or 13-year-old boy sitting in the wheelchair. His eyes moved slightly and he asked, "This is Princess Ning," and turned her head and said to the boy, "Xian, quickly greet your uncle." Compared to Princess Ning An's breakdown, Huangfu Xian was much calmer. He didn't shed a single tear, nor was there a trace of sadness or excitement at the reunion. He just stared straight at the emperor, as if he didn't know that such a direct gaze was very rude. "Uncle," he called coldly. This greeting was neither warm nor respectful. Whether it was as an uncle or as the ruler of a country, the emperor couldn't possibly be satisfied with this greeting. However, the emperor had always been endlessly tolerant of Princess Ning An, so he didn't care about Huangfu Xian's rudeness. The emperor's gaze fell on Huangfu Xian's wheelchair and he asked, "What's wrong with Xian's leg? Are you injured? Have you called for the imperial physician?" Pfft, Huangfu Xian laughed coldly. "Xian, Princess Ning An's expression became serious. "Don't be rude to His Majesty." Chapter 531. No matter, the emperor said without care, Xian is still young. He wouldn't argue with a child. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death by his own little fatty many times over. Not to mention, the emperor's gaze fell on Huangfu Xian's legs. His body wasn't well, so it was inevitable for him to be angry. "Lian take Xian out to bask in the sun," Princess Ning and said to Lian "Yes," Lian respectfully responded. She cautiously went behind Huangfu Xian and pushed his wheelchair out. "Your Majesty," Princess Ning and explained, "Xian has been spoiled by me. Please forgive him." "Do you still call me your Majesty?" The emperor stared at her. Princess Ning and smiled bitterly and changed her words, "Imperial brother." Eunuch Qin walked over and reported with a smile, "Empress Dowager, Princess Ning and the young master's chambers have been prepared." "Imperial mother." Princess Ning and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in astonishment. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "The Baixia Hall before you were married has been reserved for you. You and Xian can live there for the time being." Princess Ning An's eyes moved. She lowered her eyes and asked, "Can I still live in the palace?" There was no reason for a married princess to live in the palace. In fact, ordinary princesses didn't have their own chambers. They lived with their imperial mother. Princess Ning and was an exception. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor doted on her too much and built a Baixia Hall just for her. She had been married to the frontier fortress for so many years, but Baixia Hall had never been used for other purposes. The emperor hurriedly said, "Since it's imperial mother's wish, you can live there." The emperor also hoped that Princess Ning and could live in the palace. This way, it would be easier for him to take care of the mother and son. The emperor had many things to say to Ning An. He guessed that his imperial mother did too. However, when the three of them were together, some things were difficult to say. "Zhen will accompany you to Baixia Hall," the emperor said. Princess Ning nodded and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Ken will come pay respects to Imperial Mother later. Empress Dowager Zhuang nodded and watched as the Emperor and Princess Ning left Renshou Palace. Eunuch Qin came over with a cup of tea. Seeing Empress Dowager Zhuang's sad face, he couldn't help but sigh and persuade, the princess has a hard life. If she had listened to your words, how could it be like this? But fortunately, she came back safe and sound. From now on, no one will make the princess suffer. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes and turned her head. A tear slid down her cheek. The Emperor and Princess Ning walked side by side towards Iridescent Clouds Hall. Lian pushed Huangfu Xian and followed behind at a distance. Princess Ning turned to look at the indifferent Huangfu Xian and sighed helplessly. The Emperor sensed her gaze and asked softly, "What happened to Xian's leg? Were you injured in the war?" Princess Ning shook her head with difficulty and said, "It was when I was young. When Sienna was 5 years old, the frontier fortress encountered a great snowstorm." The Emperor nodded thoughtfully. "I have an impression of this." The court also sent disaster relief funds to the frontier fortress. Jing, concubine Jing, had personally made clothes for Princess Ning to keep out the cold and asked the imperial envoy to bring them to the frontier fortress. The Emperor didn't want to mention this name now. He hated her to the core, but she was Ning An's birth mother. It was very awkward. Princess Ning smiled faintly. "Yes, mother gave me clothes to keep out the cold. What does this have to do with Sienna's leg?" At that time, his father and I went to help the disaster victims. He slipped out of the princess manor alone. The child was naughty and couldn't stop for a moment. The guards couldn't keep an eye on him and successfully lost him. We found him after a day and a night. He fell down from the mountain and lay in the cold snow. His legs were frozen to death. To save his life, the doctor had to amputate his legs. Princess Ning tried to appear calm as she said this, but her breathing and clenched fingers still revealed her emotions. The Emperor's heart clenched. He couldn't say whether he cared more about Huangfu Xian or Princess Ning, whose son had suffered such a fate. He took Princess Ning An's hand like he did when he was young. "I didn't know something like this happened to you and Sienna. Why didn't you say it in the letter?" Princess Ning said in a low voice, "This kind of thing is hard to say." Every time it was mentioned, it felt like a knife was cutting into her heart. Every time she was comforted, it felt like a knife was cutting into her heart again. When a person was truly in extreme pain, it wasn't to seek comfort everywhere, but to cut oneself off from the outside world. The Emperor naturally understood this, so he felt even more sorry for Princess Ning. He secretly swore that he would never let Princess Ning leave his side again, nor would he let her and Sienna suffer any grievances. "Sienna, Princess Ning wanted to say something but stopped. The Emperor was her brother. Even though they hadn't seen each other for so many years, he could still guess what she was most worried about. He stopped and looked at her solemnly. "No matter who Sienna's father is, he is still your child and my nephew. I will do my best to protect him." Not many people objected to Princess Ning An's return to the capital, but that might not be the case for Huangfu Xian. After all, the blood of the previous dynasty flowed through his veins. Those radical civil and military officials would probably use Huangfu Xian's bloodline as an excuse. Princess Ning said in shame, "I'll have to trouble you, royal brother." "It's no trouble," the Emperor said. If Huangfu Xian had a healthy body, perhaps it would indeed be a little troublesome. However, what was there to be afraid of with his damaged body? Those officials had nowhere to vent their anger, so they wanted to make fun of a child. Once the truth was revealed, the controversy would lessen. The Emperor said, "Ning, I still want to talk to you about concubine Jing's matter." Princess Ning smiled faintly. "Royal brother, there's no need to say more. Ningen understands. Mother, she is a spy from the previous dynasty. From the moment she worked for the previous dynasty's imperial family, her fate was sealed. Do you resent her? The emperor asked. Princess Ningen said, there's no point in talking about this now. The emperor said, she sent the dragon shadow guard to the frontier fortress to find you. Did she want to kidnap you? Princess Ningen shook her head. They wanted to take me away. They came with a shadow guard. That shadow guard said that something had happened in the capital and that the frontier fortress might not be safe, so he wanted me to leave with them first. But they couldn't beat Huangfu Zhang's men of sacrifice and were all injured in the end. That shadow guard even died. The emperor hadn't expected Du Jing. No, Du was a fake surname. His real name was Huangfu Zhang. He hadn't expected him to have such a powerful fighter. Fortunately, Princess Ningen was fine. Otherwise, the emperor would be filled with regret. Princess Ningen had lost count of how many times she had expressed her guilt today. I'm sorry. I caused the dragon shadow guard to be injured. They will recover, the emperor said. The dragon shadow guard had followed the army back to the capital and was recuperating in a special place. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel pained, but this had nothing to do with Ningen. It was all concubine Jing's idea. Princess Ningen continued forward. I think mother must have guessed that she couldn't hide it for much longer. Prince Yi and Huangfu Zhang's methods were outrageous. She was worried that I would be in danger if the matter was exposed, so she sent someone to save me. She used me my whole life and only realized that she wanted to do something for me now. At this point, Princess Ningen laughed self-deprecatingly. Why? The emperor's expression was complicated, but he didn't say anything. The group soon arrived at Iridescent Clouds Hall. The people of the Imperial Household Department were used to bowing to the powerful and trampling on the weak. Princess Ningen might be a widow, but she was doted on by the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang. Everything they bought for her was the most luxurious, exquisite, and priceless. To say nothing of other things, even the bed curtains were made of shark silk. Even Empress Xiao and Princess Xinyang didn't receive such treatment. The servants serving her were also carefully selected by the Imperial Household Department. There was a manager eunuch, a manager nanny, for senior court ladies, 10 junior court ladies, and 10 junior court eunuchs. This was no longer a standard that a princess could enjoy. Imperial brother. A complicated look flashed through Princess Ningen's eyes. She sighed. I don't need such expensive things, and I don't need so many people. The emperor's face darkened. You are my most beloved sister. If I say you need it, then you need it. Princess Ningen wanted to say something, but stopped. The emperor held her shoulder and stared fixedly at her weather-beaten face. He said with heartache and self-blame, I didn't protect you well back then and caused you to suffer for so many years. I will make it up to you in the future. You don't have to worry about anything. Just leave everything to me. No one will dare to criticize you. If there is, I will cut off their heads. Princess Ningen wanted to say something, but before she could refuse, a child's chattering came from outside Iridescent Clouds Hall. A trace of confusion appeared on Princess Ningen's face. The emperor smiled and said, It's little Qi and his little classmate. Little Jinkong had just entered the palace. He was a child, so he didn't know who had come to the palace. He had come purely for the rent increase. That day, he had asked his brother-in-law for a rent increase, but his brother-in-law had said that his request was unreasonable. So he wanted to ask his great-aunt how to reasonably increase the rent. Unfortunately, his great-aunt's mood seemed to be a little down. He was an understanding child, so he decided to temporarily put aside the matter of the rent increase. He tried his best to act cute for a long time, but in the end, he was thrown out by his great-aunt with an expressionless face. It was too noisy. Then he went to find Chin Chuyu. Chin Chuyu had recently raised a puppy. The two chased the puppy everywhere. The puppy probably smelled the emperor's scent and ran to Iridescent Cloud's hall. When Chin Chuyu and little Jing Kong arrived outside Iridescent Cloud's hall, they happened to see Huangfu Xian sunbathing at the entrance. They had never seen a wheelchair before, so they were quite curious. Little Jing Kong walked over, looked at Huangfu Xian's wheelchair, and said, "Wow! What kind of chair is this? And it has wheels." Compared to the strange chair, Chin Chuyu's attention was more on the person. He asked in confusion, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" The palace was Chin Chuyu's home. He might not know all the maids and eunuchs, but he should know this person who obviously had some background. Huangfu Xian sneered at the little kid and the little bean in front of him. "Who are you?" Chin Chuyu introduced himself seriously. "I'm Chin Chuyu, and he's my classmate, Jing Kong." Huangfu Xian looked Chin Chuyu up and down, then looked at little Jing Kong with a sneer. He said sarcastically, "You're already so old, but you still go to school with such a young child. Are the princes of the Zhao kingdom so stupid?" Chin Chuyu's hair stood on end. "Who are you calling stupid?" I'm not stupid. I'm in the prodigy class of the Imperial College." Huangfu Xian sneered. "You stuffed it in, right? You." Chin Chuyu's face turned red. Little Jing Kong was completely attracted by the big wheels of the wheelchair, so he didn't pay attention to their conversation. He squatted down, tilted his head, and carefully looked at the big wheels in front of him. Chin Chuyu put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. This was little Jing Kong's habit. After spending so much time with little Jing Kong, he unconsciously picked up some of the little Jing Kong style. He said angrily, "How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I'm the 7th prince of the Zhao kingdom. If you continue to be so rude, I'll get someone to beat you up." Huangfu Xian wasn't scared by his words. Instead, he coldly reached out his hand and pushed Chin Chuyu to the ground. Unfortunately, little Jing Kong was squatting on the ground, looking at the wheels. When Chin Chuyu fell, he was knocked down as well. "Ouch!" Little Jing Kong cried out in pain. His little foot was squashed by Chin Chuyu's butt. When the Emperor and Princess Ning'an walked over, they saw the two children fall to the ground. Eunuch Wei also came out. He quickly walked forward and pulled up Chin Chuyu, who was on top, and little Jing Kong, who was on the bottom. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked worriedly. Little Jing Kong's right foot hurt a little. Chin Chuyu had a lot of meat, so he didn't hurt, but he was very angry. He turned around and was about to pounce on Huangfu Xian. "Stop!" the Emperor shouted. Eunuch Wei immediately held Chin Chuyu. Chin Chuyu immediately complained and pointed at Huangfu Xian. "Father! He pushed me." The Emperor looked at Huangfu Xian in the wheelchair. Huangfu Xian slowly leaned against the back of the wheelchair and raised his eyebrows. "I didn't push you. You fell down yourself." Chin Chuyu widened his eyes. "Nonsense. I wouldn't fall down myself. It was you who pushed me. Jing Kong, you saw it, didn't you?" "Huh?" Little Jing Kong was confused when he was suddenly called out. He was too focused on studying the big wheel and didn't see anything. At this moment, Lian came back with a bouquet of flowers. She didn't know what happened and handed the peony flowers to him. "Young master. Here are the flowers you wanted." These flowers were planted by Princess Xinyang in the Imperial Garden, and each flower was worth 100 gold coins. Lian casually plucked out 5 flowers. Huang Fuxian took them and said in disdain, "There are so few of them. Didn't I tell you to pick all of them?" Lian wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "The others haven't grown yet. Only these 5 flowers look the best. I don't like them." After saying this, Huang Fuxian threw away the 5 peonies that Princess Xinyang had painstakingly cultivated without a second thought. The emperor could already imagine Princess Xinyang's expression when she found out that her flowers were gone. Princess Ning An's face darkened. The emperor's throat was dry. He weakly took in a cold breath, coughed, and said calmly, "It's okay. It's just a few flowers. Xian likes peonies. I'll ask the greenhouse to send a few more to Iridescent Cloud's hole." As he spoke, he turned to Qin Chuyu and said in a low voice, "Why aren't you here to greet your aunt and cousin?" Qin Chuyu asked, "Who's my aunt? Who's my cousin?" Princess Ning and walked towards him and patted his head. "I'm your Aunt Ning An. He's your cousin." As she spoke, she pointed at Huang Fuxian behind her. Qin Chuyu pushed her hand away. "He's not my cousin." The emperor's eyes darkened. "How dare you?" Qin Chuyu angrily pointed at Huang Fuxian. "He pushed me." Huang Fuxian said calmly, "I didn't push you." Qin Chuyu was furious. "You pushed me. You pushed me. You pushed me." Princess Ning and looked at Huang Fuxian and asked seriously, "Did you push His Highness or not?" Huang Fuxian looked straight into Princess Ning An's eyes and said, "No. I didn't." "You did." Qin Chuyu was about to explode. "Enough." The emperor stopped Qin Chuyu and said to Eunuch Wei, "Send His Highness back to Qinkuan Palace and Jing Kong back to Rinshou Palace." Eunuch Wei bit the bullet and said, "Yes. Let's go, His Highness." Jing Kong. Eunuch Wei gently led the 2 of them forward. The moment he turned around, Qin Chuyu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "I'm not lying. He pushed me. Father, why don't you believe me?" Little Jing Kong held Qin Chuyu's chubby hand comfortingly and looked back at the young man in the wheelchair. At this moment, the young man also looked over. Little Jing Kong saw the young man give him a malicious and provocative smile. "Fuck off." The young man sneered and said silently. Chapter 532. Iridescent Cloud's palace was closer to Rinshou Palace, so Eunuch Wei sent little Jing Kong back to Rinshou Palace first before taking the aggrieved Qin Chuyu to Cunning Palace. As soon as Qin Chuyu saw Empress Xiao, he couldn't help but cry as a little man. Seeing his tears fall down, Empress Xiao didn't understand. She hugged her son and wiped his tears with a handkerchief while asking, "What's wrong?" Qin Chuyu cried until he was out of breath. Empress Xiao looked at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei had no choice but to tell the whole story. The 7th prince said that young Master Xian pushed him, but young Master Xian said that he didn't push him. That child had just lost his father and was disabled. He even lost both his legs. His Majesty couldn't bear to scold him, so he let this servant bring the 7th prince back. Eunuch Wei said this skillfully, making people feel that it wasn't that His Majesty didn't believe Qin Chuyu, but that the child was too pitiful and was a guest, so His Majesty didn't hold him responsible. Empress Xiao sighed. "Okay, stop crying. He pushed me. I didn't lie." Qin Chuyu cried miserably. Okay. He pushed you. Mother believes you." Empress Xiao comforted her son. After Eunuch Wei left, Qin Chuyu cried for a while and fell asleep. Empress Xiao asked Eunuch Su to go to Iridescent Cloud's palace to give some gifts to Princess Ningyan and check on the child. The bottom part of his trousers is empty, Eunuch Su reported. Empress Xiao looked at her son who was sleeping soundly, touched his forehead, and slowly sighed. I know, you may withdraw. Empress Xiao had a good relationship with Princess Ning'an in the early years, even better than with Princess Xinyang. Princess Ning'an was innocent and lively. She was a girl whose smile warmed people's hearts. However, after not seeing each other for so many years, they had grown distant. Empress Xiao might still be Empress Xiao, but Princess Ning'an was no longer the naive and childish princess. Now Ning'an was just a poor woman who was betrayed by her husband, and her only son was a cripple. If Empress Xiao argued with them, it would be beneath her dignity, not to mention that it would make His Majesty and Empress Dowager unhappy. Empress Xiao frowned and said, keep a close eye on the seventh prince in the future. Don't go to the iridescent clouds hall anymore. Take the dog with you and don't let the seventh prince see it again. Eunuch Su replied, yes. After little Jing Kong returned to Rinshou Palace, he said goodbye to his grandaunt and planned to go back. Because he was a year older, he firmly believed that he could come and go as freely as his bad brother-in-law, so he came here in Lu Quan's carriage. On the way back, he rode in Lu Quan's carriage. He was an independent little man now. Great aunt, goodbye. He waved his little hand. Hold on. Empress Dowager Zhuang grabbed the little fellow and placed him on a chair beside her. She asked, what happened to your foot? Little Jing Kong, even this has been discovered. I clearly walked very well. It's nothing. It just hurts a little. Little Jing Kong waved his little hand and said. Empress Dowager Zhuang took off his shoes, revealing a swollen little instep. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and said, what happened? It's all swollen. Little Jing Kong was naughty. It was common for him to bump and bruise his body, but it was rare for him to get swollen. Little Jing Kong seriously and honestly told her what happened just now. In the end, he added his own opinion. That little brother doesn't seem to like to play with others. Eunuch Qin looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang worriedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang put down little Jing Kong's trousers and put on his shoes for him. She said, it's okay if you don't like it. You can play by yourself in the future. But why does his chair have wheels? Little Jing Kong was still thinking about the big wheels. Empress Dowager Zhuang felt sad when she mentioned these things. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said, Jing Kong. I'll take you to sit on the swing outside. Okay. Little Jing Kong jumped on the ground and hopped away with one foot. A few clever maids stayed in the yard to play with him. Eunuch Qin came back and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who seemed to have aged a few years overnight. He comforted her with heartache, Empress Dowager, don't take it to heart. That child's body is like this. It's inevitable that he has a strange temperament. Plus, he just lost his father. It's inevitable that he'll be emotional. Besides, with his broken body, he'll feel sad when he sees a normal man. Eunuch Qin could empathize with Empress Dowager Zhuang on this point. He was a eunuch, and his body was crippled. At this age, he had naturally thought through what he should have thought through and accepted what he should have accepted. However, in his early years, when he saw normal men, he would feel jealous, hateful, unwilling, and inferior. Huangfu Xian was the same. They both knew whether Qin Chuyu was lying or not. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes and said, I'm tired. Remember to ask someone to send Jing Kong back. Yes. Eunuch Qin agreed. Blue Clouds Hall. The emperor returned to Pure Flower's palace first. Princess Ning'an and Huangfu Xian sat in the spacious bedchamber. Princess Ning'an had dismissed all the palace servants, leaving only Lian at her side. Huangfu Xian sat in his wheelchair and absent-mindedly played with a fresh flower in a vase. Princess Ning, and sat down across from him and stared at him. Xian why did you do this? I like it. Huangfu Xian looked at the flower in his hand. Lian looked at her princess in fear. Princess Ning and took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. She said seriously, Huangfu Xian, this isn't the border fortress. This is the imperial palace. Even the smallest thing can make you lose your head. Huangfu Xian pinched a petal. Oh. Is that so? Who dares to go past His Majesty and the Empress Dowager to chop off my head? Princess Ning and stared at him for a long time. Huangfu Xian, no one owes you anything. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager won't always favor you. It's best if you put away your bad temper. Don't be ungrateful for your good fortune. Huangfu Xian looked at Princess Ning and mockingly. And if I don't? Will you send me back to the border fortress? Or will you just treat me like a remnant of the previous dynasty and deal with me? Ah, I almost forgot. You are the princess of Zhao country. You can place righteousness above family and abandon your husband. What is a crippled son in your eyes? Why don't you get rid of this burden as soon as possible so that you can find a husband to marry? Slap. Princess Ning and slapped him across the face. Huangfu Xian's head turned to the side from the slap. Lian paled in fright. She rushed over to hug Huangfu Xian and said to Princess Ning, Princess, don't be like this. Scram. Huangfu Xian didn't appreciate her kindness and pushed Lian away. Lian staggered a few steps and bumped into the table behind her. Her back was bruised. Huangfu Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his slender fingers. He looked at the drop of blood and his lips curled. A trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. That was a good hit, my mother. Gu Jiao went to the medical hall today. When the second master saw her, his tears almost fell. He didn't care about the many doctors and patients in the hall. He held Gu Jiao's hand tightly and looked her up and down for a while. Little Gu, are you really okay? I'm fine. Gu Jiao said. You're lying. You didn't tell me that you had such a serious illness. You were also kidnapped by the prince consort. The people from the medical hall also went to the border fortress so they could bring back some news about Gu Jiao. For example, after Gu Jiao came back from Lingguan City, she isolated herself for 7 days. Dr. Song knew that she had contracted an epidemic. Dr. Song would not hide it from the second master. But Dr. Song didn't know that she was kidnapped by the prince consort. She didn't say anything. Gu Chongqing also didn't say anything. She didn't say anything because she was too lazy to say anything. Gu Chongqing didn't say anything because he was considering her reputation. Gu Chongqing only reported everything truthfully in a letter to the emperor. Other than her and Gu Chongqing, only Princess Ningyan and her servant, and Dr. Tong knew about this matter. Gu Jiao's gaze crossed the medicine table and fell on a certain person who was filling medicine for a patient. Probably feeling Gu Jiao's gaze, Dr. Tong turned around and smiled brightly at Gu Jiao. He waved his hand and said, Dr. Gu. Dr. Tong was one of the people who saved Princess Ningyan. This time, he came to the capital because the emperor wanted to reward him in person. But he didn't live in the imperial courier station. He came to the medical hall to do odd jobs for free. Dr. Gu. After he finished filling the medicine for the patient, he walked over with a smile. You left the army that day. I was worried about you. Gu Jiao faintly replied, it's been hard on you. She was referring to the fact that he didn't receive a monthly salary for doing odd jobs. Dr. Tong hurriedly waved his hand. It's not hard at all. He glanced behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao knew what he was looking at and said, it's in the basket. Dr. Tong's eyes lit up. Gu Jiao said again, I won't let you touch it. Dr. Tong was speechless. There weren't many patients who came to see the doctor during the new year, and there weren't any difficult diseases that Gu Jiao needed to deal with. Gu Jiao went to Lu Yixing's house in the afternoon. She didn't go on New Year's Eve. She went on the first day of the new year, but Lu Yixing wasn't there. Anu and the old mama were also not there. Gu Jiao knocked on the door of the Lu family again. Surprisingly, there was still no response. No one. Did they go out again, or has no one been here these days? Gu Jiao quietly listened to the noise inside. Lu Yixing had a special identity, and too many people in the capital wanted to bully him. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if something had happened to him. She grabbed the trunk with her left hand and pulled it over the wall. The yard was covered with snow, and there were no strange footprints. The gate of the courtyard was bolted from the inside and was not locked from the outside. However, if one went through the central room to the back door, one would find that the back door was locked from the outside. So they really went out. There was a little dust in the room, but there were no traces of fighting. Gu Jiao basically ruled out the possibility that Lu Yixing was kidnapped. Gu Jiao thought for a while, took out a small notebook and left a note for him, asking him to find her in the clinic when he came back. She had something for him. After Gu Jiao left Lu Yixing's house, she went to the Qinghuan chess club. She wasn't going to play chess, but wanted to see the old beggar nearby. She left in a hurry and didn't say goodbye to the old beggar. She didn't know how he was doing recently. She looked around the street where the old beggar used to be, but didn't meet the old beggar. Suddenly, a scholar came out from the Qinghuan chess club across the street. She stopped him and said, Brother, have you seen the old beggar playing chess across the street? Gu Jiao was used to dressing as a man in the frontier fortress, so she also dressed as a man today. After being with Gu Qingfeng for 3 months, she had learned some skills in falsetto. It wasn't very pleasant to hear, but her juvenile voice could still fool the layman. The scholar was quite knowledgeable and wasn't scared by the young man's face. He said kindly, Oh, you mean that person? He left. Left? Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. Yes, I haven't seen him for more than 2 months. If he didn't leave, what did he mean? Ah, it's also possible. The scholar covered his mouth. He probably realized that he shouldn't say anything inauspicious during the new year, so he skipped the last few words and said directly, He's old, and it's snowing so heavily in the capital this year. You know. Yes. Gu Jiao understood. The weather was cold and the ground was frozen. An old beggar who had no one to rely on might freeze to death on a cold night on the street. This was the scholar's guess. It wasn't Gu Jiao's guess. The old beggar could earn money, so he wouldn't starve or freeze to death. Of course, it didn't rule out that he was killed or accidentally. He shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Gu Jiao murmured. What did you say? The scholar asked. Gu Jiao said, Nothing. Thank you. Goodbye. Hey, the scholar didn't stop Gu Jiao. He scratched his head in confusion. It's so strange that someone would come to inquire about the whereabouts of a beggar during the new year. Anyway, that beggar seems to know how to play chess. He even won against Mao Shan Hermit of the Qinghuan Chess Club. TSK, what does this have to do with me? The scholar shook his head, wrapped his cotton-padded jacket tightly, and walked through the snow-covered street. Coincidences in the world were so bizarre. They were either there or not, as if they had made an appointment. Gu Jiao walked unhurriedly on the quiet street. The capital was the most prosperous place in the whole Zhao country. However, the streets were still deserted during the new year. Gu Jiao only saw 1 or 2 carriages pass by after a long time. Gu Jiao didn't care and kept walking forward. However, when she passed by an alley, there was a lot of noise coming from the other side of the alley. Gu Jiao looked over and saw that it was coming from the direction of Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao wasn't very familiar with Immortal Music House. She had only been there a few times to investigate some things. Old concubine Jing was most likely the owner of Immortal Music House. After the old concubine died, Gu Jiao didn't keep an eye on Immortal Music House. But what could have happened to Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao paused for a moment but still walked toward Immortal Music House. Chapter 533. The outside of Immortal Music House was crowded with onlookers. To be able to attract so many people during the new year, it could be seen that something big had happened inside. Nearby, there were several carriages from the government. Looking at the insignia, there were some from the capital governor and some from the Ministry of Justice. To be able to alarm the two big government offices, Gu Jiao's evaluation of this matter was one level higher. Hey! This old man, what happened to the Immortal Music residence? A young man who came to join in the fun around the same time as Gu Jiao politely asked the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man stretched his neck to look inside Immortal Music House. Seeing nothing, he sighed disappointedly and turned to the young man. I heard that someone died. Someone died. The young man was shocked. During the new year, this word was too unlucky. The young man took a long time to utter a complete sentence. Who died? The young man asked. After saying the first time, the second time didn't seem so difficult. Gu Jiao originally didn't pay much attention to their conversation until she heard the middle-aged man say, Immortal Music House's top courtesan. If she remembered correctly, Immortal Music House's top courtesan seemed to be Mo Qinxue. Gu Jiao and Mo Qinxue had only met a few times. The first time, Mo Qinxue told her where the emperor's assassin was. The second time, Mo Qinxue told her that the owner of Immortal Music House was a woman. After that, when she went to Immortal Music House, she was told that Mo Qinxue had been ordered to leave. After that, she was no longer in the capital. Did something really happen to Mo Qinxue? She had only left for 3 months, but the capital had a feeling that things had changed. Gu Jiao went to the side door of Immortal Music House and easily jumped in. The walls of Immortal Music House were higher than ordinary walls. If it was 3 months ago, she would have to use a bit of effort. Now, it was as easy as blowing off dust. It seemed that the 3 months of fighting at the border weren't in vain. Especially if the battle with Sirius, it stimulated a lot of her potential. She was sure that she had recovered more than 30% of her strength. Gu Jiao walked through a corridor hung with red lanterns and followed the sound to the back door of the lobby. The lobby was crowded with people from Immortal Music House as well as the officials who came to handle the case. Gu Jiao looked at the parasol tree beside her and climbed up without any change in her expression. She found a spot with an excellent view and sat down. She saw a corpse covered with a white cloth on the ground, and a few servant girls were kneeling beside the corpse, sobbing uncontrollably. Gu Jiao had seen one of the servant girls crying the most before by Mo Qinxue's side. Gu Jiao couldn't remember her name, but she was sure that she was Mo Qinxue's confidant. Miss, she lay on the corpse and wailed. The capital governor frowned and said, All right, don't cry. Hurry up and cooperate with us to investigate the case and find the murderer of your young miss as soon as possible so that your young miss can rest in peace in the underworld. Hearing this, the maidservant lifted the undulating body on top of the corpse, waved her hand and pointed towards the girls of Immortal Music House. It's her. It's her who killed my young miss. From Gu Jiao's angle, she couldn't see who the maidservant was pointing at, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Gu Jiao heard it. You can eat anything you want. Don't talk nonsense. When did you see me kill Sister Chinchue? It was Hua Xiao. A girl who also had some status in Immortal Music House, but could never be compared with Mo Chinchue. Gu Jiao remembered that once Hua Xiao took her to her room and gave her an aphrodisiac that actually had no effect on her. As a result, Mo Chinchue arrived and slapped Hua Xiao in public. The maidservant complained in a tearful voice, "It's you. I heard it with my own ears." Hua Xiao didn't even lift her eyelids. "What did you hear?" The maidservant angrily glared at her. "I heard you say that you wanted to kill my young miss. Not only did I hear it. Hong Yu and the others also heard it. If you don't believe me, let the official ask them." The capital governor and assistant minister Li of the Ministry of Justice looked at the other girls pointed at by the maidservant. The girls all pinched their handkerchiefs and looked like they couldn't refute. It seemed that they heard it. The two officials couldn't help but exchange a look. Hua Xiao snorted and said, "I was just saying. Can't I do that?" The maidservant turned to look at the capital governor and assistant minister Li of the Ministry of Justice, Darren. "It's really her?" The capital governor asked, "Did you see her kill your young miss with your own eyes?" "This? No." The maidservant lowered her head. Hua Xiao laughed wantonly. The capital governor frowned. An official shouldn't handle a case with emotions, but this Hua Xiao's attitude was really arrogant. He looked at Hua Xiao. "When did you say that, and why did you say that?" Hua Xiao looked at the handkerchief in her hand and said lightly, "About 2 days ago, Mo Chinchue has always liked to bully people. Relying on her identity as the top girl of Immortal Music House, she was domineering in front of the sisters." The maidservant shouted, "Nonsense. My young miss didn't." Hua Xiao looked at her with a sneer. "Darren is asking me a question, not you." The maidservant was so angry that her face and neck turned red. Hua Xiao continued, "Mo Chinchue took a fancy to my rouge and asked me to give it to her. I didn't give it to her, so she snatched it. I warned her that the owner of the house was no longer here. Did she still think that someone would support her? As a result, she hurt me. If you don't believe me, you can take a look." Hua Xiao said as she lifted up her left sleeve, revealing her white wrist and arm. There were a few bruises on it. The officials didn't look at indecent things. The examination of injuries should be done by a special coroner and doctor. But the coroner hadn't arrived yet. Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice and the capital governor pretended to be calm and quickly withdrew their gaze. The capital governor cleared his throat and waved his hand. Okay. Hua Xiao slowly put down her sleeves. "She beat me like this, so I said 2 ruthless words, saying that sooner or later, I will kill her one day. But Darren, before I had time to do it, she died." The maidservant couldn't listen anymore. "You are still quibbling. You have always been at odds with my young miss. Not only did you kill my young miss, but you also smeared her reputation. My young miss doesn't like your rouge." Hua Xiao said fearlessly, "If you don't believe me, you can go and find it. Is there a box of Yulon Pavilion rouge in your young miss's makeup box? I went to Yulon Pavilion to buy it myself. The owner of Yulon Pavilion knows which color I bought. You can take the rouge and ask if it's the one I bought. Don't say that your young miss bought it herself. You know better than me whether she bought it or not. The owner of Yulon Pavilion also knows it." The maidservant couldn't refute at once. She stammered, but except for you, who would hate my family enough to destroy her body?" Hua Xiao shook the handkerchief in her hand and said sarcastically, "Then how do I know who your young miss has offended outside?" The maidservant was so angry that she almost rushed up and tore her apart. The governor looked at Hua Xiao again. "You just said that the owner of Immortal U residence is gone. What's going on?" Hua Xiao's expression paused for a moment. Our lodge master is dead. Gu Jiao came out of Immortal Music residence. It was already dark, and there were sporadic light shui floating in the sky. The bustle of Immortal Music residence didn't spread all over the streets of the capital. Gu Jiao walked in the echoing alley, thinking about Imo Qianchua's matter. She always felt that something was wrong. Oh, a suppressed cry of pain came from a dark corner. Gu Jiao's steps paused. As an assassin, her intuition told her that the other party didn't pose any threat to her. She wasn't a nosy person. If there was no threat, she was going to leave. However, she didn't take 2 steps before she came back with a frown. She walked into the dark corner and saw a thin figure curled up in the snow. Under the figure was a pool of blood that had already solidified. Gu Jiao knelt down on one knee and pushed aside the hair covering the other's cheek to take a look. Mo Qianchue. Medical Center. The last patient also left, and the second boss was about to close the door. But at this moment, a small figure in green strode in carrying a woman covered in blood. The second boss was almost hit. He hurriedly dodged and looked at the person who came. Then, he let out a surprised voice, "Little Gu." Who is she? Prepare hot water. Gu Jiao only left this sentence, and then carried the dying Imo Qianchua back to her small courtyard. Wait. The second boss looked in the direction she left in confusion. What kind of patient is she? And she brought her to her own courtyard. When the second boss asked someone to boil hot water and bring it over, Gu Jiao had already put Imo Qianchua on the operating table in the side room. Do you need help? The second boss asked. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out a pair of gloves, and put them on. Is Dr. Song here? She needed an assistant. The second boss said, no, he went back. Should I call him over? Gu Jiao looked at the rapidly falling blood pressure on the blood pressure monitor. It's too late. The blood loss was serious, accompanied by tension pneumothorax. She could die at any time, and had to be operated on immediately. I'm here. Dr. Tong jogged over and stood outside the door. May I come in and help? Gu Jiao nodded, took out a thick needle, and touched Imo Qianchua's chest with the tip of her finger. She found the second intercostal collarbone and inserted the needle. Chapter 534. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Dr. Tong was shocked. He knew that Gu Shizhou had done this for people, but she didn't do it raw. She didn't even have any drugs. However, in the next second, a stream of gas leaked out from the other end of the needle. Dr. Tong saw the patient's swollen chest slowly collapse. It wasn't appropriate to call it a collapse, but a return to normal. Then, the patient's breathing, which had been very difficult, became smooth. Dr. Tong couldn't believe it. Shi Yi had seen this kind of disease when he was practicing medicine at the frontier. Some were caused by injuries, and some were caused by spontaneous causes. The doctors at the frontier were all helpless and could only watch the patient die. So, a single injection was enough. It's not a needle, it's a puncture to release the gas in the chest cavity. Gu Jiao had just finished when Imo Qianchua suddenly coughed. She was injured all over, and a small cough could be fatal. As expected, Gu Jiao heard a small crack. Her ribs were broken. Or rather, they were already broken. However, this cough affected the broken ribs and made the situation worse. Her chest swelled again, and her blood pressure continued to drop rapidly. Dr. Tong had seen Gu Jiao use a blood pressure monitor in the casualty barracks, and he knew that this was a very dangerous sign. He was stunned. What happened? Suddenly, acute hemopneumothorax. Gu Jiao took out a negative pressure water bottle from the small medicine box, poured in saline, and inserted a drainage tube. "Lower the bottle 2 feet," she said to Dr. Tong. "Okay." Dr. Tong put the bottle 2 feet below the bed and found a stool that was just right. Gu Jiao pulled out the puncture needle from Mo Qinshua's chest. After local infiltration anesthesia, Gu Jiao used a scalpel to cut a small window and inserted the other end of the drainage tube into Mo Qinshua's chest. If the drainage process didn't go well, Mo Qianshua would have to perform a thoracotomy. She had lost too much blood, and another major surgery would likely kill her. The water bottle didn't move for a full 30 seconds. Just as Gu Jiao took out the anesthetic and prepared to perform the thoracotomy, the water bottle finally began to bubble. Gu Jiao's expression was as calm as ever, but Dr. Tong still felt the change in her aura. "Is this enough?" Dr. Tong asked in a low voice. "It's a good sign." Gu Jiao looked at the wound on Mo Qinshua's thigh and said, "Prepare for the suture operation now." Dr. Tong put on the patient's chest. In addition to her broken ribs and blood pneumothorax, Mo Qianshua also had 2 fatal wounds. One was a broken artery in her thigh, and the other was a knife wound on her abdomen. She had lost too much blood. Gu Jiao didn't know how she was still alive. She needed a blood transfusion, but after testing the blood type of everyone in the clinic, only Gu Jiao's blood matched hers. "I'll leave the final suture to you," Gu Jiao said to Dr. Tong. Dr. Tong nodded solemnly. Gu Jiao sat on the chair next to Mo Qianshua, installed a weight filter on the 4 tube, and transfused her blood into Mo Qianshua's body. Dr. Tong didn't know how much blood Gu Jiao had given to the patient. He just watched as Gu Jiao's ruddy face turned pale little by little. But he couldn't be impatient. If he was impatient, he would make mistakes, and if he made a mistake, Dr. Gu would have to give more blood. Dr. Tong forced himself to calm down. If it was Dr. Gu, how would she do it? Thinking of this, his trembling hands gradually calmed down. When the last wound was sutured, Gu Jiao had already fallen asleep on the back of the chair. The white snow outside the room reflected a large amount of light, making it hard to tell if it was dawn. Dr. Tong was soaked and exhausted, but he didn't rest immediately. He strictly followed Gu Jiao's instructions after every operation and dealt with all the medical supplies. In fact, Gu Jiao had never taught him anything. He observed everything on his own. He was very attentive, and Gu Jiao trusted him. Otherwise, Gu Jiao wouldn't have fallen asleep. When Dr. Tong could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Mo Qianshua slowly woke up on the operating table. Mo Qianshua only woke up for a very short moment. She saw a young man wearing a mask and strange clothes sitting on the chair next to her. Their arms were connected to something, and the young man's blood flowed into her body. Dr. Tong didn't notice that Mo Qianshua had woken up. When he closed the small medicine box and turned to check on Mo Qianshua, she had already fallen asleep again. Dr. Tong took Mo Qianshua's blood pressure. She was in good condition. He stopped the blood transfusion. He called Gu Jiao twice. "Dr. Gu, Dr. Gu." Unfortunately, Gu Jiao didn't respond. She was probably exhausted, or weak from blood loss. Dr. Tong couldn't bear to disturb her any longer, so he found a blanket and covered her. Next, he moved Mo Qianshua to the bed. Although he was a man, he was weak, so he had to call for help. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a tall and slender figure standing in the corridor. He was very tall and wore a light green cloak. The light from the snow reflected on his face, revealing his jade-like exquisite appearance. Dr. Tong had never seen such a handsome man before. He was stunned. The man spoke first. "Is the operation done?" His voice was slightly magnetic, cool and low. It was a voice that matched his appearance. "Ah, yes, it's done," Dr. Tong stammered. May I go in? The man asked again. Ah, yes, yes. Actually, he couldn't. Outsiders couldn't enter the operating room. Dr. Tong didn't know what he had said. He had lived for most of his life, but this was the first time he had seen a godlike person. He was allowed to be stunned. Xiao Heng stepped into the room. As he passed by, Dr. Tong noticed that his shoulders were covered with snow. It seemed that this young man had been waiting for them in the snowy night for as long as they had been in the operation. Xiao Heng came to Gu Jiao, bent his tall body, and called softly, "Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao's breathing was even and long. Xiao Heng took off his leather gloves, one hand went around Gu Jiao's back, the other around Gu Jiao's knees, and carried her up. Gu Jiao was wrapped up tightly, and not even her small head was exposed to the wind and snow. Dr. Tong was dumbfounded as he watched the young man carry Dr. Gu out of the operating room. Dr. Gu was covered from head to toe. The only reason he could recognize her was because of the shoes on her feet. Dr. Tong couldn't believe his own eyes after witnessing God-Killer Gu's massacre of the heavens and earth. Had killing God Gu ever been so obedient? Although he was asleep, his aura was not the same as usual. Xiao Heng carried Gu Jiao to the next room. He had lit the brazier early, so the room was still warm. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao had given too much blood. Her hands and feet were cold, and her body temperature was very low. Xiao Heng gently placed her on the bed, took off his cloak with snowflakes, and took off her shoes and outerwear. He pulled the quilt over her, but she was shivering from the cold. Xiao Heng covered her with 2 quilts, but it still didn't help. Xiao Heng's eyes darkened. Why would you risk your life for anyone? Have you ever thought about your own life? She was like this. If someone treated her well, she would treat them very well. Xiao Heng wasn't like that. When he was young, there were too many people who treated him well. He was used to it. He wouldn't let them down, but he wouldn't be too grateful either. Had she not been treated well when she was young? So much so that if someone treated her well, she would repay them many times over. Xiao Heng's heart suddenly hurt. He took off his cold outer clothes, pulled open the quilt and lay down, wrapping his arms around her small body that was shivering from the cold. He hugged her tightly, his lips kissing her cold forehead. His body was burning hot, and Gu Jiao's body was no longer cold. She stopped trembling and laid quietly in his arms. Xiao Heng untied her hair tie, and gently spread her soft hair on the pillow, not bearing to break a single strand. The room was very quiet, so quiet that only their even breathing could be heard. Xiao Heng's back was already covered in sweat. This temperature was a bit hot for him, but it was just right for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao snuggled into his arms, finding a comfortable position. Xiao Heng was burning hot, but he couldn't bear to let go of her. He also didn't sleep all night, and now he was a little sleepy. He closed his eyes, intending to fall into a deep sleep. All of a sudden, a small, restless hand reached over. He was hugging her tightly, so it was normal for her hand to have nowhere to rest. At first, the hand was only on his waist, but after a while, it moved to his chest. Because he was hugging her, the corner of his shirt was slightly lifted, revealing his attractive abdominal muscles. The hand used 2 fingers to sneak in, and as it walked, it slipped in. Xiao Heng didn't move. The hand became bolder, touching and pinching, and after pinching his chest, it went to his abdominal muscles. Xiao Heng watched the hand slide all the way down, and his eyes narrowed. You're awake. Gu Jiao closed her eyes. I'm not. Xiao Heng. Chapter 535. No. Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow and gritted his teeth as a muffled sound came from between his teeth. However, the person who had been caught didn't seem to have a guilty conscience. Her cold fingertips continued to move downwards. Xiaoheng was so angry that he laughed. Who was the person with the thickest skin in the world? It was none other than this girl. Xiaoheng was a shy person. Normally, just holding hands would cause his face to blush and his heart to beat for a long time. However, he couldn't stand a certain someone taking advantage of him again and again. Moreover, she was taking advantage of him so confidently. Did this girl really think that he didn't dare to do anything to her? He pinched her smooth little chin and said with a hint of threat, "You don't want to sleep anymore, do you?" Gu Jiao's little hand paused. Her eyes were still closed as she said, "I want to." "No, you don't want to." After Xiaoheng said this, he flipped over and put his elbows on both sides of her body, gently pressing her under his body. She was the one who teased him first, so she couldn't blame him for not letting her sleep properly. He lowered his head and covered her soft lips. From the moment she rushed back in the snow and appeared in front of him to say, "Happy birthday, official Xiao," to him, he had wanted to do this. He tried hard to restrain himself. This girl didn't know how hard it was for him to restrain himself, but she easily broke through all of his restraints. After resting at home for a few days, his lips that had been cracked by the wind and snow were moist and soft again. His breathing was disorderly and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He briefly let go of her before the last bit of him collapsed. "Your face is red," Gu Jiao said. "Don't talk." He buried his head in her neck. "Your ears are also red," Gu Jiao said again. "Gu Jiao Jiao." His voice was hoarse. Gu Jiao tilted her head slightly and whispered into his red ears, "Your voice isn't even your own." Xiaoheng's breathing stagnated. "Gu Jiao Jiao Jiao." "Yes," Gu Jiao replied obediently. This answer melted Xiaoheng's heart. The flames of shame and anger were instantly extinguished by a basin of ice water. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the person beneath him. A certain someone was still sitting there with his eyes closed. Xiaoheng moved his elbow inwards and hugged her even tighter. Then, the corners of his lips curled up. He laughed and said, "Aren't you still asleep? Why can you still see? Try being stubborn again." Xiaoheng saw that under her tightly shut eyelids, her eyeballs were moving. Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh. He pressed his forehead against hers and whispered in an extremely bewitching voice, "You can't speak, His voice was so pleasant that Gu Jiao's ears melted. Gu Jiao paused for a moment. "You're really delicious." "Xiaoheng, how did the topic change so quickly?" "Alright, come, let's talk about a few coins today." Xiaoheng looked at a certain someone who refused to open her eyes. He was amused. "Is that so? I didn't even get to eat, how can I be delicious?" "I ate." Gu Jiao blindly raised her hand and touched his cheek. Then, she touched his lips. Xiaoheng was convinced that she could still close her eyes and act like she hadn't woken up even in this state. In ancient times, there were thieves who covered their ears to steal a bell. Today, there was Gu Jiao who played with her eyes closed. Xiaoheng wanted to laugh. He whispered in her ear, "Gu Jiao 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 Jiao, this isn't eating." He spoke quickly and regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. His words were a bit too rash. As if he was afraid that she would feel awkward when she realized what he said, he quickly changed the topic. "How old is the girl over there?" Since he knew that she wasn't the real Gu Jiao's mother, and she also admitted that she wasn't Gu Jiao's mother, there was no need for him to pretend that he didn't know anything. Although there were indeed many things that he didn't know. For example, her origin, and why she became Gu Jiao's mother. Gu Jiao didn't know that so many things flashed through his mind in such a short time. She answered honestly, a girl reaches adulthood at 18 and gets married at 20. Reaching adulthood was being of marriageable age. Getting married was getting married. Xiaoheng understood this. Xiaoheng stroked her hair and asked softly, "Then you want me to wait for you to grow up? Do you want me to wait until you're 20 or 18? Gu Jiao closed her eyes and was about to speak. Xiaoheng said in a hoarse voice, 18. Gu Jiao, I didn't say that. Xiaoheng, you said it. I heard it. Gu Jiao, you cheated. Xiaoheng chuckled softly and gently touched her cheek. Yes, I cheated. But Dr. Gu, are you sure you can wait until you're 18? Gu Jiao said seriously, of course I can. Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. Do you want to take out your hand first before saying this? Gu Jiao tilted her head. I fell asleep. Xiaoheng chuckled softly. Okay, I got it. He lowered his head and covered her lips again. It was lingering and restrained, domineering and gentle. Gu Jiao fell asleep in great joy. When she woke up, she felt indescribably refreshed. Xiaoheng was no longer there. He left a note on the bedside table, saying that he went to the Ministry of Justice to help with the case. The words were full of business and there was no ambiguous tone. However, Gu Jiao's favorite snacks and dried meat were placed on the table. Gu Jiao tasted a snack. Oh, it's so sweet. Oh. After Gu Jiao finished tidying up, she went to Mo Qianxue's ward next door. Speaking of which, the reason why this room was changed into a ward was thanks to Gu Qinglin. During the days when Gu Qinglin stayed here, Gu Jiao simply remodeled the room and added an operating bed. At the same time, she kept the original bed. Dr. Tong stayed up all night and Dr. Song came over to change his shift. At this moment, Dr. Song was in the room. Dr. Song was not idle while taking care of Mo Qianxue. He was looking through the medical records sorted out during this period, hoping to improve his medical skills as soon as possible. Gu Jiao entered the room. When Dr. Song heard the movement, he got up and greeted Gu Jiao, Dr. Gu. How is she? Gu Jiao asked. Dr. Song said, there is no serious problem for the time being. There is no postoperative infection. The drainage of pleural effusion and gas is also good. During the war in Yuegu City, Dr. Song followed Gu Jiao to perform several pneumothorax surgeries, so he knows what to pay attention to. Gu Jiao nodded, you go and rest for a while, I'll watch. Dr. Song didn't refuse. Gu Jiao doesn't like superficial skills, such as deliberately pretending to be diligent. A person's diligence is reflected in his medical skills and medical ethics, not in these trivial matters. I'll come back after having a meal. Dr. Song said. Gu Jiao, okay. Mo Qianxue's case spread throughout the capital overnight. After all, she was the most popular courtesan in Xianle House and died so miserably. Hua Shiyao was the biggest suspect, but all kinds of evidence finally showed that Hua Shiyao was not the murderer of Mo Qianxue. Because of Mo Qianxue's case, the tea house, which was supposed to open after the 15th day of the month, started to open in advance. There were a lot of people sitting in the tea house to listen to the gossip. Regarding Mo Qianxue's murderer, there were many different theories. Some said it was a vendetta, some said it was a crime of passion, and some said it was a competition between people of the same trade. Soft Fragrance Pavilion and Cool Breeze Brothel, whose reputation was second only to Immortal Music Abode, suddenly became the target of public criticism. It's been 3 days, but I heard that the murderer hasn't been found yet. In Gu Jiao's small courtyard, the second boss and Gu Jiao were sitting in the corridor and drinking tea. The one who spoke was the second boss. These days, the medical center was not busy, so he came to find Gu Jiao to gossip. The second boss said, "The murderer is too cruel. Not only did he kill, but also cut her face 17 or 18 times. How much hatred and resentment is there? Not 17 or 18 times, but 5 times." An arrogant woman's voice came from the ward. The second boss was stunned and looked back. "Who's talking?" "Your grandaunt." The second boss, "Is that girl awake?" The second boss asked Gu Jiao in a low voice. "Should be." Gu Jiao put down the teacup, got up, and opened the door of the ward. The drainage tube on Imo Chinchua's body had been taken off, and she was neatly dressed. Of course, they were all Gu Jiao's clothes. Gu Jiao was taller than her, but the loose clothes were just right for her to wear as a hospital gown. "How do you feel?" Gu Jiao came to the bed, picked up the stethoscope, and listened to her heart and lungs. Imo Chinchua blocked her hand, looked her up and down, and said angrily, "It was you, wasn't it?" This question came out of nowhere. Gu Jiao seemed to understand. She did not deny it. "Yes, it's me." Imo Chinchua said coldly, "You're a woman." Gu Jiao answered honestly, "Yes." Imo Chinchua's tone became colder, "You're not a mute." Gu Jiao continued to answer honestly, "Yes, I'm not." Imo Chinchua gritted her teeth, "Liar." Gu Jiao pushed away Imo Chinchua's hand. Imo Chinchua struggled, but she was seriously injured and was no match for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao grabbed her wrist, "Listen to me, don't move, or the wound will open again." Imo Chinchua's lips moved a few times, then she snorted coldly and turned her face away. Gu Jiao's stethoscope went into Imo Chinchua's clothes, only a thin dudu between them. Gu Jiao listened carefully, without any distracting thoughts. Imo Chinchua blushed. Her eyelashes trembled and she said, "Aren't you going to ask me how I found out?" Gu Jiao listened to the first part, then put the stethoscope on Imo Chinchua's back. "Oh, how did you find out?" Imo Chinchua felt an itch on her back, and her whole body tensed up. She bit her lip. I don't want to talk about it." Gu Jiao. Are all women so fickle? Gu Jiao did not intend to ask further, but Imo Chinchua said, "I recognized you that night." She was referring to the night Gu Jiao picked her up. Gu Jiao was wearing a mask, but it was different from wearing a mask, but Imo Chinchua was very familiar with her green clothes. Imo Chinchua was not in a coma all the time these days. She would wake up occasionally, and when she woke up, she could hear the commotion in the yard. After listening for a while, she naturally guessed Gu Jiao's identity. "You're recovering well." Gu Jiao put away the stethoscope. "It's not a big problem for now, but pneumothorax is prone to recurring attacks, so you have to be careful in the future." "Be careful of what?" Imo Chinchua asked angrily. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Don't be angry." Imo Chinchua, the second boss, did not enter the room, but waited outside. Gu Jiao came out after examining Imo Chinchua. "Why do you look like you have a headache?" Just as the second boss finished asking, a vase smashed against the door and broke. Imo Chinchua's teeth were clenched. "You little liar, when I recover, I'll teach you a lesson." Gu Jiao sighed helplessly. "Well, that's what happened." The second boss, She looks just like my wife when she's angry." "But, who is that girl?" the second boss asked in a low voice. "I'm your aunt, oh." Imo Chinchua's voice was heard. The second boss trembled. "No." She could hear that. "Gu Jiao, do you know martial arts?" Imo Chinchua's anger flowed like the Yellow River. "Also, didn't you want to know who the murderer of Immortal Music House is? Why can't the authorities catch the murderer?" It's me. That person wanted to kill me, but I killed her in the end." Then, I ruined her face and escaped like a cicada. The second boss looked like he was struck by lightning. You ruined her face and she escaped. Wait, you are, Mo Qianxue smiled coldly. Yes, I'm the dead courtesan of Immortal Music House, Mo Qianxue. The second boss pinched his philtrum and fainted again. Mo Qianxue's situation was a bit special. Gu Jiao told her family that she would be staying at the clinic for the next few days. Xiao Heng came over for the first 2 nights. On the 3rd night, there was a murder case in the capital. The suspect was Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice. Assistant Minister Li was one of the officials in charge of Mo Qianxue's case. His character was trusted by the Ministry of Justice. In order to get first-hand evidence, the Ministry of Justice took Xiao Heng out of the capital to investigate the case. In the clinic, Mo Qianxue's anger had not subsided. She wanted to quarrel with Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was not someone who could quarrel with people. She did not even show any expression and never got angry. She did not give people the pleasure of quarreling. Therefore, Mo Qianxue grabbed the second boss and gave him a good beating. The second boss was bald. When women quarreled, they could be compared to thousands of soldiers and horses. That night, after Mo Qianxue gave the second boss a good beating as usual, she closed her eyes and snorted coldly. In the middle of the night, several black shadows quietly sneaked into the small courtyard of the medical center. Chapter 536. There were no patients left in the clinic, except for Mo Qianxue. The doctors and staff on duty were all asleep, and Mo Qianxue was no exception. The entire clinic was quiet, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. The sound of the wind perfectly concealed the movements of the men in black. Of course, their original movements were very light, which was enough to show the depth of their skills. The group of people jumped over the tall wall and landed silently. Only when their clothes rubbed against each other did they make a small noise, but that was all. A gust of wind was enough to cover it up. When they reached the stairs, the leader stopped and raised his hand to signal for everyone to stop. The others all stopped. The leader went to the corridor first and listened to every room with vigilance. Finally, he settled on the room on the east side. He took out a dagger and inserted it into the gap of the door, intending to pry open the latch. However, he found that there was no latch behind the door. Mo Qianxue was a patient, and the doctor had to check on her at any time. Naturally, she wouldn't lock the door. The black-clothed man put away the dagger and gently pushed open the door. He gave a look to the black-clothed men behind him. Everyone understood and rushed towards the room. Mo Qianxue was sleeping. She was so angry that she woke up from her dream that she was so angry that she woke up. When she opened her eyes, she felt a cold light flash past her eyes. She frowned and rolled to the side. A cold, sharp blade pierced into the place where she was originally lying. The man in black saw that she had dodged, and his eyes turned cold. He raised his sword and slashed at her again. Mo Qianxue took out the silver needles under her pillow and shot them at the man. However, she was seriously injured, and both her internal energy and speed were greatly reduced. The black-clothed man clearly saw the silver needles that she shot out. He waved his sword and blocked all the silver needles. Mo Qianxue felt a pain in her chest. She tried to grab the dagger on the bedside table, but her hand was kicked away by the man in black. Mo Qianxue was shaken by his inner energy. She tasted blood in her throat and unconsciously spat it out. The man in black aimed at her head and swung his sword down. At that critical moment, a dagger flew through the air and stabbed the man in black in the back, piercing his heart without the slightest deviation. The black-clothed man's eyes suddenly widened, and his body stiffened in disbelief. In the next second, the sword in his hand fell, and he also fell straight to the bed. Mo Chinchua looked at the man in black beside her with disgust. She wanted nothing more than to kick him off the bed. At the same time, the other 3 black-clothed men in the room quickly reacted. They hurriedly drew their swords from their waists. Unfortunately, before the sword could leave its sheath, it was pressed back by a cold hand. With a clang, the sharp blade returned to its sheath. Before they could react, they were knocked down one by one. Gu Jiao was clear-headed. She stepped on the other party's chest with one foot and looked down at him. She said indifferently, "Who sent you?" That person gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. "They have poison sacs in their mouths. We can't get anything out of them," Mo Chinchua said, panting. Gu Jiao calmly removed her foot. She stepped over the black-clothed man on the floor and came to the bed. She grabbed the black-clothed man's body and dragged it out like a sack. Then, she wiped her hands and returned to the bed. She looked at Mo Chinchua with a calm expression. Mo Chinchua spat out blood. The blanket was stained with blood. Gu Jiao handed her a handkerchief. Mo Chinchua was stunned. "What?" Gu Jiao handed it to her. Mo Chinchua still didn't understand. Gu Jiao held the handkerchief in her hand and bent down to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Gu Jiao came in a hurry and was only wearing a thin nightgown. Her aura immediately enveloped Mo Chinchua. Mo Chinchua looked at her calm eyes. Unlike the gentleness of ordinary women, her eyes revealed a heroic spirit. Of course, they were also very exquisite. If it wasn't for the birthmark on her face, this would be a face that both men and women would be captivated by. Gu Jiao was focused on wiping Mo Chinchua's blood and didn't notice Mo Chinchua's fixed gaze. Nightgowns were different from formal undergarments. They were spacious and she happened to be leaning over. Mo Chinchua didn't do it on purpose but accidentally looked in. This figure was too, such a seductive figure. How many corsets did she wear to turn herself into a man? Little liar. Mo Chinchua gritted her teeth. Gu Jiao. Why was she a little liar again? Mo Chinchua snorted. I don't want to sleep here anymore. That stinky man touched my bed. Mo Chinchua was the top courtesan in Immortal Music House, but she had never been touched by another man. Gu Jiao was the first. No, to be exact, the second. That's not right either. She wasn't a man. Mo Chinchua was angry again. She glared at Gu Jiao angrily. Gu Jiao was confused. This room was indeed unsuitable for people to live in. Gu Jiao decided to bring Mo Chinchua to the next room. Since Mo Chinchua couldn't walk, Gu Jiao could only carry her over. There was still Gu Jiao's scent and warmth in the quilt. Mo Chinchua didn't feel cold after lying down. She even felt a little warm. Gu Jiao went to call the servants and asked them to throw the men in black out of the courtyard. There was no need to report it to the authorities. They wouldn't be able to find anything. Gu Jiao went back to the room, closed the door and lay down next to Mo Chinchua. Mo Chinchua couldn't sleep. She stared at the top of the bed for a while and then suddenly turned to look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyes were slightly closed and her breathing was calm. Mo Chinchua opened her mouth to speak but stopped. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Who are they? Mo Chinchua knew that the moment she said that they had poison sacs in their mouths, she had exposed the fact that she recognized them. Mo Chinchua lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "People from Immortal Music House." Gu Jiao wasn't surprised by this answer. She still asked in confusion, "Why did they want to kill you?" Mo Chinchua said, "I don't know. I went out for a while and then came back. I was killed for no reason." Gu Jiao asked, "Where did you go?" Mo Qianxue was silent. Gu Jiao said again, "Okay, I'll change the question. Is the owner of Immortal Music House really dead?" Gu Jiao didn't wait for a response. She opened her eyes and turned her head. She saw that Mo Qianxue had fallen asleep on her side. Under the quilt, Mo Qianxue's fingers were carefully pinching a section of her sleeve. Gu Jiao didn't speak again. She turned her face away and soon closed her eyes and fell asleep. In the following few nights, Mo Qianxue encountered several waves of assassins. With Gu Jiao around, they were all scared but not in danger. Those people seemed to have learned their lesson. They didn't fight Gu Jiao head-on and only restrained Gu Jiao from attacking Mo Qianxue. Gu Jiao dealt with the first two waves of assassins with ease. However, by the third wave, Gu Jiao could clearly feel that the opponent's strength was not on the same level as the previous assassins. 3 men in black, all of them were men of sacrifice. "Are they also from Immortal Music House?" Gu Jiao asked while holding Mo Qianxue in her arms to avoid the ambush. Mo Qianxue shook her head. "I don't know. I don't know them." She really didn't know them and had never seen them before. Mo Qianxue's expression was complicated as she watched Gu Jiao fight with the 3 men of sacrifice. These 3 men of sacrifice were slightly weaker than the Dragon Shadow Guards. With Gu Jiao's current strength, she could deal with them. However, the prerequisite was that they had to fight Gu Jiao properly. However, their target was Mo Qianxue. This made the battle even more difficult. When the 3 men of sacrifice were finally dealt with, Gu Jiao's arm hurt a little. Mo Qianxue sat in the snow, her ankle swollen and painful. Gu Jiao knelt down on one knee and checked her ankle. Mo Qianxue's gaze fell on the bloodstains on her sleeve. Her expression changed. "Your hand is bleeding." Gu Jiao didn't mind. She lifted Mo Qianxue's swollen ankle. "It's not dislocated. It's just sprained. It'll heal in a few days." As soon as she finished speaking, a cold arrow shot out from the darkness. In fact, Gu Jiao could have dodged it herself. That would have been much safer. However, Gu Jiao didn't do so. She suddenly turned around and blocked Mo Qianxue with one hand. With the other hand, she grabbed the dagger on the ground and shot it at the arrow. The arrow was unbelievably fast. It met the arrow almost at the same time the dagger was shot out. If she had been a little slower, she wouldn't have been able to block the arrow. Mo Qianxue looked at Gu Jiao, who was blocking in front of her. Her eyes flashed slightly and a trace of complicated emotions flashed past her eyes. The archer didn't stop there. He shot another arrow at Gu Jiao. This time, Gu Jiao caught it directly. Gu Jiao had to deal with the assassin in the dark, so her back was completely exposed to Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue stared at Gu Jiao's defenseless back. She silently took out the silver needle hidden in her sleeve. The needle was dipped in poison. The tip of the needle was black. A single needle could kill a person instantly. Mo Qianxue clenched her fists. Her eyes flashed with hesitation, confusion, and struggle. Then, she gritted her teeth. Her eyes turned cold, as if she had finally made a decision. She suddenly shot all the silver needles in her hand in the direction of Gu Jiao. The silver needles carried all her internal energy. They brushed past Gu Jiao's neck. A few muffled groans came from the dark night, and 3 black-clothed men fell from different directions with a clatter. Chapter 537. The novel will be updated faster. Gu Jiao thought there was only 1 man in black. Who would have thought there were 2 more hiding in the dark? Mo Chinchue was already severely injured, and this attack with all her strength had almost drained her of all her energy. The moment the three men in black fell from above, she couldn't hold on any longer. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Gu Jiao bent down and carried Mo Chinchue back to the room. The clinic's manservant would clean up the place. Mo Chinchue was covered in snow. The wound on her leg was slightly torn. Blood seeped out and dyed her nightgown red. Gu Jiao took off her clothes and stuffed them under the blanket. Then, she opened the closet door and found a clean set of nightgown for her to change into. In a daze, Mo Chinchue felt someone touch her body. Her face turned pale and she grabbed the other person's hand. "It's me," Gu Jiao said. Mo Chinchue let go of her hand. She leaned her head against Gu Jiao's chest and fell into a deep sleep. In fact, several groups of people had already come to the clinic. However, Gu Jiao clearly felt that Mo Chinchue's mood had changed. Maybe it was because tonight was especially serious. In the latter half of the night, Mo Chinchue even had nightmares. She was afraid. Her face was pale and her body trembled slightly. It was as if she had fallen into an endless nightmare. Mo Chinchue, Mo Chinchue. Gu Jiao tried to wake her up. Mo Chinchue opened her eyes and looked at Gu Jiao in fear. She did not know if she was still in a dream. She did not respond and only held Gu Jiao's hand tightly, like a drowning person holding on to the last piece of driftwood. "Are you so scared?" Gu Jiao murmured. She didn't pull her hand back. Gu Jiao took the time to go back to Clearwater Alley. Little Jing Kong hadn't seen Gu Jiao for a few days. He felt wronged and teared up. "Jiao Jiao." He rushed over and hugged Gu Jiao. Although he was 5 years old, he looked just 1 year younger than his peers. Gu Jiao easily lifted him up. Little Jing Kong sat in Gu Jiao's arms and shook his little head. "Jiao Jiao, is the medical center done?" Little Jing Kong asked. "Not yet." Gu Jiao entered the room and greeted Yao Shi. Yao Shi had just finished bathing Gu Xiaobao. "You're back. There's no need to go to the clinic, right?" Yao Shi warmly asked. "We still have to go over tonight," Gu Jiao said. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and got down from Gu Jiao's arms. He moved a chair for Gu Jiao and said, "Jiao Jiao is tired. Jiao Jiao, take a seat." Gu Xiaobao, "Wow." Yao Shi heard her son's voice and laughed. "Did Xiaobao speak? Does Xiaobao want sister to sit down?" Gu Xiaobao widened his big round eyes and looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over and poked Gu Xiaobao's face. Gu Xiaobao chuckled. A 3-month-old child could laugh, but Gu Xiaobao was a baby who did not cry, make a fuss, or like to laugh. Other than a chuckle on the day he turned 3 months old, he did not make a sound after that. Gu Jiao found it amusing and gently poked his chubby little face again. Gu Xiaobao laughed again. Gu Jiao poked him again and Gu Xiaobao laughed again. Little Jing Kong clapped his hands excitedly and jumped up and down. "Younger brother is laughing. Younger brother is laughing." At this moment, Marquis Gu came over from the newly renovated residence. It snowed heavily a few days ago and the finishing work was delayed. Now that the weather was better, he led the workmen from the Ministry of Works to rush the work day and night. Today, he was here to transport materials and took a detour to see his wife and son. When he reached the door, he heard little Jing Kong's voice. He held his breath and really heard his son's laughter. His son knew how to laugh. Marquis Gu walked into the house in high spirits. "Son. Father is here to see you." He did not look at Gu Jiao and went straight to his wife, Yao Shi, and carried Gu Xiaobao over with fatherly love. Then, Gu Xiaobao stopped laughing. Marquis Gu teased him. Son. Give father a smile. Under his father's expectant gaze, Gu Xiaobao calmly took out his little finger, put it in his mouth, and fell asleep in a second. Marquis Gu, Mo Qinchue slept until the afternoon. Midway, Dr. Tong came to check on her. He took her pulse and checked on her wound. Everything was fine. Because of the accident at Xianlu House, the tea house reopened early. There were more people on the streets and more headaches, fevers, and drunkenness. Today, a wave of drunkards and injured patients came to the clinic. There were not many doctors and they could not take care of them all. However, this had nothing to do with Mo Qinchue. She did not need any additional treatment and only needed to quietly recuperate in the room. A maid brought food over. Mo Qinchue ate a little. Her leg was injured and her ribs were broken. She could not walk and could only lie on the bed in boredom. She sat on the bed and clutched the handkerchief in her hand. She snorted, "Where did the little liar go?" Suddenly, a figure flashed through the door. Mo Qinchue's eyes flashed with vigilance. Who is it? The unlatched door was gently pushed open from the outside. First, an exquisite embroidered fan reached in from the crack of the door. Then, the owner of the fan walked in with light steps. It was a pair of brand new pink lotus embroidered shoes. They were made of real gold and were extremely expensive. In the whole capital, only the courtesans of Xianlu House could afford to wear such shoes. The vigilance in Mo Qinchue's eyes dissipated and was replaced by a faint disgust. What are you doing here? Mo Qinchue asked coldly. Hua Xiao smiled brightly. I'm here to see my elder sister. Hua Xiao closed the door behind her and walked toward Mo Qinchue's bedside. Mo Qinchue said with disdain, Who is your elder sister? Don't randomly recognize relatives here. Oh. Hua Xiao covered half of her face with the fan and laughed. We are all girls in the brothel. Who is more noble than who? Don't make it sound like your elder sister is a daughter of a good family. Mo Qinchue impatiently said, If you have something to say, say it quickly. Hua Xiao laughed, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you are still so vulgar. Does that little Gongzi also know your character? Is it hard for you to pretend in front of him? Ah, I forgot, he is not a little Gongzi, but a little girl. Elder sister, your infatuation has been misplaced. Mo Qinchue looked at her coldly. Hua Xiao, do you have nothing to do, so you came to tell me this? Hua Xiao removed the round fan in front of her face, revealing an innocent look. Of course not, I came to remind elder sister, don't forget your identity, don't be a traitor of Immortal Music House. Mo Qinchue turned her face and said lightly, I didn't. Hua Xiao sneered and took out 3 silver needles from her arms, so you didn't kill those 3 people. These silver needles are made by imitating the Tang sex Tang flower needle. In the capital, except for you, it seems that no one else uses this kind of silver needle. Mo Qinchue's hand holding the handkerchief tightened and said without changing her expression, I don't need to explain to you what I do. Hua Xiao threw the 3 silver needles on Mo Qinchue's quilt. Young master asked me to come. Mo Qinchue's eyes moved slightly, and she said seriously, I killed those 3 people in order to gain her trust. Hua Xiao sat down on the edge of Mo Qinchue's bed and looked into Mo Qinchue's eyes with a smile. She doesn't trust you enough. Mo Qinchue blinked lightly and looked up to meet Hua Xiao's eyes. Not enough, I didn't have a chance. Hua Xiao smiled, stood up and went to the wardrobe. She opened the door and brushed Gu Jiao's clothes with her fingertips. You slept in the same room and didn't have a chance. Who are you fooling? Then why don't you do it? Mo Qinchue asked. Hua Xiao closed the wardrobe door. I don't have sister's luck. Casually hooking up with a young master can become a big fish. Mo Qinchue glanced at her and said, It's good that you know you don't have the ability. Go back and tell young master that I will kill her. But I need time. 3 days. Hua Xiao stretched out 3 fingers. Mo Qianxue looked at Hua Xiao coldly. Hua Xiao smiled charmingly. Young master only wanted to give you 1 day, but I fought for 2 more days for sister. Sister, don't waste your sister's kindness. Hua Xiao. Mo Qianxue called out to Hua Xiao, who had turned and walked out. Hua Xiao stopped and looked back with a smile. Sister, is there anything else? Mo Qianxue suddenly shot out a silk thread and wrapped it around Hua Xiao's foot. Then she pulled it coldly and the silk thread twisted off the embroidered shoes on Hua Xiao's foot. Mo Qianxue was not polite to Hua Xiao at all. If Hua Xiao's martial arts were not good, she would have fallen to the ground. Hua Xiao's face sank and she gritted her teeth. Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue said indifferently, get out. Chapter 538. Clearwater Alley. Being ignored by his son, Marquis Gu felt a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and placed his sleeping son back into Yao Shi's arms. Other than visiting the Yao family and his son, he had come today for another matter, Gu Jinyu's marriage. Gu Jinyu and Royal Princeton were originally scheduled to get married before the new year. Who would have thought that other than the war, the commoners' marriages were not restricted? However, Royal Princeton was an official of the court and Gu Jinyu was the daughter of a marquis. The two of them could not get married during a time of national crisis. Therefore, it was pushed back to a year later. It's next month. Marquis Gu said to Yao Shi, Jinyu is your daughter. How can a daughter get married without her mother by her side? Why don't you follow me back to my residence for a few days and wait for Jinyu to get married? The conflict between Yao Shi and the Marquis Fu mainly came from the fact that everyone in the Marquis Fu did not welcome her. Old Madame Gu was the leader, followed by Gu Chongqing and the other two. As for the servants, they did not need to care too much. Anyway, they did not dare to cause trouble in front of Yao Shi. Now that all sorts of misunderstandings had been resolved, the Gu brothers no longer had any resentment towards Yao Shi. Marquis Gu felt that it was time to bring Yao Shi back to live. Yao Shi was a little hesitant. She knew that old Madame Gu still didn't want to see her son, who had appeared out of nowhere, and it was impossible for them to have no grudges between them. Moreover, even if she went back, Gu Yan and Gu Jiao would not go back with her. She couldn't bear to part with her children, and she also couldn't bear to part with this large family in Jadewater Lane. But Master Ho was right, Jinyu was also her daughter. Back then, Gu Sanlang and his wife treated Jiao Jiao like a treasure. What reason did she have to treat Jinyu harshly? Mother's health hasn't been good recently. She can't manage the household. Marquis Gu looked at her and said. Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao, who was fixing Kuju's flirtatious eyes in the inner courtyard, and said to Marquis Gu, You've been here for so long. Why don't you talk to Jiao Jiao? Marquis Gu scoffed, She's the one who doesn't want to talk to me. I've been here for so long, have you heard her call me father? Yao Shi said, Jiao Jiao is just not used to it. Moreover, do you treat Jiao Jiao like a father? Marquis Gu hesitated. Yao Shi continued, You even used a whip to hit her. That's. Marquis Gu coughed guiltily. How long has it been? Do you still remember? I didn't know that she was our daughter and thought that she wanted to harm you. At the mention of this matter, Marquis Gu became angry. He had only whipped that girl once, and that girl bore a grudge to such an extent, opposing him at every turn. He even kidnapped his wife and son. 2 sons. Was it because he didn't act like a father? She was clearly the one who didn't act like a daughter. Can't she learn from Jinyu, gentle and generous, delicate and cute? That's how the daughter of a marquis should be. Marquis Gu rolled his eyes and said, if that girl was half as sensible as Jinyu, I wouldn't have doted on her so much. Yao Shi carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao and stood up, looking at him with a frown. You admit that you don't dote on Jiao Jiao? No. Marquis Gu was dazed. How could he speak so quickly? Also, how could Madame's angle be so tricky? Yao Shi trembled with anger. So when you said that you dote on Jiao Jiao, you were lying to me. Marquis Gu panicked and quickly said, I didn't lie to you. I'm telling the truth. I dote on Jiao Jiao. I dote on her the most. Yao Shi did not want to wake up her sleeping son, so she suppressed her anger and asked, then let me ask you, what does Jiao Jiao like to eat the most? Marquis Gu opened his mouth. How could he know what that girl liked to eat the most? You can't even answer this, yet you say that you dote on Jiao Jiao. Yao Shi said this and carried Gu Xiaobao away without looking back. Marquis Gu, sigh. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan had gone to Master Lu's place in the southern wing and were not at home. Yao Shi also ignored him. Marquis Gu rubbed his nose resentfully. Every strand of hair on his body spoke of the awkwardness in his heart. He was hesitating whether he should go back first. At this moment, little Jing Kong walked over. Little Jing Kong was Gu Jiao Jiao's little tail. Wherever Gu Jiao went, he would go. But now, he did not stick to Gu Jiao. Marquis Gu was quite surprised. He looked at this little kid who seemed to still be so small. For once, he asked in a pleasant tone, why are you here? Little Jing Kong did not say anything. He walked to the front door cutely and stood on the doorstep. With his hands behind his back, he blinked and looked at Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu's mouth twitched, are you chasing me away? Little Jing Kong shook his head. Jiao Jiao said that we must be polite children. Those who come are guests. We can't chase them away just because they don't welcome them. That's the adults' business. We just need to be obedient as children. Marquis Gu, who was rejected everywhere, finally left with his head covered in dirt. Gu Jiao fixed little Jing Kong's romantic eyes. Little Jing Kong could play kuju happily again. Thank you, Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong stood under the romantic eyes and said cutely. Gu Jiao curved her lips and handed him the kuju on the stone table. Do you want to finish? Jiao Jiao, will you play with me? There was no need to report it to the authorities. They wouldn't be able to find anything. Gu Jiao went back to the room, closed the door and lay down next to Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue couldn't sleep. She stared at the top of the bed for a while and then suddenly turned to look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyes were slightly closed and her breathing was calm. Mo Qianxue opened her mouth to speak but stopped. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Who are they? Mo Qianxue knew that the moment she said that they had poison sacs in their mouths, she had exposed the fact that she recognized them. Mo Qianxue lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, people from Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised by this answer. She still asked in confusion, why did they want to kill you? Mo Qianxue said, I don't know. I went out for a while and then came back. I was killed for no reason. Gu Jiao asked, where did you go? Mo Qianxue was silent. Gu Jiao said again, okay, I'll change the question. Is the owner of Immortal Music House really dead? Gu Jiao didn't wait for a response. She opened her eyes and turned her head. She saw that Mo Qianxue had fallen asleep on her side. Under the quilt, Mo Qianxue's fingers were carefully pinching a section of her sleeve. Gu Jiao didn't speak again. She turned her face away and soon closed her eyes and fell asleep. In the following few nights, Mo Qianxue encountered several waves of assassins. With Gu Jiao around, they were all scared but not in danger. Those people seemed to have learned their lesson. They didn't fight Gu Jiao head-on and only restrained Gu Jiao from attacking Imo Qinxue. Gu Jiao dealt with the first two waves of assassins with ease. However, by the third wave, Gu Jiao could clearly feel that the opponent's strength was not on the same level as the previous assassins. 3 men in black, all of them were men of sacrifice. Are they also from Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao asked while holding Imo Qinxue in her arms to avoid the ambush. Imo Qinxue shook her head. I don't know. I don't know them. She really didn't know them and had never seen them before. Imo Qinxue's expression was complicated as she watched Gu Jiao fight with the 3 men of sacrifice. These 3 men of sacrifice were slightly weaker than the dragon shadow guards. With Gu Jiao's current strength, she could deal with them. However, the prerequisite was that they had to fight Gu Jiao properly. However, their target was Imo Qinxue. This made the battle even more difficult. When the 3 men of sacrifice were finally dealt with, Gu Jiao's arm hurt a little. Imo Qinxue sat in the snow, her ankle swollen and painful. Gu Jiao knelt down on one knee and checked her ankle. Imo Qinxue's gaze fell on the bloodstains on her sleeve. Her expression changed. Your hand is bleeding. Gu Jiao didn't mind. She lifted Imo Qinxue's swollen ankle. It's not dislocated. It's just sprained. It'll heal in a few days. Little Jing Kong asked. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Jiao played with little Jing Kong for a while. When the old chancellor came back to check on little Jing Kong's homework, he left reluctantly. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. She brought some candied fruits and hawthorn cakes made by the young master. When she entered the room, Imo Qinxue was leaning against the bed and sulking. When she saw her, she snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. She turned her body sideways and showed Gu Jiao the back of her head. Gu Jiao had always been right about people and not about things. She could indulge the people she accepted to do anything. Imo Qinxue's little temper was like a drizzle in her eyes, the kind that wouldn't even get her clothes wet. How do you feel today? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Dr. Gu asked routinely. Imo Qinxue grabbed the handkerchief and said angrily, not good. I feel uncomfortable everywhere. Gu Jiao put the snacks on the bedside table and reached out to check her pulse. Really? Let me see. Imo Qinxue pulled back her hand. I won't show you, you little liar. She was so lively. It seemed that she had nothing to do in the afternoon. Gu Jiao was a doctor, so she naturally had to care about the patient's diet. She asked the maid and found that Imo Qinxue didn't eat much. There were 2 dishes and 1 soup, and she only ate 1 or 2 mouthfuls. Gu Jiao opened the food box and took out a stack of glittering hawthorn cakes, saying, "This is my granduncle's hawthorn cake. Try it." When one person cared about another, the focus would become very strange. Imo Qinxue sneered, "Your grandfather doesn't have a sister. How can you have a young master?" Gu Jiao paused and looked at her. You investigated me. Imo Qinxue's eyes flashed. Oh no, she spilled the beans. Imo Qinxue was saved by Gu Jiao and brought back to Immortal Music House. Only then did she recognize Gu Jiao as the mute youth who had taken liberties with her. Moreover, Gu Jiao had never said who she was or who her grandfather was. In other words, before she recognized Gu Jiao, she, Imo Qinxue, had investigated the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. This was very thought-provoking. Why did Imo Qinxue investigate her? Imo Qinxue composed herself and said in a normal tone, "Is there a need to investigate this? The fact that the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu works as a doctor in the medical hall has long been known by everyone. Gu Jiao looked at her without blinking. So you are so sure that I am that doctor? Mo Qianxue almost couldn't stand her seemingly casual but hidden sharp gaze. Isn't your surname Gu? Gu Jiao indifferently placed the hawthorn cake in Mo Qianxue's hand. That's true. Mo Qianxue secretly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily she was smart. After Gu Jiao gave the cake to Mo Qianxue, she went out to get medicine for Mo Qianxue. Consolidating one's foundation required proper Chinese medicine. After she left, Mo Qianxue took out a packet of medicinal powder from her chest and sprinkled it on a piece of hawthorn cake. She wiped away the excess medicinal powder and a thin layer blended in with the sugar on the hawthorn cake. Not the slightest bit of it could be seen. When Gu Jiao returned to the room with a bowl of steaming hot medicine, Mo Qianxue was sitting coldly at the head of the bed. On the bedside table next to her was a plate of hawthorn cake. She coldly snorted and said, "What kind of rubbish taste is this? Did your great-aunt make it? If you don't want to deal with me, just say it. There's no need to buy things from a street stall to fool me. Does it not taste good?" Gu Jiao asked strangely. Mo Qianxue angrily said, "It tastes terrible. If you don't believe me, try one yourself." Gu Jiao picked up the topmost piece of hawthorn cake. Mo Qianxue grabbed her hand and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll poison you?" Gu Jiao asked, "Will you?" Mo Qianxue slowly let go of her hand and said coldly, "Yes. Of course I will. I really want to poison you, you little liar." Gu Jiao tasted the hawthorn cake in her hand and frowned. "Oh, it seems a little too sour. I took the wrong one. This is for my great-aunt. Dr. Gu. There's a patient here who fainted." Xiao Sanzi's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Coming." Gu Jiao put down the piece of hawthorn cake and turned to leave the room. Mo Qianxue looked at the piece of hawthorn cake that Gu Jiao had taken a bite of, then looked at the bird and half of the cake on the snow outside the window. She angrily kicked her feet under the quilt. Next time I won't be soft-hearted. If I'm soft-hearted again, I'll write my name upside down." Chapter 539. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. On the other side, the Minister of Justice took Xiao Heng out of the city to investigate a case that very night. Xiao Heng was only a scribe in the Ministry of Justice. Logically speaking, he should not be involved in the investigation, but Minister Xing had originally wanted him because of his ability to handle cases. The scribe position was just a cover. The Minister of Justice was surnamed Xing, and his name was Xuan. This name did not sound like someone who could be a minister, but Xing Xuan had done it. Xing Xuan was one of the few ministers of the 6 ministries who had come from a humble background. At the beginning, he had suffered a lot before finally entering the Ministry of Justice. Because he did not have the support of his family, it was much more difficult for him to rise up the ranks than for those nobles and officials. He had been sent out twice. The first time was because he had offended someone, and the second time was because he had offended someone he should not have offended. But perhaps his life was really tough, for he had managed to survive. His character was upright, and his family style was also upright. He met the emperor's standards for using people. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could be noticed by the emperor. Speaking of which, it was actually a coincidence. The second time I was sent out was in a small county near Fengdu Mountain. I handled a case, and the victim was someone from the princess's estate, Minister Xing said to Xiao Heng in the carriage. Xiao Heng did not know about this. Before he left the capital, he had not thought that he would enter the 6 ministries, so he had not paid special attention to the movements of the 6 ministries. Princess Xinyang had monitored the movements of the court, so he had occasionally heard of some officials' weakness, for example, the account book of the Imperial College's Sai accepting bribes. But it was clear that Minister of Justice was not in the list of weaknesses. He was an honest and upright official. As the carriage bumped along the rugged path, the two of them couldn't help but sway a little. Minister Xing swayed as he continued. To be honest, he was just an insignificant servant who was humiliated by a local squire. That squire had a bit of a relationship with the capital. Do you know what someone else would have done? Xiaoheng understood that he was not asking him a question. As expected, Minister Xing continued, sometimes, the lives of the common people are worthless, and the lives of the servants are worthless as well. At that time, Princess Xinyang asked me, County Magistrate Xing, do you dare to investigate this case? Xiaoheng could almost imagine Princess Xinyang's expression at that time. I asked the princess, I've checked and something happened. Can the princess protect my family? The princess said, I can't. Your case isn't for me to investigate. That's your duty. You can choose to be a good official or a corrupt official. You'll have to bear the consequences. So unreasonable. I thought. Actually, when he thought about it now, he still felt that the princess was too cold-hearted. She was a princess. Wasn't it easy for her to protect a few people? She's putting me on the fire and not giving my family a way out. But Lu Lang, the world is like this. From the day I chose to be an official, I sent my family's fate down an unpredictable path. No one forced me. It was all my own choice. The case spread to the capital. Did you know that the squire was related to the Duke Luo's family? I almost died, but the heavens didn't want me to die. His Majesty heard about this case and transferred me back to the capital. My life was saved. She helped you, Xiaoheng suddenly said. What? Minister Xing looked at Xiaoheng in confusion. Xiaoheng said, Princess Xinyang, she helped you. Minister Xing was stunned. Xiaoheng brushed his wide sleeves. Otherwise, why would His Majesty hear about your case and suddenly transfer you back to the capital? There are so many murder cases in the world. Minister Xing couldn't accept such a huge shock. To be honest, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of this possibility. However, he had seen Princess Xinyang several times after the incident, and she didn't want him to thank her at all. In fact, she didn't even talk to him. How could she do a good deed without leaving a name? What did Princess Xinyang want? Because he was a good official. Because of his face. It was rumored that Princess Xinyang had many handsome men. Minister Xing touched his coarse face. Speaking of which, he was indeed the most handsome man in their county town once upon a time. Sir. We're here. The driver stopped the carriage. Minister Xing had said all this to Xiaoheng in the carriage because he sensed that this matter wasn't simple. The power behind it might be beyond their imagination. He was worried that Xiaoheng wouldn't dare to investigate further, so he wanted to use his own deeds to influence Xiaoheng and make him determined to be a good official who didn't fear power. Even if he didn't have anyone to protect him, he would definitely be able to soar to a high position. However, it seemed that he had failed. Cough, cough. Minister Xing cleared his throat. Let's go. This was the residence of the third witness they had found. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. The witness hadn't returned home for the past few days. Assistant Minister Li's case could be said to be both simple and complicated. Assistant Minister Li had left the capital to visit his concubine and concubine's son. Along the way, he had encountered a group of robbers. Assistant Minister Li's accompanying bodyguards had promptly chased the robbers away. Two of the robbers had seriously resisted and injured Assistant Minister Li. The bodyguards had no choice but to kill them. However, who would have thought that when they were sent to the local yamen, one of the victims turned out to be a good citizen. The family of the good citizen came to the door and said that Assistant Ministerly had killed their son. The identities of the rest of the robbers were also ascertained. Their eyewitnesses at the time were not at home. Based on Minister Xing's many years of experience in handling cases, this was a premeditated framing. The goal wasn't Assistant Ministerly, but the case in his hands. Xiaoheng was a trustworthy person. Minister Xing didn't beat around the bush in front of him. The Xian Le House case is of great importance. The capital government and the Ministry of Justice are investigating this case. Xiaoheng nodded and said, "Then why are the people from the capital government fine?" Minister Xing thoughtfully said, "There's only one possibility. The capital government had already been bribed." Xiaoheng also guessed this possibility. He sternly said, "If Assistant Ministerly continues to investigate, there will be danger." "It's your danger, Darren." Assistant Ministerly was only following orders. The decision was in Minister Xing's hands. Therefore, the other party was actually targeting Minister Xing. The above was a guess based on the clues they currently had. Whether this was the case or not still needed to be confirmed later. Since they couldn't find a witness, Minister Xing took Xiaoheng to the carriage to return to the capital. The carriage hadn't gone far when an arrow shot into their carriage and nailed itself to the wall of the carriage between Xiaoheng and Minister Xing. Because the force was too great, the arrow had already pierced into the wall. The tail of the arrow was still shaking violently. It could be seen that if this arrow had shot into either of them, it would have killed them instantly. Minister Xing's eyes turned cold. Assassinate an official of the imperial court. Fortunately, I was already prepared. After he finished speaking, he took out a bone whistle and blew it forcefully. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings passed. The expert who should have appeared didn't appear. Minister Xing was stunned. What's going on? This official spent a lot of money to buy an expert from the Jianghu. He's gone. Xiaoheng lightly said. It can't be. Minister Xing's eyes widened. Another arrow shot in. This time, it hit Minister Xing's crotch. Minister Xing only felt that his little minister was a bit cold. Get out of the carriage. Xiaoheng said. Minister Xing lifted the curtain and grabbed Xiaoheng's hand before jumping out of the carriage with him. Just as the two of them fell to the ground, a whole row of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth, and shot the carriage into a sieve. Minister Xing held his breath. If he and Xiao Lulang hadn't jumped out of the carriage in time, they would have become sieves by now. Too hateful. Who did this? Don't let this official find out. Otherwise, this official will definitely find out who did this. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot, and it almost hit Minister Xing's butt. Ah! Minister Xing suddenly jumped, grabbed Xiaoheng's hand, and ran. At first, Xiaoheng thought that the group of people came from Minister Xing. However, when they entered a forest and Minister Xing fell down the hill, the group of people didn't chase after Minister Xing. Instead, they attacked Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng finally understood that shooting Minister Xing was a mistake. Their target was him from the start. They didn't want to use Assistant Minister Li's case to warn Minister Xing to stop. They wanted to use Minister Xing to take him out of the capital to investigate the case and kill him on the way. What a good plan. It seemed that Imo Qianchue's case was a trap from the start. Xiaoheng looked at the 5 men in black approaching him and asked coldly, "Who is your master?" The leader of the men in black said coldly, "You're going to die anyway. What's the use of knowing our master?" Xiaoheng said calmly, "You have to let me know before I die." The leader of the men in black sneered. "Fine, I'll tell you. The person who wants to kill you is our young master." Xiaoheng looked at him coldly. "Who is your young master?" Chapter 540. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with him. He's going to die anyway. What's the point of knowing so much? That's true. This guy doesn't deserve to know young master's name. The leader of the black-clothed men smiled and said to the black-clothed men beside him, kill this brat. Do it cleanly. Big brother, don't worry. We know what to do. This brat doesn't know martial arts. We have the final say on how to kill him. Several people roared with laughter as they disdainfully pressed towards Xiaoheng. In front of Xiaoheng were the black-clothed men and behind him was a huge slope. He had two choices. One was to be killed by them, and the other was to jump down the slope and die. Jump. One of the black-clothed men smiled provocatively. This height was nothing to martial artists, but it was a death sentence for a Hanlin official. They didn't believe that Xiaoheng would jump. In fact, Xiaoheng didn't jump. The few of them sneered as they approached Xiaoheng. When they were about 10 steps away, Xiaoheng suddenly fished out something from his money pouch and threw it at the few people's feet. They thought it was a hidden weapon and hurriedly took a step back. Unfortunately, it was useless to take a step back. The black thing exploded after it landed on the ground. Several people were blasted into a sorry state. The leader of the black-clothed men was startled. When he reacted and was about to attack Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng was one step faster and took out the remaining black fire pearls. Not good. Bang! He didn't have time to escape and was knocked out by a series of black fire pearls. Gu Jiao mixed a small amount of knockout drug into Xiaoheng's black fire pearls. The power of the explosion was not as strong as the pure black fire pearls, but it could quickly knock out the opponent. After knocking out the group of people, Xiaoheng quickly left and went down the small path to find Xing Shangshu. Minister Xing had just fallen down the hill. The place where he fell was not so high. If he was lucky, he would not die. When Xiaoheng found him, his arm was dislocated, but he could still walk. Xiaoheng helped him up, looked around, found a direction, and said, "Let's go." Minister Xing covered his dislocated arm and cursed in pain. What kind of people are they? I'm not sure, Xiaoheng said. Xing Shangshu said angrily, Good, good, good. How dare he set his sights on this official? When we return to the capital, this official will investigate his background. His courage was commendable. Minister Xing said earnestly, Lulang, don't be scared. As officials of the imperial court, how can we not encounter any problems? Don't back out just because of this little disturbance. Xiaoheng supported him and accurately identified the direction of the capital. Yes, he won't. What was this little disturbance? What's more, they were targeting him. It had nothing to do with him being an official of the imperial court. They had set up such a situation to deal with him. From the beginning of the murder case at Immortal Music House, this game had started. All of them were chess pieces on the chessboard. He just didn't know who the young master was, and what relationship did he have with Immortal Music House. Xiaoheng said, Darren, after returning to the capital, I want to go to Immortal Music House again. Okay. I'll listen to you. I also feel that there's something wrong with this Immortal Music House. Minister Xing was so angry that he cursed. Regarding the background of Immortal Music House, the people in the capital had many guesses. Unfortunately, no one had gotten a handle on Immortal Music House. It was not good to close it down or destroy it. Moreover, so what if they destroyed Immortal Music House? Was the main point Immortal Music House? It was the people behind Immortal Music House. Minister Xing had a toothache. After the two walked for a while, Minister Xing suddenly asked, That's right, I seem to have heard a strange sound. Are you okay? After Minister Xing fell down, he was dizzy for a while. In addition, he was far away, so he couldn't hear clearly. He didn't know if he had misheard or what happened. I'm fine. Xiaoheng didn't mention the gunpowder. Only Yan country had gunpowder. God knows how Gu Jiao had it. It was better to have less trouble. Since Minister Xing wasn't sure, then he must have misheard. That's right, what about that group of people? Minister Xing asked again. Xiaoheng said, we've shaken them off for the time being, but they may catch up in a while. We have to leave as soon as possible. Ah, but where is this? Minister Xing was completely lost. Xiaoheng pointed to the front and said, go east for another li and you'll reach Xiaohe village. After passing through the village, there'll be a relay station. We'll hire a carriage there. Oh. Minister Xing nodded blankly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. That group of people still caught up with them, but Xiaoheng was too familiar with the terrain around the capital. He was able to shake them off no matter what. After the carriage passed through the city gates, Minister Xing suddenly realized something. You, aren't you from Yuzhou? How come you're more familiar with the capital than me? Those who didn't know would think that you grew up in the capital. That group of people didn't seem to want to make a move in the capital. After entering the capital, the two's journey was much smoother. They didn't have to hide anymore and walked faster. Minister Xing was injured, so Xiaoheng sent him to the miracle hall. Lu Lang is here. The second master smiled and greeted him. You're here to look for Xiao Gu, right? She's treating a patient. She'll be fine in a while. Xiaoheng nodded and turned to introduce him to the second master. This is Lord Xing. His arm is injured. I'll have to trouble you to find a doctor to treat him. Minister Xing was wearing an official's robe. Although the second master didn't recognize which yamen he was from, he could tell that he was a third-rank official. The second master hurriedly cupped his hands. My apologies, my lord. Please come this way. I'll go get a doctor for you. The second master invited Minister Xing to a room upstairs. Xiaoheng went to Gu Jiao's courtyard. Xiaoheng knew that there was a female patient living in the courtyard. He never interfered with Gu Jiao's medical practice, but he didn't know that the patient had moved into Gu Jiao's room. He pushed the door open and entered. He was caught off guard and bumped into the other party. After Gu Jiao left, Mo Qianxue tried to sneak off the bed. She had just walked to the table when Xiaoheng came in. Xiaoheng saw her, and she saw Xiaoheng. She was wearing Gu Jiao's clothes. She was dressed neatly, without any disrespect or inconvenience. However, she still caught him off guard. Her walking posture was different from normal people. Xiaoheng quickly realized that she was a patient. He quickly looked away, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. At that moment, Mo Qianxue called out to him. Stop. Xiaoheng paused. He hesitated and looked at Mo Qianxue. In all fairness, Mo Qianxue was beautiful. It was hard to find a woman in the capital who was more beautiful than her. Even the second master and the doctors in the clinic were shocked speechless when they saw Mo Qianxue's clean face for the first time. Xiaoheng was very calm. There was no surprise or admiration in his eyes. It was purely the look of someone looking at a stranger. It was no different from looking at a commoner on the street. Mo Qianxue frowned. Is this your reaction when you see me? Xiaoheng was confused. What was wrong with his reaction? What kind of reaction did she think he would have when he saw her? Xiaoheng looked at Mo Qianxue, puzzled. Mo Qianxue endured the pain of her wound and moved step by step toward Xiaoheng. When she was 3 steps away from Xiaoheng, he unconsciously took a step back. It was obvious that he wanted to avoid suspicion. Mo Qianxue frowned even more. What's wrong with you? If the first sentence made Xiaoheng confused, the second sentence made Xiaoheng realize that something was wrong. She didn't sound like a stranger to him. You recognize me? Xiaoheng looked at her suspiciously. Mo Qinchue pointed at his right eye. Do you think I won't recognize you just because you don't have that mole? Although your appearance has changed a little from a few years ago, I can still recognize you. Xiaoheng frowned slightly. He did have a mole under his right eye. Had she really seen him before? Mo Qinchue saw that he was silent and her face darkened. Don't tell me you don't remember me. Xiaoheng didn't say anything. Mo Qinchue's almond eyes widened. You really don't remember? I was wondering, when I saw you near the Hanlin Academy, I asked my maid to look for you, but you didn't pay any attention to her. Near the Hanlin Academy. Maid, Xiaoheng remembered. There was indeed such a thing. It was even seen by Cin Xiu, who spread rumors in the Hanlin Academy that he had an affair with a brothel girl. Xiaoheng stared at her. You were the one that day. Mo Qinchue nodded. Yes. It was me. I purposely dropped a token on the ground. Who knew that you didn't pick it up, but it was picked up by a random person. After that, that person dared to go to the Immortal Music House to look for me. Xiaoheng's eyes flickered. Immortal Music House. Cin Xiu had indeed met with an accident near the Immortal Music House. At that time, the result of the investigation was that Cin Xiu was bold and reckless. He coveted the girls in the Immortal Music House, but he didn't have a token to enter. So, he tried to sneak in by climbing over the wall, but was killed by the guards. So, he wasn't killed by a thief, but by the woman in front of him. Mo Qinchue didn't realize what kind of impact her words had brought to the room. She said calmly, "Didn't I tell you before that if I saw you again, would tell you who I was?" Xiaoheng looked at her, his eyes cold and probing. Is that so? Then who are you? Mo Qinchue raised her eyebrows and smiled. I am the top courtesan of the Immortal Music House, Mo Qinchue. Chapter 541. Novels with hidden meanings that can't be found online are all available here. The dead courtesan of Immortal Music House actually appeared in front of his eyes. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? If she was Mo Qinchue, then what was up with the female corpse lying in the yamen? Also, Xiaoheng was very sure that he had never seen Mo Qinchue before. Then who did Mo Qinchue mistake him for? In an instant, countless doubts flashed through Xiaoheng's mind. A string in his heart tightened. He felt that he seemed to have inadvertently approached a certain truth. When Xiaoheng didn't want others to see his emotions, no one could break through. He instantly collected his thoughts and entered the state of knowing Mo Qinchue. But I heard that the courtesan of Immortal Music House is dead. It's just a scapegoat, Mo Qinchue said carelessly. This was supposed to be a secret, but Mo Qinchue didn't seem to have any fear in front of him. Xiaoheng looked at her calmly. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Help me. Mo Qinchue gasped and reached out her hand. Xiaoheng didn't move, but Mo Qinchue thought of something and quickly pulled her hand back. I'll do it myself. She endured the pain and moved to a stool by the table. She sat down and said to Xiaoheng, "Oh right? Why are you here? Last time I saw you, weren't you an official of the Hanlin Academy? You're not wearing the uniform of the Hanlin Academy today." Xiaoheng said, "I'm on duty at the Ministry of Justice today." Mo Qinchue snorted. Ministry of Justice. Xiaoheng said calmly, "And I'm investigating your case today. If I knew that you faked your death, I wouldn't have bothered." Mo Qinchue waved her hand. "Just investigate casually, don't be too serious." Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Xiaoheng seemed to ask casually, what kind of trouble will I get into? Mo Qinshua sighed. Sigh, this is a long story. Even I don't know much about it. I don't know how to explain it to you. Xiaoheng's eyes moved. Is it the young master behind you? Mo Qinshua looked at him in shock. You know our young master. Xiaoheng said calmly, today, the Minister of Justice and I went to investigate a case. On the way, we encountered a group of people who wanted to kill us. That group of people accidentally mentioned something about the young master. Xiaoheng didn't lie, but he didn't tell the whole truth. For example, those people were actually targeting him, and it had nothing to do with him investigating the case. Xiaoheng was testing Mo Qinshua. He wanted to know what role she played in this case and how much she knew. Are you hurt? This was Mo Qinshua's reaction. Xiaoheng's eyelashes drooped as he faintly said, I'm fine. Minister Xing suffered some minor injuries. This sentence easily made people think that the group of people were targeting Minister Xing. Mo Qinshua pursed her lips and said, it must be because you investigated the case too closely. They wanted to give you a warning. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come back alive. I know the young master's methods. It seemed that Mo Qinshua didn't know that those people actually wanted his life. In Mo Qinshua's eyes, why did her young master cause a murder case? Xiaoheng temporarily suppressed the urge to ask who the young master was. He poured a cup of tea for Mo Qinshua and asked, why did you fake your death? To kill someone. Mo Qinshua's mood fell. Xiaoheng was about to put the teapot back when his eyelashes trembled. He took the teapot back and poured himself a cup of tea. Kill who? Mo Qinshua said in a low voice, the owner of this clinic. Xiaoheng clenched his fist and spilled 2 drops of tea on the table. He covered it with the teacup and said in a calm voice, you deliberately got injured to get close to her. Yes. Mo Qinshua nodded gloomily. Xiaoheng said indifferently, you're injured so badly. Aren't you afraid of dying? Mo Qinshua thought that Xiaoheng guessed her injury from the gauze on her body. She didn't think that Xiaoheng already knew that she almost died that night. She said, if I wasn't injured so badly, how could I win her trust? Xiaoheng put the teapot back and suppressed the murderous aura that wanted to kill Mo Qinshua on the spot. He asked indifferently, you've already won her trust. Why haven't you made a move yet? Mo Qinshua was silent. Do you still want to make a move? Xiaoheng asked. I don't know. Mo Qinshua said. Xiaoheng took a sip of tea and said, you said that your young master's methods are impressive. Aren't you afraid that you'll be punished by him if you don't listen to him? Mo Qinshua sighed incomparably. Forget it, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. What's your current identity? Hanlin Academy attendant, Ministry of Justice Secretary. What's your name? Xiao Lulang. Oh. Mo Qinshua responded. She obviously felt that this name wasn't very good. Then, have you done what you said you were going to do here? Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he said, I'm still doing it. What exactly is it? Mo Qinshua asked nosily. Xiaoheng's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He said seriously, I'll tell you when it's done. Mo Qinshua snorted. Boring. Xiaoheng could only drink tea to hide the fluctuations in his heart. Thinking of something, Mo Qinshua said, oh right, are you feeling better? Xiaoheng's expression froze. If he wasn't sure that she had mistaken him for someone else, he would almost think that she was asking about his leg. It's done. Xiaoheng said. Mo Qinshua said in surprise, it can be cured. Then why did you choose to commit suicide? Xiaoheng almost couldn't continue. You believed me when I lied to you. Mo Chinchua nodded thoughtfully. I knew it. You didn't look like you were trying to commit suicide. From the lobby came a few shouts from the second boss. Mo Chinchua hurriedly said, hurry up and leave. The owner of this clinic will be back soon. It'll be bad if she finds out about you. Xiaoheng. She's my wife, thank you. Mo Chinchua continued, also, you can't tell anyone that you know me. If word gets out and reaches our young master's ears, I'm afraid you'll be killed. Xiaoheng was thinking about how to bring the topic back to this mysterious young master. He didn't expect Mo Chinchua to bring it up herself. He didn't ask before because he felt that it was too sudden and suspicious. Now, he could push the boat with the current. Xiaoheng looked at her with a trace of curiosity. You keep mentioning your young master. I'm very curious. Who is he? A trace of fear flashed through Mo Chinchua's eyes. He's someone we can't afford to offend in Zhao country. Let's hear it. Xiaoheng said in an unconvinced tone. Mo Chinchua thought for a while and waved her hand. Forget it. It's not good for you to know too much. Xiaoheng said seriously, if you don't tell me who he is, how will I know how powerful he is? Is he worth the risk of being expelled from the Ministry of Justice to dissuade the Minister of Justice from suppressing this case? Mo Chinchua wanted to say something but stopped. She hesitated for a while. Suddenly, she dipped her finger into the teacup and slowly wrote 3 words on the table. This is the young master's name, she said. Xiaoheng's gaze fell on the name that was not unfamiliar, and his eyes were cold. The Imperial College hadn't started yet. Little Jing Kong had a lot of free time every day. The number of times he went out for a chicken walk had also increased. He went out once in the morning and again in the afternoon. When he brought 7 chickens, an eagle, and a dog back to the house, he saw his bad brother-in-law standing motionlessly at the door. He stuck his head out and looked into the house. Jiao Jiao wasn't there. In a second, he turned into a street bully in Qingshui Alley. He ordered arrogantly, "What are you doing?" Xiaoheng was both angry and amused. He patted his little mushroom head and said, "Do you want to enter the palace?" Little Jing Kong, "I don't want to." Xiaoheng, "No, you want to." Then, little Jing Kong was taken away with a confused look on his face. Little Jing Kong, who was once again a tool, was dragged into the carriage by his bad brother-in-law. They arrived at the palace with great resentment. The guard stopped the carriage. Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and lifted little Jing Kong up. The guard saw a familiar expressionless face and smiled. So it's the young master of Jing Kong. Sorry for the disrespect. The guards let him go. Sure enough, the little monk's face was more useful than the token. The carriage stopped after entering the palace. Xiaoheng held little Jing Kong's hand and walked forward. Little Jing Kong once again returned to the state of being abducted by the human merchant. He drooped his little head and walked unwillingly like a soulless puppet. However, when he passed by the imperial garden and saw beautiful flowers, he quickly picked one. Xiaoheng turned around. He quickly hid the flower behind him and continued to walk forward with his head lowered. Xiaoheng wanted to laugh. "Do you know whose flower you picked?" Little Jing Kong said, "I didn't pick the flower." Oh, he still knew that he was being tricked. Xiaoheng said, "That's the flower planted by Princess Xinyang. It's poisonous." Little Jing Kong threw the flower away. Xiaoheng almost laughed out loud. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.